something that we would want to seventh pick or maybe see on the wheel means that we think it's a playable card, and something that we would say we just don't really want to play, or maybe we take it last pick is something we would consider a bad card. This kind of helps us in a situation where we would spend 10 minutes arguing about which mythic rare is better, because it doesn't matter. You're never going to be faced with a choice between those. And it still gives you a way to kind of rank what cards we think are good versus what cards we think are bad. So after John reads these initial cards, I'm going to say where I would want to pick them. And that's the rating we'll be using rather than putting them on a tier list or anything like that. Yes.
Yeah, and especially with this set, I don't have it in front of me, but the pack is wonky. There will be one rare. So your flip card might be the rare, and if it is, there is no normal rare. They have collated that in such a way that you're going to get one rare.
Hey, that sounds actually pretty good to me.
Yeah, barring foils for paper, but paper doesn't exist.
Yeah, who cares about paper? Do you ever see paper?
As a quick note for my grades, I keep F because I like F. F has use for me in being hyperbolic mostly.
You just want to say F it now and then, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, fair.
All right, you good to go?
Yep, let's party.
All right, so up first we've got Angel Fire Ignition. Angel Fire Ignition is 1 red-white for a sorcery at rare. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature. It gains Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink, Indestructible, and Haste until end of turn. Flashback for 2 red-white. If you're not familiar with Flashback, it's returning from... It wasn't introduced in Innistrad, was it? That was a returning mechanic then, I think. Maybe it was introduced.
Flashback 20 years ago.
Yeah. So flashback is just you can cast the card for the flashback cost, and then you exile it after doing so.
Yes, and then it gone. You can cast it from your graveyard. This reminds me of travel preparations.
A little bit. But that's not the last time you're going to say that either.
Okay, so we're going to see some more of these. Fair. This is a very powerful effect. Like the lifelink can certainly turn this around. It's 2 counters on target creature, and then we can do it again later. I'm not excited to first pick this, man. Are you?
I'm excited that there's a number of rares that I'm not excited to first pick in this set.
Okay, yeah, Dave's here in chat saying this is expanded anatomy, and it kind of reminds me of that, but it's really hard to cast. And I mean, it's certainly got upside with the Vigilance and Lifelink, Indestructible. I mean, the haste is pseudo-relevant. This is fine, but I'd probably be looking to get this 6th pick once I'm in red-white.
Agreed. I'm not spending a super high pick on this. Unfortunately, it's rare, so you're not going to see it for a little while, at least until the format settles down. It is in a family of red cards that we're going to see that I think just sort of say, oops, I win the game sometimes. Notably, this doesn't give flying, right? Even though that creature is definitely on a flying mount.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it doesn't give flying, which I think would absolutely be ending the game out of the nowhere, left and right. I think it's a good card. I think I'm looking like 4th, 5th pick. I want to be in red-white, or I want to be in red or white before I think about picking this. So yeah, I'm in that range. It's good. You know, there's no denying that it's good, but I don't want to be spending a super duper high pick on it.
So when you say there's no denying it's good, I mean, I think I can deny that it's good by saying sometimes you're going to be behind and not have much of a board, and this card's just not going to do anything. So that's part of my trepidation too. But yeah, I'll go 6th pick. I could see picking it earlier in pack 2 or 3 perhaps, if I know I'm in that turbo aggro red-white deck.
Yeah, my caveat would be it's good for combat tricks, not the right word, but buff spell. It's good.
Okay.
All right.
It's better than equipment. I like that.
Yeah, agreed. Up next is Arcane Infusion. Arcane Infusion is blue-red for an uncommon instant. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an instant or sorcery card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Flashback 3 blue-red.
Do we have a blue-red spells deck?
Boy, do we ever.
Okay, then this should be pretty good in that. Assuming that you're able to find an instant or sorcery in your top 4 and then give you some value for ones you flooded out later. If I can consistently cast this in my blue-red spells deck, I'm going to be pretty happy with it. It's another situation where I don't know that I'm going to pick it particularly highly initially. It doesn't look like the reason to get into blue-red spells, but once I'm there, I want these. So I think, again, I'm initially on probably that 5th or 6th pick. I like this card better than Angel Fire Ignition. Like, this is leading me towards wanting to do things that
Yeah,
I
this
think
is
I'm interested in and excited about. But I'll call this one a six pick too.
yeah, I think I'm around six pick. This is the reward's not the right word, but this is not the reason to get into blue red. It's just the very nice to have once you're in blue red. And you're never splashing for this. It's a very much a blue red card. Yeah, you got to make sure you're hitting that. The flashback is nice because that does mean this is 2 spells to trigger your instants and sorceries on its own, even if you whiff. And assuming you don't whiff, you're going to be getting potentially up to 4 activations of your instant sorceries matter cards. So yeah, once you're in blue red, you want these, but you're not spending a super high pick on it.
Yeah.
Up next is our first Planeswalker, Arlinn the Pack's Hope. Arlinn the Pack's Hope is 2 red-green for a legendary Planeswalker Arlinn at Mythic. She's got 4 loyalties to start, and she's day-bound. We'll come back to that in a sec. +1, until your next turn, you may cast spells as though they had flash, and each creature you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it. -3, create 2 2/2 green wolf creature tokens. Now, Daybound, Nightbound is a new mechanic. It is a different way of doing werewolves specifically, but not exclusively. When a permanent that has Daybound enters the battlefield for the first time ever, or if a card tells you it becomes day, it becomes day. Prior to that, it's nothing. Once it becomes day, you have to begin tracking this for the rest of the game, regardless if there is a day or night creature on the battlefield. When it's day, if a player casts no spells during their turn specifically, it becomes night. When it's night, if a player casts at least 2 spells during their own turn, it flips back into day. Any permanents that are day-bound and night-bound specifically, they say those words, will flip with the day-night cycle, and night-bound cards will enter on their night side if it is night. Any other card that has a day side and night side but is not day-bound, night-bound doesn't care. It's a complex mechanic. There's a lot of tracking. I think there is a heavy dose of Arena will do it for you. But that's the front side of Arlinn. So when it becomes night, or if it is already night and you cast Arlinn, she is Arlinn the Moon's Fury. Arlinn the Moon's Fury is 4 loyalty, +2, add red and green. 0, until end of turn, Arlinn the Moon's Fury becomes a 5/5 werewolf creature with trample, indestructible, and haste.
And the mana value and casting cost for this is the same, even though there's nothing printed on the back side.
Correct.
Okay. So that's a lot of words
It's a lot
that
of
lead
words.
us to, I'm probably going to first pick this.
Yeah, loyalty, everything carries over when you flip a card. The card doesn't go anywhere. It just simply changes state. All counters, all aura, all everything stays attached to it.
And when does the flipping happen? I see somebody in your chat saying the flipping of day night happens before untap the following turn. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's on your opponent's turn at the beginning of their turn before anything happens.
Okay, so I can't really respond to that or do anything, and I can't stop it from switching to night if you want to, the way we could in the old Innistrad with an instant.
Correct. If somebody wants it to become night, it's going to become night.
Yeah, we're first picking this. If we've got an empty board, we can make wolf tokens. If it's day, if it's night, we can just smack somebody for 5. Like, I think the day side is what you'd want to start on, but conveniently, that's generally what it would start on.
Yeah, this card's a snap first pick. It's a great example of why I like our grading system that we have here. I don't care if this is an A+ or an A or whatever. It's a first pick. You're picking it out of every single pack.
Yeah, we're just going to immediately first pick this and be happy.
Yeah, easy splash too. Up next is Blade Stitched Scab. Blade Stitched Scab is blue-black for a creature zombie soldier at uncommon. It's a 2/3. Other zombies you control get +1/+0.
This one's nice and easy to understand.
Yeah.
I like that. It's also a 2-mana 2/3, which is just traditionally a very good stat line. And I assume there's going to be plenty of zombies in blue black for us, as that's been a mechanic in every time we've visited Innistrad.
Mm-hmm.
So this one seems like one I'd pick slightly higher than the other two, just because I know that this body is going to be solid. if I can get into those, and something I'd probably be happier to see again, pack 2 and 3. I like that all of these multicolored cards we're seeing so far seem like once I'm into the color pair, I can get past these instead of I jam them early. I'd still probably be looking at this one like fifth pick though.
Yeah, I'd be looking at this fourth, fifth pick. I would almost want to get into zombies for this card. +1/+0 isn't the most amazing payoff, but it's definitely a payoff. Not only are there going to be a lot of zombie creatures, but there's a lot of zombie tokens running around as well. It's just a nice, straightforward card. Fourth, fifth pick for me for sure.
Cool, let's do it.
Up next is Can't Stay Away. Can't Stay Away is white-black for a sorcery at rare. Return target creature card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It gains if this creature would die, exile it instead. Flashback for 3 white-black.
Is that cat vomiting in the art?
I think it's eating, but who knows?
No, I'm pretty sure it's vomiting. I don't typically like cards like this, right? Because it's like 2 mana later to get back a mana value 3 or less card.
Yeah.
Like, I could just play, this could just be another 3 cost and I could play it. Like, Flashback is sort of saving it because I can do it twice. But if I've got one really good 3-drop in my deck, I can't even get it back twice with this.
Yeah.
I kind of don't want this, dude. Maybe if it wheels and I'm in white black and I've got mostly small stuff, let's talk. But this looks like more of shenanigans for constructed than what I really want to be doing in most limited sets.
Yeah, I'm wheeling towards not wanting to play this at all. So somewhere between wheel and F for me. I tend to get a little bit pie in the sky about graveyard to battlefield, but not when it's mana value 3 or less. Like, I don't care about those creatures generally. And like you said, you can't get the bomb 3-drop back twice. You can only get it back once. So I'm unlikely to ever play this because somebody else is going to.
Yeah, fair enough.
Can we bump Simulant up a touch? Sure.
Well, bump.
He should be bumped up a bit now.
Excellent.
All right. Up next, we got Corpse Cobble. Corpse Cobble is blue-black for an instant at uncommon. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice any number of creatures. Create an XX blue and black zombie creature token with Menace, where X is the total power of the sacrificed creatures. Flashback for 3 blue-black.
Okay, so this is probably going to go with those tokens that kind of suck.
Yeah, so we've got, we'll talk about this more later, but we've got Decayed Zombie tokens, where it's a 2/2 that can't block, and after it attacks, you sacrifice it. But there would be a moment that you could sacrifice them to something else.
So if we've got enough decayed fuel, this would be cool. It's also kind of neat if they try to kill one of my own creatures. I know that there's a blue-based enchantment removal. I don't know if there's white-based enchantment removal, but if there is, this would be particularly good to get something like that. The Menace is nice. I like this significantly better than Can't Stay Away, but I'm not in love with this. But I think once I'm in with blue-black, this seems to be working with the mechanics of that color pair. So I could go as high as fourth or fifth pick for this one.
So you're saying pacifism is bad because Corpse Cobble exists, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. Yeah, this is your sort of standard insurance policy I like, where your opponent's going to kill something, so you get a chance to trade that creature in for something. In this case, it trades it in for probably an exact copy of that creature minus the rules text.
Plus Menace.
Plus Menace. Yeah, I like this card, but again, I want to be in blue-black and get this passed to me, so I'm on like 5th, 6th pick, pack 2, pack 3, it's going to go up.
Okay. Yeah, I like it a little bit more than you, but that's fair.
Up next, we've got Croaking Counterpart. Croaking Counterpart is 1 green-blue for a sorcery at rare. Create a token that's a copy of target non-frog creature, except it's a 1/1 green frog. Flashback for 3 green-blue.
This is fun because it's like Cackling Counterpart, but it's Croaking Counterpart. You get it?
Yeah.
You see what they did?
I do see that.
Why do I want to spend 3 mana to make a 1/1 in limited?
Heck if I know.
Yeah, this looks like something for constructed, where like if there's or commander where there's a particularly good ETB, I get to copy it. I like that I can do it twice, but I don't think I'm into this.
I'm pretty sure this is just somebody made a joke at the design table and they said, okay, let's print it.
Well, I could see things you could do with this card, just not generally in limited. If you end up with one of these and you're in blue green and you have, I don't know, four good ETBs and maybe your opponent has two or three, let's talk. But other than that, I'm not particularly interested in this. So I'll wheel this if I'm in blue green and I have some ETBs, I might play it. Or pack three if I've got a bunch of good ETBs, I might pick it like very early. But generally speaking, I don't think I like this card.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out for a place to play it, but I'm not spending a real pick on it. So wheel at best. This is an example of what I like to give an F because I think you'll win more by not picking this card.
Well, I think if you had enough ETBs, it could start to get interesting. But yeah, you're probably more right in this case.
Yeah, it's a case of there's a corner case for every card, right? And there
Fair
are
enough.
there's a deck for everything these days, just not many for this card.
Okay, there you go.
Up next is Dawnheart Wardens. Dawnheart Wardens is one green white for a creature human warlock at uncommon. It's a 3/3 with vigilance. It's got Coven, which is a new keyword reminder ability. At the beginning of combat on your turn, and here's the Coven text: if you control three or more creatures with different powers. That's an awkward thing. You might ask, what the heck is a power? A power is like a toughness. It makes sense once you understand what that word actually means. For some reason, it breaks everyone's brain the first time they read it. So if you have an 0/1 and a 1/1 and a 2/1, you have Coven. So if you have Coven at the beginning of combat on your turn, all creatures you control get +1/+0.
I can dig this. Like this is presumably what green white wants to be doing is playing creatures with different powers and beating face. It's hard to say anything bad about a 3 mana 3/3. I don't know that I'm going to go nuts about, oh my God, I got to play green white when I see this. But if I'm in green white, I definitely want it. So that puts this like a six pick for me, but certainly not a bad one.
Yeah, I'm on like sixth, seventh, fifth, sixth pick, I guess, because 3/3 vigilance for three is fine. Green white is looking to go a little bit wide with Coven. There are more than a few cards that have cute little ways of trying to ensure that you get Coven. Coven's interesting because I don't think I'm going to attempt to stretch my deck to make sure I have Coven. Like, I'm not going to start counting my 3 power creatures and my 2 power creatures and then pick a 1 power creature instead of a 3 power creature. I think I'm generally going to hope it turns on rather
Yeah.
than go out of my way to build it. And luckily, most of the Coven cards seem fine, even if you don't have Coven on 100% of the time.
And
Like
I'd say
this.
it was well designed at that point because, like, if I need to be picking, a 1/5 to make this mechanic turn on, it's not going to be very good.
Yeah. But yeah, luckily the floor is a 3/3 vigilance for three, and then when it does turn on, cool.
I'm happy with that.
Up next, we've got Dennick, Pious Apprentice. Dennick is white-blue for a legendary creature human soldier at rare. It's a 2/3 with lifelink. Cards in graveyards can't be the targets of spells or abilities. It has Disturb for 2 white-blue. Disturb is like Flashback for creatures. So if this is in your graveyard, you can cast it for the Disturb cost, and it comes in transformed on its backside, which is Dennick Pious Apparition, a legendary creature spirit soldier. It's a 3/2 with flying. Whenever one or more creature cards are put into graveyards from anywhere, investigate. This ability triggers only once each turn. Investigate is a returning mechanic from Shadows over Innistrad, which gives you an artifact token that says pay 2 and sack this token to draw a card. If Dennick Pious Apparition would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. That is a common clause to all disturb creatures. As a note, this is what I'm talking about. This card has a day side and a night side. It doesn't care about day or night. So if it's night, it still comes in on the day side if you're not disturbing it.
And that's what we're talking about with that little sun in the top left that is a moon in the top left when we look at the other side.
Yeah, they are technically called the day side and the night side, which is annoying that they don't care about the new day and night mechanic.
Yeah, a little bit, but I'm just going to think of this as a flip card rather than that.
Yeah.
So on its surface, this is a 2/3 lifelink for 2. Cards in graveyards can't be the targets of spells or abilities, which doesn't seem particularly useful in limited. But a 2/3 lifelink that I can trade off for a 3/2 flyer that when other things trade off, like this at least dies into a clue, right? No, it
Um,
wouldn't, because it doesn't go to the
yeah.
graveyard. Okay, so something else has to die, but I could potentially get a clue out of it. Like, this is a efficient package. 2 mana,
Mhm.
2/3, 4 mana Snapping Drake. I get lifelink and potentially some card draw off of it. I would first pick this. I don't think I'd be thrilled about it. Nah, I kind of would actually. This is good. This is really good.
I think I'm stuck between first and second pick. I think I might want. I don't know if I'd want hyper efficient good removal over this. It's a lot on one card.
That's a lot of words, dude. That's like a whole magazine article.
Yeah, I could see first picking this. I think 2/3 lifelink for 2 is great. As you said, the text doesn't really matter. This is Innistrad, which is traditionally the graveyard set. I think it's a little bit not as graveyardy as you think. It's kind of like your own personal graveyard. You know, there are
Yeah.
flashback spells that you're going to be doing and disturb that you're going to be doing. There isn't a lot of reanimation or stuff going on in this set. And yeah, the backside, like if it sticks around and gets you a clue, awesome. And you also have a 3/2 flyer. So yeah, I could see first picking it.
And you
I
didn't even pay a card for the 3/2 flyer. You just got
yeah,
that.
yeah, yeah. Disturb's really good. Yeah, I'll settle on
Yeah.
first pick. I'll settle on first pick.
All right, sign me up.
Up next, we've got Devoted Graphkeeper. Devoted Graphkeeper is white-blue for a creature human peasant at uncommon. It's a 2/1. When Devoted Graphkeeper enters the battlefield, mill 2 cards. Whenever you cast a spell from your graveyard, tap target creature you don't control. Disturb for 1 white-blue. When you disturb it, it becomes a 3/1 flyer that can block only creatures with flying.
Okay. So we're probably, I assume we're going to see a lot of cards that mill you. And it's important to understand that in a set like Innistrad, where there's a lot of graveyard shenanigans, whether it be flashback or disturb, this is generally speaking a bonus. You do not typically need to be playing more than 40 cards to enable this. You just need to be aware of how many like enablers you're playing. We did all sorts of shenanigans with this, and like most of the original Innistrad had a very heavy mill mechanic. So milling yourself is an upside, and this card looks like all upside.
Yeah, and even in most sets, milling yourself is typically at best neutral because you could just say those cards are on the bottom of your deck anyways.
Yeah, but here we're presumably going to be milling stuff with flashback and disturb, which is just value.
Yeah, blue white is not huge on flashback, but it is the disturb color primarily. This again is a whole lot of stuff on one card. 3/1 flyer for 3 mana sounds great once this comes back. I do love and block only creatures with flying. We have cards with downsides in 2021.
Holy carp!
It's
Yeah,
not
I
it's
mean
not that big of
it's
a downside,
if it dies into a 3/1. You don't watch on.
but it took a lot. It took a lot for them to finally put a vague downside on something. Yeah, this is a card that I'm pretty happy to pick. I don't know if I'm jumping into blue white for this, but I would say this is in like the fourth, fifth pick range. There's just a lot going on.
Put me down for third. If I see this
Third
third pick, I'll take it and see if blue white's open. I like this card.
sounds good. Up next, we've got Dire Strain Rampage. 1 red green for a sorcery at rare. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or land. If a land was destroyed this way, its controller may search their library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield, tap, then shuffle. Otherwise, if it was an artifact or an enchantment, its controller may search their library for a basic land card, put it onto the battlefield, tapped, then shuffle. Flashback, 3 red green, no reminder text because there's too much on the card already.
Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or land. Land was destroyed this way. So I can use this on my own land to basically ramp for 1.
Sure.
And that's most of what this is doing. Otherwise, it's a main deck answer for artifacts and enchantments.
Yup.
Are there any enchantments we want to kill?
Some ish. But there's also Return to Nature in the set.
Okay, this seems not great. It does do some ramping and fixing, so if your base rules splashing something, maybe I could find a place to play this, but I'm not terribly interested in it. It is sort of like a divination if you think about it long enough, right?
Still thinking.
Okay, so I'm spending 3 mana and I'm drawing 2 cards. They're just
Sure.
2 lands.
Yeah. They're
So like
always two lands.
yeah, they're always 2 lands, but I mean that's probably what I would want on turn 3 most often anyway. And it would ramp me by 1, so I could turn 3 this, untap and a 5 drop. I don't think I'll ever pick this high enough to play it. I think it's probably worth putting in every green red deck you have.
Yeah, I don't think I'll ever play it. I think all even ramp, there's better ramp for fixing, there's better fixing. I think there's just better stuff at common and uncommon for everything this card does.
Yeah, agree.
So I'm gonna give it an F. Next card is Diregraph Rebirth. Diregraph Rebirth is 3 black green for a sorcery at uncommon. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature that died this turn. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Flashback for 5 black green.
You probably love this card.
I want to. I always like creature graveyard to battlefield. 5 mana is kind of what we usually pay for that effect. Being able to do it for potentially cheaper is nicer. The trick is the cards never turn out to actually be as much as to be as good as I like them.
Yeah. That's my critique of this card is I could probably just put another 5 drop in the deck. The flashback is nice, and I would love for this to be a format where I could reliably flashback this card. But I'm going to start pretty low on this and probably be looking to wheel it and not play it.
Yeah, if this is playable, it probably means this set's a little bit slow and a little bit grindy and a lot of what I love. So I'm going to keep an eye on it, but I am going to start looking at like 8th to wheel for it, just based on the past couple of years of limited.
Yeah, because generally speaking, the problem is that you can spend 5 mana and reanimate something, but you're probably reanimating something that costs less than 5 mana to begin with, so it's not that good a deal.
Yeah, it's
It does
typically
give the cost reduction, but so did the purple worm from the most recent set, and that was just way worse than the 7/6 giant that gained you life. Because
yeah,
I imagine that's going to be the same thing here. People are saying decay makes this a lot better. I no, it doesn't. If we're
no.
throwing away zombie tokens to cast this, then we haven't really done anything.
Yeah, agreed. Up next, we have Faithful Mending. Faithful Mending is white and a blue for an instant at uncommon. You gain 2 life, draw 2 cards, then discard 2 cards. Flashback for 1 white blue.
So I'm supposed to do this to pitch my disturb and flashback cards.
I think that's part of the plan, and we'll see other cards that also want you to do that. I think that's a terrible plan.
Yeah, I don't want to do this.
You could cast those cards first.
Yeah, I can just cast them. Now that said, I did find a deck that Thrilling Discovery was quite good in, which a lot of people thought was going to be garbage. So there might be a deck for this, but this is another card that I'm looking to wheel if I play currently. I don't think I want this.
Yeah, it's Faithless Looting, right? That's the joke here.
Yeah,
Except it costs
and they're
1 more.
putting the thing back together that got smushed, I guess.
Yeah. I believe it's Avacyn's collar, the symbol of the church that the werewolves hate. Yeah, I'm gonna wheel this at best. Like, it's kind of some nice card draw if you can afford it. But I think there's better stuff to do. So wheel, and we'll see if I put it in a deck or not. Up next is Flesh Taker, which is not a cow. It is a human. White, black for a creature human assassin at uncommon. It's a 2/2. Whenever you sacrifice another creature, you gain 1 life and scry 1. Pay 1, sacrifice another creature. Flesh Taker gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
I dig the threat of activation on this.
Yeah.
So where can I take it? Probably. I think I would be happy third picking this. I can see packs where I would first pick it. This is a powerful card, and I dig it.
Yeah, 2 mana 2/2. Whenever you sack another creature, which this turns it on itself, you get the scry. It can get huge. As a note, your decayed zombies sacrifice themselves. They're not destroyed at the end of combat. They do sacrifice themselves. So all of your zombies now become scry 1 on death. There's a lot going on with it. I could see first picking this out of some packs. I'm taking bombs and removal over it. So I think I'm on second pick officially. But yeah, it's very good.
I kept waiting in that activated ability to be activate this ability only once per turn, and then it never happened. And I was
They,
like, oh my God.
they've been doing that a lot lately. So I'm happy to not see that, to be honest.
Yeah, it's just got big Thallid Omnivore energy, which was a card I liked quite a bit.
Agreed. Up next, we've got Florian, Voldaren Scion. Florian is 1 black red for a legendary creature vampire noble at rare. It's a 3/3 with first strike. At the beginning of your post-combat main phase, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the total amount of life your opponents lost this turn. Exile one of those cards and put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. You may play the exiled card this turn.
Hey, cool. I'm going to first pick this. It's a 3/3 flyer with first strike, and after it chonks you, I get to draw cards.
It doesn't fly.
Why doesn't it fly?
Because he's just in chair.
Why did I think it flew?
They're lifting him up on the chair, but that's not flying.
That's kind of like flying. It's still really good. It would obviously be better if it could chonk. But I suppose even if it can't, it doesn't say damage that Florian dealt. It's just if they took damage, I get to draw cards, eh?
Yeah, lost life, but yeah. So
yeah, okay, fair enough.
Opponents losing life is the sort of unstated vampire mechanic. They have sort of a spectacle-ish thing going on. So they are looking to do this as a black-red tribe.
Okay. I mean, even if that's not what your tribe's about, this card's really good. I imagine I would first pick this rare out of a lot of packs.
Yeah, pretty easy first pick here. Up next is Galvanic Iteration. Galvanic Iteration is blue-red for an instant at rare. When you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. Flashback, 1 blue-red.
Garbage, I don't want to play it. Limited.
We literally just had this at common, right?
Yeah.
Minus the flashback. Yeah, this card's
and I think I played it in one deck, and it was bad in that deck. And I lost to it now and then.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to get got by this. So there's probably somebody looking at this thinking this card is really good, and it's worth me walking through why I don't think it is.
Mm-hmm.
For this to be really good, I need to be casting a removal spell or a huge card advantage card along with it, which means I'm tagging on 2 to the cost of it, and I have to choose to use it right then. So it's like a removal spell. If I've drawn another one and I have to use it now, I can't choose to save it to later for a better threat. And all of that adds up to way too conditional for this to work out often. Now, it does mean when it does work out, it's going to look amazing. But it's like there's a lot of times you'll kill someone when they had 1 card in hand and not know what it was, and it was Galvanic Iteration, and they just didn't draw another spell. So that's why I'm saying I don't want to play this. I'd rather just play a good removal spell and a bad removal spell than a good removal spell in this.
Agreed. It doesn't work out quite the way you think. The 2 mana is a real addition to it. I love blue-red spells decks. They are my favorite archetype that has ever existed. I still give cards like this an F.
Yeah.
Up next is Ghoul-Caller's Harvest. Ghoul-Caller's Harvest is black-green for a sorcery at rare. Create X 2/2 black zombie creature tokens with Decayed, where X is half the number of creature cards in your graveyard rounded up. So Decayed, these are the zombies we've been talking about a little bit. I think this is only on 2/2 zombie tokens, but Decayed basically says that the creature A cannot block, and B, if it attacks, at the end of combat, you have to sacrifice it. This has flashback for 3 black-green.
Okay, so they fixed spider spawning, made it rare.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what do I need to do to make this good?
You need...
I need to mill the heck out of myself, right?
Yeah, like you want at least
6.
6 creatures in your graveyard? You want 3 zombies at least?
At least. 2 mana for 6/6 worth of power spread out that can't block.
Yeah.
Ooh. So I need to have a reason to be sacrificing a lot of things.
Yeah. I don't think this is for me. I'm sure once every 20, 30, 70 drafts, you could do something really cool with this.
Dave is telling me not to evaluate decayed tutus as a creature, to evaluate them as a resource, like
Mm.
an energy token or something, that we're going to be using that creature to fuel something else. So I don't like this initially. As the card reads, it's not good. Once we begin to see other things to do with these bodies, maybe I'll get more into it. But this card is asking a lot of work, even if we are using them as a resource, because I can't just cast this and get a bunch of that resource. I have to jump through the hoops of filling up my graveyard first. Then I can cast this to get the resource. Then I have to have something else to utilize the resource. And that's just too many for me, which
Yeah.
means I'm probably not interested in this.
Yeah, like this is a turn 10 play to finally get to do what you want to do.
Yeah.
Like I want to win the game with this.
No, this could be like a turn 5 play after I've milled myself for a little while, and then turn 6 I untap and cast the thing that sacrifices all the zombies to do the other thing. Like it, this is part of building a machine. It's just how well is this machine going to hold up to, 2 drop, 3 drop, 4 drop travel preparations? You're dead.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm a little hesitant about thinking of the decayed zombies exactly as an energy resource of sorts. Because as much as your game plan might be cool and sound awesome and be like an awesome engine, your opponent is also playing the game with you, and they may be playing a game that just kills you.
Yeah.
So we'll see what the rest of the cards look like. I think I'm treating them as 2/2 creatures most of the time, and that can be good. Flooding the board with a bunch of 2/2s and hitting them in the face is a thing that exists. But I do think this is a card where they said, hey, spider spawning, people like that card. Let's do something like that.
Also make it so it's not incredibly oppressive, because
Yeah,
a good spider spawning deck was not fun to play against.
no, agreed. Up next
So where
is,
do we put this?
oh, we didn't, yeah, yeah. I'm
I'm
on
supposed
like,
to go first. I'm going to call this a pack 2 or 3 rare. If I'm in green black and I have the pieces that are going to make this work, I'll take it. I'm not taking this pack 1.
yeah, agreed. Pack one, I'm on the hyper wheel, but if I'm in black green, if I have found those reasons to want the decayed zombies, then there we go.
Okay, I can live with that.
Up next is Grizzly Ghoul. Grizzly Ghoul is 2 black green for a creature zombie bear. It's an uncommon 4/3 with trample. It ETBs with a counter, a +1/+1 counter on it for each creature that died that turn.
That's a nice, solid creature. Dude, I love
Mm-hmm.
4/3s for 4.
Mm-hmm.
And if we
For
can get something to trade off, I just get a 5/4 for 4.
at
This looks
least.
great. I think I would be happy to fourth pick this. It's better than that, and I can see taking it a little sooner than that. I'm just saying where I want to pick it, because the only real downside here is I'm committing to 2 colors for this card, and otherwise I think it's very good. So I'm going to say third to fourth.
I can definitely see third to fourth. Like, if you get no counters on this, oh no, you have a pretty good creature with trample. If you get a
Yeah,
counter, you're happy. If you get more, like if you have a big attack with a bunch of stuff turn and like 3, 4 creatures die, and this comes in as an 8/7 trample, that's a problem.
it is. I still People are telling me like it decayed means that stuff's going to die, but I mean, you know what also ties? Literally every creature when you attack. I don't think I want to make a decayed token, attack in, have my opponent block it, and be like, okay, whatever, just to get a counter on this. I don't know. I understand how this will work. And I understand if you get a trade off, this would be quite big for 4 mana. So like this one's going to be scary, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
if your opponent attacks and they're playing green black, this is one of the things you should be thinking about if they're attacking a 3/3 into your 3/3. It's like, how do I beat a 6/5 trample? Because the answer may be that you don't. I still think it's third pick just because the heavy casting cost requirements, but I like this card a lot.
Agreed. I'm picking this very highly. I'll take the hot take that Decade's overrated right now because it's the new mechanic that you can theory craft a lot of cool stuff about.
Kind of where I'm at so far too, but I need to see other things in this set to determine what I'm supposed to do with all these zombie tokens because I haven't seen anything I'm excited. I'm not excited about them on their own.
Yeah, agreed. Up next is Hollowed Respite. Hollowed Respite is white-blue for a sorcery at rare. Exile target non-legendary creature, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. If it entered under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Otherwise, tap it. Flashback, 1 white-blue. Reminder, this is a rare.
It's not a rare without uses, but it's not a rare I'm particularly excited about. This would be another card I would put down as a pack 2 or 3 that I would be excited to see. If I've got maybe 3 or 4 ETBs that I'm pretty excited about on non-legendary creatures, which is a pretty big ask, but they do print a lot of cards like that these days, then there's no reason not to put this in your deck. You can also randomly just, I'll tap your dude and then kill you, which is kind of weird. It's worth noting it's a sorcery. I'm used to seeing these effects at instant. This looks playable, but not good. So I'll say pack 2 or 3.
Yeah, I'm going to wheel it. I think even in pack 2, pack 3, I'll look to wheel it. This is, was it Teferi's Time Twist or something that was Flicker put a counter?
We've seen this style of effect all over the place, and it's always like I never find anything bad to say about the card, and then I never play it.
Yeah, I think sorcery does hurt this because it doesn't do, it's not the insurance card, right? You don't protect
Yeah,
your creature from removal. So yeah, I'm going to wheel this every pack. I'll play it if I happen to have it.
yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna play this because I say that about all of those Blink ones at instant, and then I never play them because they're just not great. And
Yeah,
this is that minus the instant, so this is just trash. Never mind.
agreed, agreed. As a note, I did a check yesterday. There are 0 vanilla creatures in this set, so ETBs do
Yeah.
exist. Up next is Hungry for More. Hungry for More is black-red for a sorcery at uncommon. Create a 3/1 black and red vampire creature token with trample, lifelink, and haste. Sacrifice it at the beginning of the next end step. Flashback 1 black-red. Sayonara is asking what happens if you flicker Disturbed or Transformed card. It will come back as the front side if it is not Daybound or Nightbound. If it's Daybound or Nightbound, it comes back on whatever side the current day is. Your Disturbed card
So,
would exile as well because it exiles when it leaves the battlefield.
so not a really good idea to do this on disturbed cards.
Nope.
So Hunger for More is kind of like a fart in the night.
Yeah, yeah.
This looks like trash to me. I guess it's sort of a really hard to enable lava axe. Like it would be a 12-point life swing if you can actually make it happen. But after you've done the first part, they know about the second part.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to do this.
But this creature dies.
It does
uh,
die, so it will trigger some of your other stuff. That's fair.
yeah. It's like ball blightning, I think I've seen somebody say. Um, I don't want to play this. I feel like there's better things to be doing than this. Like, I'm trying to read it and be like, how do I make this work? What's the best case scenario? And the best case scenario is my opponent doesn't have any blockers, in which case literally anything would
Good.
be
Yeah.
winning the game. So I'll wheel this. Probably not put it in many decks.
Both of our chats are rioting.
Oh yeah.
So if a disturbed creature leaves the battlefield,
Uh-huh.
I don't think it. Okay, so let's look at that reminder tags. If it would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, exile it.
Oh, yes. Graveyard from anywhere. Not leaves the
Okay,
battlefield.
so if I exile my departed soul keeper, is it going to come back as a devoted graft keeper?
It would come back as a devoted graft keeper, yes.
Okay, so it's kind of an interesting way to rebuy those, and I still don't want it.
Yep, exactly.
Okay, good. Just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, I think I got mixed up there because if you counter a disturbed creature being cast, it goes to the graveyard from the stack and would be exiled, which is a weird caveat.
Okay, yep, that makes sense. Nice, simple set.
Yeah,
I dig it.
exactly. Welcome to 2021. Join the dance. Join the Dance is green-white for a sorcery at uncommon. Create 2 1/1 white human creature tokens. Flashback 3 green-white.
Have you seen Midsummer?
Midsummer?
Yeah, it's a really good horror movie. That this card is like just ripped from the headlines,
Oh,
um, which I dig. If you're into horror movies, that's a good one to check out. It was really good.
add it to the list.
This seems fine. It's kind of like sorcery speed, raise the alarm, and I get it flashback, so I can make more tokens. I imagine green white wants to go wide. Am I taking this like fifth pick? Once I'm like, hey, I'm in green white, let's go.
It's travel prep, right? um,
Sort of.
sort of.
Um,
Technically.
it's a 2 mana 2/2, which is better at blocking and worse at attacking, and does work with the Coven mechanic, right? Because like I'm not going to play a 1/1, but here's a way that I can get a 1/1.
Yeah, and you have excess 1/1s, so you always have that 1 power for a series of chump blocking without losing that 1 power.
Yeah, I think I would fifth pick this once I'm in. I opened a good green rare. I got 2 white removal spells. I see this. I'm like, sure, let's take it.
Yeah, I think I'm ever so slightly lower in the 6th,
Close
7th
enough.
pick. I don't think 8th is far enough, or I think 8th is too late to think to get this. But yeah, like green white's going to want to do this. As we'll see, there's a lot of green white go wide style, pump all your creature type effects. We've already seen a green white uncommon that gives all your creatures +1/+0 if you have Coven. So there's a reason to go wide, and this makes you go real wide.
It does. I like it.
Up next is Catilda, Waltzing Catilda, Dawn Heart Prime. Green white for legendary creature human warlock at rare. It's a 1/1 with protection from werewolves. A lot of the normal protection stuff doesn't matter because there's no werewolf tribal spells in this set. Basically can't be blocked by or damaged by werewolf creatures. Human creatures you control have tap, add 1 mana of any of this creature's colors. 4 green white tap, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control.
Yeah, first picking that.
It's a reason to go wide.
Yeah, well, also it's a reason to have forests and plains in your deck. One thing we haven't seen a lot of so far is mana sinks. I'm a sucker for mana sinks. I love mana sinks. I'm going to be on the lookout for more. Now, Flashback and Disturbed is sort of like a mana sink because it gives you something to do with your mana later, but you're not necessarily guaranteed to have a ton of them. So that can be an issue. This I like. This is a wonderful mana sink. I will play a 2 mana 1/1 for this ability. And the fact that it has pro werewolves does mean that it can block some things and still be relevant, even with a 1/1 body, which I dig.
Yeah, the card's great. It's an easy first pick for me. It takes a lot for me to play a 1/1, but there's a lot on this card. So
Yeah.
easy first pick. And there are a number of mana sinks in this format, which excites me.
That's all.
Up next is Kessig Naturalist. Kessig Naturalist is red-green for a creature human werewolf at uncommon. It's a 2/2. Whenever Kessig Naturalist attacks, add red or green. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. It's day-bound, which means it sets it to day if it is not day or night yet. If it becomes night, because you or your opponent didn't cast spells on your respective turns, it will become Lord of the Ulvenwald, which is a 3/3. Other wolves and werewolves you control get +1/+1, and whenever it attacks, you add red or green, and you don't lose that mana as phases end. As a reminder, if it's night, it just instantly comes in on this side.
Yeah, I was going to say this is not that impressive on the day side, and then you flip it over, and I'm like, oh crap, this is a werewolf lord. So that went from, this card's interesting. This is pretty good. I could see second picking this and speculating. Because I imagine green red is the werewolf color. It typically is. And if I can get 10 werewolves, this thing's going to be absurd. If I can't, it's going to be absolutely fine in my green red deck. And if I don't get to play green red, I'm sad.
Yeah, huge reason to get into werewolves here. This is not a reward for werewolves. This is a instant reason for me to be getting into that as soon as possible. So easy second, third pick here. I'll take a bomb over it. It would have to be the best removal in the world for me, I think, to take the removal over this. It's a very good card.
Yeah, agreed.
Up next is Liesa, Forgotten Archangel. Archangel. Liesa is 2 white and a black for a legendary creature angel at rare. She's a 4/5 flying lifelink. So that's great right there. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, return that card to its owner's hand at the beginning of the next end step. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead.
Yeah, I'm gonna first pick that too. That seems great.
Kind of surprised this isn't Mythic.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's hard for me to envision a scenario where this card is bad. Like if I'm behind in a board state where I don't have any creatures, I've got a 4/5 lifelink flying blocker. If I'm ahead slightly, I can just play this and then send my team in. GG's. If they're blocking with a disturbed creature, they're not getting the value. If they block any of my stuff and kill it, like this has just got a powerful card written all over it. So I'm going to pick it, and it's also easy to splash with only a single black pip. I don't know if we have Evolving Wilds or Traveler's Amulet yet. Usually Innistrad would have one of those. So if we do, I'm even higher on this than first pick it.
We can definitely splash in this set. Not
All
three
right,
colors,
let's go.
but we can splash. Up next is Ludovic Necrogenius. Ludovic Necrogenius is blue-black for a legendary creature human wizard at rare. It's a 2/3. Whenever Ludovic enters the battlefield or attacks, mill a card. Pay X blue, blue, black, black, and exile X target creature cards from your graveyard. Transform Ludovic. X cannot be 0. Activate this only as a sorcery. Ludovic turns into Olog, Ludovic's Hubris, which is a legendary creature zombie. It's a 4/4. As this creature transforms into Olog, it becomes a copy of a creature card exiled with it, except its name is Olog. It's a 4/4. It's a legendary blue-black zombie, in addition to its other creature types, and I think it also enjoys long walks on the beach. Put a number of +1/+1 counters on Olog equal to the number of creature cards exiled with it. Does it walk?
So
Maybe it slithers.
long slithers on the beach.
Yeah.
I mean, it's got kind of like angry paperclip legs.
Yeah, kind of.
Okay, so this is a 2-mana 2/3 that's going to mill me for 1. I'm probably interested in that anyway.
Repeatable mill.
Yeah, it is repeatable mill, which is kind of neat. I could conceivably attack with it and get a couple mills going, which I would probably like. So I think what I'm digging about this card is this is a 2-drop that's good on turn 2, and later is going to be even better. Because I can copy something else and get its abilities in text, but it'll be a 4/4, which is nice. So this looks pretty good. I think I would be happy to second pick this, but would probably first pick it over a lot of other things too. Like a 2-drop that's good on turn 2 and still relevant late game is a card I like very much, and that's what this is. It kind of reminds me of like a Saraform hybrid from the Ravnica set.
Yeah, kind of. It sort of gives Eternalize to a creature in your graveyard, plus
Sort of.
counters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I'll first pick it, because I really want to play it. Blue-black is my second favorite combo to play in older sets, at least, after blue-red. I suspect it's likely a little bit closer to second, third. I think there could be just, efficient single color removal that's going to be better than this. So realistically, I'll go second, third.
Yeah, I like it. ATBs don't trigger when a card transforms because it is not entering the battlefield. It is just changing state.
Yeah, if you're an older player who played Origins, it might confuse you because Flipwalkers do exile when they transform and then re-enter the battlefield. That's because they would have no loyalty counters if they didn't do that.
Yeah. Or they could have just changed it when this card transformed. Anyway.
Yeah. Up next is Old Stick Fingers. Old Stick Fingers is X black-green for a legendary creature horror at rare. It's a star. When you cast this spell, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal X creature cards. Put all creature cards revealed this way into your graveyard, then put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Old Stick Fingers' power and toughness are each equal to the number of creature cards in your graveyard. So here you go. You just drafted this rare with the other rare for spider spawning, and you've done it.
I mean, you ever get both of them, I'll do it, man. I'm game. So Sticky Fingers is 2-mana XX, where X is the number of creatures in your graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
And if I've got extra mana laying around, I can just make it bigger if I'm willing to bend my own creatures.
Yep.
And now, does it say Power toughness equals the number. Yeah, just number of creatures in your graveyard. I typically don't like this style of creature, but this one looks playable to me, where some of the other ones don't, because it can enable itself. And I know that we're playing this in a set with Mill. It is just kind of an arbitrarily large creature without trample, evasion, or any relevant abilities. So it kind of like a payoff and an enabler, which means I'd really want to play it with other payoffs and other enablers. But I can see playing this. I just don't know where I'm supposed to pick it.
Yeah, I don't really want this as just a big creature. I want to be caring about creatures in my yard. I want to be having disturb. I don't think there's any disturb in black green. Maybe very little if there is. I want the reanimation spells, I guess. I want other reasons to be playing this other than it might be a big creature because it doesn't have trample, it doesn't have any evasions or anything like that.
Yeah, that's my issue too.
It is nice that it could be a black green 6/6. Like you just happen to have six creatures in the graveyard already.
Yeah, 2 mana 6/6 is pretty good. Like I said, it's an enabler and a payoff, and it could get large fast depending on how you're doing it. And also, all of these black green cards are just screaming at us to fill up our graveyard. There's a payoff. Don't worry. I don't know what it is yet, but for it to be realistic, there needs to be at least an uncommon payoff, preferably a common one. So I'm going to keep my eyes open as we're going through the individual colors, and we can get some more knowledge there.
Yeah, so
So far, I'm on like maybe six pick this.
sixth through eighth first pack, like second. This might be one of those second, third pack rares, but better than that because you'll still play this.
Yeah, that's the thing I can't really complain about it. And I want to trust that if they're telling me fill up your graveyard, we'll get you there, that they probably will. But it is possible they just whiffed on it.
Yeah, yeah. So I'll sit at sixth through eighth to start with this, and then we'll see what actually happens.
I
Up next is Rem Carolus, Stalwart Slayer. Rem is 1 red white for a legendary creature human knight at rare. They're a 2/3 with flying and haste. If a spell would deal damage to you or another permanent you control, prevent that damage. If a spell would deal damage to an opponent or a permanent an opponent controls, it deals that much damage +1 instead.
I hate cards like this. They're just like, hey, your removal doesn't work now. Have fun.
Yeah.
Like I don't like this design. The card's very good. It looks first pickable to me. Not everybody is using damage to do their removal, but if you're playing a green red deck, this card just basically says, "Screw you, you can't kill anything."
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, I don't like that from a design standpoint. I don't like it when my opponent's cards or even my cards limit the gameplay in that fashion. But I don't get to design the cards; I just get to play with them, and I'm going to first pick it too.
It doesn't turn off green removal because green removal is the creature dealing the damage through a fight or a bite.
Sure, I can kill this, but if this is the thing that's not killing me, I can't kill their other stuff. Like you can ignore a 2/3 flyer at some amount of time in the late game, but like imagine you're waiting to top deck a removal spell. Instead of if it would deal damage to you or another permanent. So green has non-fight damaging spells.
Fight spells say the creature deals damage to the other creature. So the spell's not dealing the damage, the creature is dealing the damage in a fight spell.
Okay, so it's just hosing red instead.
Yeah, it just hyper hoses red.
Okay,
And
I still don't like it, and I'm still
it,
first picking it.
it's bad game design. It's bad, unfun game design. But yeah, it's a great card. You'll first pick it. It's a 2/3 flying haste in 3. That's already cool. And there's a lot of red burn. You know, I'll tease you right now that there's sometimes lightning bolt in this set.
Am I first picking this? Because this is Sky Knight Legionnaire.
Mm-hmm. It's a good card.
It's a Sky Knight Legionnaire with Flag Bearer, which was a good card, but that was a common, right?
Was it? Yeah, it was. Yeah.
And it wasn't that busted. It's pretty good.
I think I'm first picking it, but maybe I'm not because I'll take the hyper efficient removal. But second,
Yeah, I
third.
think I might have gotten rare blinded here. Because like this is okay, but like the more I read through it, I'm like, I don't know. Flying's pretty good in every set, sure. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying I open a pack that has this and decent removal spells in one color. Am I taking this? Probably not. So move me down to third pick.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'll be in second, third pick. There's a lot of red burn that I want to get, but you can't just guarantee that.
Yeah.
Inconstructed. Up next is Rite of Harmony. Rite of Harmony is green-white for an instant at rare. Whenever a creature or enchantment enters the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card. Flashback 2 green-white.
What? Whenever a creature or enchantment enters the battlefield under your control this turn, draw a card. This just looks like trash.
Absolute garbage.
Yeah, okay, let's F it.
It's basically the same reason as the copy a spell thing. You're tacking 2 mana onto creatures to hopefully draw a card. You're not like, so what's the ideal here? You do this with the dance thing, so you pay 4 mana to get 2 1/1s and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, it's a constructed or commander thing with a big mana deck, which is cool. That's probably why it's at rare, so we don't have to see it at uncommon and be disappointed all the time.
Yeah, it's too much work and you'll die with it in your hand. So F.
Yeah.
Up next is Rite of Oblivion. Rite of Oblivion is white-black for a sorcery at uncommon. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a non-land permanent. Exile target non-land permanent. Flashback for 2 white-black.
So I can get rid of my human tokens or my decayed zombie tokens and kill something relevant.
Yep. As a note, it is sorcery, so you won't be able to get the full value out of those decayed tokens, but yeah.
I don't usually like bone splinters. Like, it's usually bad.
I'm usually fine with 1. But this can...
I'm not. Every single set that Bone Splinters has been in, it's just been bad. It's been worse than something better you could do. It was like the last one we saw it in was Zendikar Rising functionally, right? Wasn't there a Bone Splinters variant there? It was just bad. Yeah, it's cool to exile their things, but I just don't like this. I guess not in non-land permanent means we could get a planeswalker, we could get an equipment. This is another card where I'm like, I look at it and I can't really say anything terrible about it, and it looks playable, but I know I'm never going to get to play this because I will not take it high enough.
Yeah, I think I'm just higher on Bone Splinters in general. Not too high. Like I'm still on, usually Wheel, you can get a Bone Splinters variant. This is cute. If Investigate actually existed in this set, it would be cute to like sack a token or like a clue token. But Investigate doesn't exist in this set. There's just a couple of cards that happen to say it, really. So I'm on the wheel.
All right, well, I'll go with you there. Wheel it. That means I'll never get to play with this card.
Yeah, for sure. Up next is Root Coil Creeper. Root Coil Creeper is green-blue for a creature plant horror at uncommon. It's a 2/2. Tap to add 1 mana of any color. Tap to add 2 mana of any one color. Spend this mana only to cast spells from your graveyard. Green-blue tap, exile Root Coil Creeper. Return target card with flashback you own from exile to your hand.
Me. This card looks really good.
Uh-huh.
That's infinite value and the mana sink I sought. I'm going to first pick this card. I probably shouldn't. I think I would be happily picking this third, but I will go after this. That does a lot of things, and all of them, yeah, Boris got it. That does a lot of things, and they all seem great.
Yeah.
Sign me up. First pick it.
Yeah, 2 mana Dork is exactly what you want. It fixes your mana. Double mana if you are flashbacking or disturbing. I think this enables your potential 3-color decks. It certainly enables your 1-card splashes. And then just getting all those flashback spells, which I guess would mostly be from blue. I don't think there's a super ton of green flashback spells. But yeah, it's a fantastic card. Second, third pick is where I want it as well.
Yeah, it does exile itself. So it's not going to be doing it forever and ever. But like it's going to allow me to ramp out cards, cast my flashback spells, and then once it's irrelevant because I've got a bazillion lands, I can cash it in for something cool.
Mm-hmm.
So this fits my category of a 2-drop that does something later. And I guess calling it a true mana sink isn't correct, but I like this card.
Yeah, great card. Love it. Up next is Sacred Fire. Sacred Fire is red-white for an instant at uncommon. Sacred Fire deals 2 damage to any target, and you gain 2 life. Flashback for red-white.
I know how much stuff this kills.
There is a graph going around. I don't know offhand.
My guess would be this is going to kill 2 drops and not really interact with much else. The flashback's nice. It going face is nice.
If I quickly read this graph correctly, 2 toughness is about 44 to 48% of the format, depending on if it's day or night.
It really sets us in a scenario where this is probably not that great. This card is super good. I'm sorry. I don't see how this card is super good. Was Shock good in Kaladesh?
I didn't hate Shock. This does hit face. You do have a whole bunch of zombie tokens at 2, which would deny them their energy resource, of course.
Those are going to die
um,
anyway.
yeah.
Here's my thing. What this card is essentially doing is trading for a 2-drop and then giving you a little bit of life cushion, which is nice. Kill 2 cards, maintain life, love it. I don't like this. I don't think we're killing cards that are actually going to be relevant is my biggest concern. Like the value proposition is there, but I, I and I'll certainly play this if I'm in red white. I'm not going to pick it high enough to ever get to play with it again because I'm looking to maybe 6th pick this.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm right around
Yeah, I
6th
think
pick.
that's where I am. I'll play this in every red white deck, but I'm not looking for it highly. If there's 2 mana, 3 damage, it's better.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to kill. So one bad thing about, that graph, for example, is it only kills 48% of the format. What percentage of flyers does this kill? Because flyers are X1s, X2s, and
Sure.
those are
I'm just
scary.
saying, by the time you actually flash it back, it's not killing anything that matters. It's just not.
It could kill your opponent. But yeah, I'm playing this in every red-white deck. I'm just picking it around 6th pick, I think.
Okay, because I don't like it. It needs to do more damage. It needs to flash back for cheaper. It needs to be cheaper. I don't know. I can see that it does a lot of stuff. I don't dig it.
Yeah, and we will see better burn in mono red as well. That even
All
hits
right.
face. Up next is Sigarda, Champion of Light, who is 1 green, white, white for a legendary creature angel at Mythic. She's a 4/4 with flying and trample. Humans you control get +1/+1. Coven, whenever Sigarda attacks, if you have Coven, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a human creature card from among them, put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order.
There you go. You're first picking that and you're putting it in your deck, and you might even splash the green.
Yep, 4/4 Flample in the human colors. Easy.
Sold.
Up next is Siphon Insight. Siphon Insight is blue-black for an instant at rare. Look at the top 2 cards of target opponent's library. Exile one of them face down and put the other on the bottom of that library. You may look at and play the exiled card for as long as it remains exiled, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color to cast that spell. Flashback 1 blue-black.
Saw somebody on Twitter asking how this card could possibly be good, and Alex Hain, who I adore, responded with, "You might want to think twice about that." And I was like, this guy gets it. He gets it.
Yep.
I like what this card is offering. I don't know that I'm quite ready to first pick it, but what it's offering you is all of the flexibility of think twice. You're going to have to look at your opponent's deck instead of your own, but turn 2 cycling this essentially to look for a land drop that you need or an early play that you could have is nice. Flashing it back later at instant speed lets you leave up mana for counter spells or other mana sinks that you may have. This is a card I'll quite happily play.
Yeah, for
This is
anybody,
significantly better than Prisoners from AFR because you get to do it twice and flash it back. If this looks worse than Prisoners, which, by the way, Prisoners is probably my favorite card from AFR, but if this looks worse than Prisoners, it may be because you haven't played with Flashback before, because this is significantly better than Prisoners.
well, Prisoners wasn't even as long as it remains exiled, was it?
No, it wasn't. You had to do it right then.
Yeah, I think anybody who's giving this an F is missing that. As soon as you cast this, you have drawn that card, and that card exists in your fake 4th hand, I guess, at this point in Magic. You have that card for the rest of the game. Cast it whenever you want. You have drawn that card.
Yeah, this is good. Like you could happily turn 2 this and then turn 3 it. And it says play, not cast, right?
Yeah. So you can play the land.
Yes, you can get lands if you need them. This is really good.
Agreed.
Probably still on 3rd or 4th pick, unless it's pack 2 or 3, and I'm already in blue black. At which point I want this. This is doing all of the things I would have wanted Sacred Fire to do, because this is going to do relevant things for me. Whereas I think Sacred Fire is just going to, if I have it on turn 2, I can kill a 2-drop with it, and then when I flash it back, it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm going to pick this very highly when I'm in blue-black in pack 2 and pack 3. And in pack 1, I'm very happy with like fourth, I think.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's a super good card. I suspect it's only a rare because rare is typically the world of looking at your opponent's stuff and taking your opponent's stuff. It feels like this could be an uncommon.
Yeah, power level wise, it's certainly there. And that's why I
Yeah.
said I would want to fourth pick it, but I'll probably never get to play with it if I do that. But whatever, I don't have to play with it, but it's still a good card.
Yeah. And it's also instant. Like it just hold up your bounce spells, hold up your removal spells, hold up your counter spells if you happen to have them.
Mhm.
Up next is Slogurk, the Over Slime. Slogurk sounds like knockoff frozen yogurt or something, is 1 green blue for a legendary creature ooze. At rare, it's a 3/3 with trample. Whenever a land card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, put a +1/+1 counter on Slogurk. Remove 3 +1/+1 counters from Slogurk, return it to its owner's hand. When Slogurk leaves the battlefield, return up to 3 target lands from your graveyard to your hand.
All right, so there's some cute stuff going on there. How am I getting lands into the graveyard? Via self-mill, I suppose.
I guess,
So
yeah.
this is a Centaur Courser that if I'm doing self-mill will get a little bit larger.
Yeah.
I
It's a
don't
Centaur
really,
Courser with very inconsistent growth.
very inconsistent growth. If I happen to grow it to a 6/6 and then my opponent wants to use a removal spell on it, I can save it and try to do it again.
Yeah, and you draw those land cards, and somehow you try to then get those land cards out of your hand into your graveyard.
Yeah, or you're just happy that they didn't kill your 6/6 and you got a 3/3 out of the deal. This seems fine. I don't think you're going to first pick it. But if I see this going by third or fourth and I'm in blue green, yeah, I'll probably take it.
It's a card for Commander because people wanted a legendary use, basically. It's a fine card. 3/3 for 3 trample, sold. I can try to get a counter or 2 on this and be happy. I could throw something on this to give it, extra stuff for that trample damage. It's fine. I'll pick it 5th through 7th, maybe. Probably never see it because people go, ooh, legendary ooze, and pick it.
Yeah,
Up next
agreed.
is
I'm with you.
Up next is Storm Skrillex. Storm Skrillex is 3 blue red for a creature Drake Horror at uncommon. It's a 2/4 flyer. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Storm Skrillex gets +2/+0 until end of turn.
So Storm Skrillex is your kind of card, eh?
Hell yeah. Remember
I don't
Mercurial
like it.
Geists?
No, I don't. I have no idea what that card is.
It was
I'm
Eldritch Moon.
serious. I don't remember Mercurial Guys.
It was Eldritch Moon. It was +2/+0 when you cast a spell, I think.
I'm looking it
+3/+7.
up. Oh yeah, that card was terrible.
That was amazing.
Okay, yeah. I knocked this card down to a 4 mana card, and I think I'm kind of interested in it. This looks too expensive to me.
It is a little expensive. I think you're paying for that instant sorcery discount, which is at turn 5 and later, not that huge, unfortunately. But this is the payoff that I'm looking for the blue-red spells decks.
I don't think I like it, but I mean, do your thing, Chicken Wing. I hope you have fun with it. I'm probably never going to get to play with this card because I could sort of see taking it sixth if I'm in blue-red spells. And I hope that we're in a format where I can cast understated 5-drops, but that hasn't been a thing you could do in Magic in the past 15 years.
That's fair. But I'm taking this second, third pick and getting into blue-red every time.
Yeah, I know you're going to do it anyway. I can't stop you, and I don't want to stop you. Have fun, but
yeah, people are asking flashback is a cast, yes. So all your flashback blue-red spells are double triggering this. I do hope that 5 mana is not too much. There's definitely been entire archetypes that are supported in the card text that have been ruined by draft formats just being too fast or whatever. So yeah, I'll hope that's not the case here. Up next is Sunrise Cavalier. Sunrise Cavalier is 1 red white for a creature human knight at uncommon. It's a 3/3 with trample and haste. If it's neither day nor night, it becomes day as Sunrise Cavalier enters the battlefield. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control.
Okay, that's interesting. I think I would be happy to second or third pick this. There seem to be a lot of Centaur Courser variants here, and this one seems not bad to me. You'd probably have some werewolves in your red deck too, so maybe that's good. It does appear that I'm just saying everybody gets a 3 mana 3/3, and you're thinking you could play a 5 mana 2/4. But okay, we'll let that go.
Mind
But
flies.
this thing seems pretty good. Does it trigger on its own and it's a 4/4 when you play it?
No, because whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, if it's nothing,
Okay,
that's nothing
then
becoming
nothing
day.
happens. Okay. So it's a Centaur Courser that might eventually throw you a counter somewhere. Seems fine, third pickable.
Like, this is infinitely better than the ooze, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
which I think I
easy.
said I might take fifth-ish.
I think so, yeah. So I'm on second, third pick here. I could see first picking this out of some packs. This is super good.
Yeah, that seems okay.
Up next is Teferi, who slows the sunset. Teferi is 2 white-blue for a legendary Planeswalker Teferi at Mythic with 4 loyalty counters, +1. Choose up to 1 target artifact, up to 1 target creature, and up to 1 target land. Untap the chosen permanent you control. Tap the chosen permanent you don't control. You gain 2 life. -2, look at the top 3 cards of your library. Put 1 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. -7, you get an emblem with untap all permanents you control during each opponent's untap step, and you draw a card during each opponent's draw step.
This actually doesn't look that broken.
Not really, no. Like, what are you
Like,
doing with this?
you're drawing some cards and you're getting a decent amount of card selection. If you can defend this at all, you're probably going to look at 6 cards and draw 2 of them over the course of 2 turns while gaining some life and giving a creature vigilance, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, so it's like 2 anticipates.
Yeah, and then your opponent is going to need to like interact with it and attack it and gain you some life, so it's functionally gaining some life there. Like I'm probably going to first pick this, but it's worth noting that if you like play this on turn 4 but don't really have any way to defend it, you're not building your board, and your opponent's probably going to be able to kill it. So
Yeah.
this is the way the planeswalkers are in this set. I think I'll be very happy.
Well, you
I
compare
don't
this
even
to
think this is really
Arlen.
good. I think this
You
is just fine.
you compare this to Arlen, who comes down and makes 2 2/2s.
Yeah, that's
That's defending
pretty good.
itself.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is still Planeswalker. It is still first pick. They have to interact with you, or you're going to be gaining 2 life a bunch. You're going to be, on tapping stuff. You're going to be getting that card selection every few turns, plus the first turn it comes down. I don't think you're ever desperately trying to get this to the -7, but if you do, cool. It's more card draw and guaranteed card draw even if they do then deal with Teferi. But yeah, this is what I want for limited Planeswalkers. It's a good first pickable mythic card.
Yeah.
It's not ending the game the second you play it.
Yeah, I could see scenarios where somebody plays a Teferi and you still win the game.
Yeah, easily. Yeah.
That doesn't mean I'm not first picking it. I will. I guess it means I'll be more willing to abandon it than I would some like the Battle for Zendikar Gideon. Like it's just
Yeah.
like, oh, okay, cool, I'm white now. Whereas
Yeah.
this is like, hey, it'd be cool if we're blue white, but it's also cool if we're not.
Yeah. Agreed. Up next is Tovolar, Dire Overlord. Tovolar is 1 red-green for a legendary creature human werewolf at rare. It's a 3/3. Whenever a wolf or werewolf you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 3 or more wolves and/or werewolves, it becomes night. Then transform any number of human werewolves you control. That clause is just so that this flips the old werewolves as well.
Okay.
On the backside, we've got Tovolar, the Midnight Scourge, which is a 4/4 werewolf. Whenever a wolf or werewolf you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, same as the front. And it's got X red-green. Target wolf or werewolf you control gets +X/+0 and gains trample until end of turn. It's got its own Kessig Wolf Run on the back.
Yeah, okay. I'm first picking this too. This seems pretty good.
Yeah, great card. If you somehow don't end up in werewolves, it's a great card. And if you do, cool. Even better.
I don't know how you could not end up in werewolves in green red. That seems like it would be disappointing to me. But I mean, whatever. This card looks good. There's other rares I'd rather open.
Yeah.
But sure, let's go.
Yeah. Easy first pick. Up next is Unnatural Moonrise. Unnatural Moonrise is red-green for a sorcery at uncommon. It becomes night. Until end of turn, target creature gets +1/+0 and gains trample, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Flashback to red-green.
There was functionally a card in the original Innistrad set that flipped all your werewolves, and it wasn't good.
Yeah, Moon Mist.
I don't think this is going to be good either.
Agreed.
Because I'm putting a bad card in my deck to make it night, but I could just not play any cards.
Yeah.
And it would be night, right?
Yeah, you could just not play any cards and be night. If it is already night, this is just +1/+0 and trample and.
Hope I can cycle it, but I might not be able to. This is garbage. I'm never playing this.
Yeah,
This
I'm
is
on an
why
F
we
on
have
this.
F.
Yeah, I don't want to play it at all.
You got to jump through some hoops to replace this, my dude or dudette. This does
Yeah.
not replace itself, and it doesn't do anything. So I'm out on this one. This is just trash.
Yeah. As a fun note, Moon Mist doesn't flip the new werewolves because it'll try to flip them, and then they go, "Hey, no, it's still day," and then they stay on the day side.
Yeah.
Up next is Vadrik Astral Archmage. Vadrik Astral Archmage is 1 blue-red for a legendary creature human wizard at rare. It's a 1/2 if it's neither day nor night. It becomes day as Vadrik ETBs. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost X less to cast, where X is Vadrik's power, so it starts at 1. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, put a +1/+1 counter on Vadrik.
Okay, chat's still arguing with me about this other one. And if your opponent can consistently make day, that means they're casting 2 spells every turn. And you can make it night, but just not doing anything. It makes it night before combat. Sure, but again, your opponent can't stop you from making it night every turn. This is not worth a card. If this was on, let's say that it said deal 3 damage to target creature, it becomes night. Heck yeah, this is a great card, but the effect is just worthless. That's the problem. It's not nothing, but it's not worth a card. There's my concern.
Yeah, it does give your team trample, which means you are going to just oops win sometimes, but you're also probably just going to be able to attack in anyways and oops win the next turn.
It's not even your team, it's one creature. I don't know.
Oh, it is.
Maybe
Right.
Like maybe it does something in constructed, but this is just garbage.
Yeah.
If opponent is casting 2 spells each turn and you're casting nothing, you'll lose. That's correct. So you can choose to cast things. My point is they can't cast 2 spells a turn forever because it's limited. They will run out of cards, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you don't. If your deck needs it to be night that bad, then your deck just sucks. Like,
agreed.
Yeah, like again, have fun in Commander, do something in Constructed. From limited point of view, this card is trash. Moving along to pattern.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is very similar to that red-white card that we saw earlier, right? In that it comes into play, it becomes day, and as it starts to shift, this will put counters on itself.
Yeah, it's a non-werewolf that does kind of care about day and night, not in a flippy way, but in a other way.
It's reducing the cost of my spells, which is kind of cute, but I don't think I like this, John. I think this is worse than the red-white dude.
It's worse than the red-white dude, for sure. Definitely worse. I'm picking it highly.
I don't even know that I want to play this.
I want to play it
highly.
Yeah, it goes in the blue-red deck. It's a 3 mana that makes my my spells cheaper. I don't quite know what my blue-red spells decks are going to look just yet. But I expect to be playing a lot of spells and a lot of flashback spells. So making them cheaper starting on turn 3 is going to be a big bonus. Ideally, I can be double spelling and then passing the turn and holding up instant spells, so I could be flipping day and night regularly. I have a lot of hope for this card, so I'm probably going to start picking it relatively highly around second, third. But if the deck doesn't work out, the card's trash.
Yeah, that I don't like that this can't block. You make this a 2/3, and all of a sudden I'm very into this card. The fact that I have to like go through the cycle first to get a 2/3 is what has me a little concerned. Because there's times where I'm behind and I need to block with something, and this is my 3 drop, and then I can't. So blue red seems to me not to be the spells archetype, to be the understated creatures archetype in a world of overstated creatures in green, which makes me really nervous to put something like this in my deck. Uh, sure, I'll say I will fourth pick it now and believe that that archetype exists. Like I was saying, maybe the black green deck actually exists. But I need to see a lot more to make me interested in this.
Yeah, there is every chance that modern statted creatures just break the deck, unfortunately. But I'm going to hold out
Yeah.
hope to start.
Okay. I hope it works too. I'd love to play it as well.
All right. Up next is Vampire Socialite. Vampire Socialite is black-red for a creature vampire noble at uncommon. She's a 2/2 with menace. When Vampire Socialite enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on each other vampire you control. As long as an opponent lost life this turn, each other vampire you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter on it.
Looks pretty dang good. I
Yeah,
could see first picking this out of some packs, and I like it a lot better than Badrick. This is not asking much.
I can
This
see
is
first pick in
saying,
some packs.
yeah, same. Like I think I actually would want to get this around third pick and then say,
Mm-hmm.
oh, okay, cool, let's get into this. But out of a relatively weak pack, I would happily first pick this. And I don't even have to be a dedicated vampire deck. If I've got 3 other vampires in the deck, this is fine. If I've got no other vampires in the deck, this is pretty fine. It's a 2/2 with menace.
Yeah,
I don't have anything bad to say about this. This is just value.
yeah. The floor is super low on it. Or yeah, high. The floor is super high on
Or
this.
high.
Um, I want it around third. I'm taking removal over this. I'm taking bombs over this. So I'll go third and try to get into vampires. And if I whiff, it's still totally fine.
Yeah, that's where I'm at too.
Up next is Wake to Slaughter. Wake to Slaughter is 3 black red for a sorcery at rare. Choose up to 2 target creature cards in your graveyard. An opponent chooses one of them. Return that card to your hand. Return the other to the battlefield under your control. It gains haste. Exile it at the beginning of the next end step. Flashback 4 black red.
What? Okay. So I cast this. I'm drawing one creature from my graveyard. The other one's coming into play, but it has to attack now,
Yeah,
and it's going to die.
yeah.
I can do it again later. I don't even like this that much.
Yeah.
It's decent value. I'd probably play this some in some decks.
It's
Maybe
real
I might
expensive.
not even there. Yeah, this is expensive, and I got to go through all these hoops. I don't know, man. I don't like this. Do you
Yeah,
like this?
not remotely.
If you don't like this, it's probably bad.
Yeah, I'm on an F for this. It's very expensive for what it does. You can sometimes somehow have no creatures, so it could be a dead card. Um, I don't know if you're returning 4 cards out of this for 7, 8, 9, 11 mana. There's a. It's too much. It's way too much. It's way, way, way too much.
If we're in a format where this card is good, I'm really gonna like it.
That is
So
true.
I'm gonna hold out hope that you can do something like this. But yeah, I mean, this is certainly something you can do, Mercury. That's not the concern. The question is like, can I spend 5 mana? Am I gonna? You can't turn five this, right?
No.
This is not a turn five play. So this is something that you're looking to do on turn 8 or 9. Not all formats are you're not still playing Magic on turn 8 or 9 in a lot of formats. So that is my question. We will see. But
Yeah.
for right now, I'm looking to wheel this. I really hope I change my mind on this.
Yeah. I'm starting on F. We'll see if it goes
Yeah.
up. Up next is Winterthorn Blessing. Winterthorn Blessing is green blue for a sorcery at uncommon. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to 1 target creature you control. Tap up to 1 target creature you don't control, and that creature doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. Flashback for 1 green blue.
Wow, that's a weird pairing.
Yeah, it's sorcery speed Frost Breath with a counter.
Yeah, that's some really weird stuff going on. Um, I have no idea how to evaluate this. I need to see the green and blue comments before I can really make a decision on that. I don't imagine it can be terrible, But if you're behind, it's obviously garbage.
Yeah,
Dave thinks this will be
really.
a decent card, and it's going to be underrated by me. Maybe.
I really wish this was instant. Like Frost
This
Breath
would be
was instant.
absurd if it was instant.
I think it would be absurd. It would be an uncommon, which this is for some reason. I think this could,
Yeah.
this probably can't be a common because there would be too many of them.
This isn't uncommon because they probably don't want gold common cards in this set, and I think
Oh
that's
yeah,
the
yeah,
only
yeah,
reason.
yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Travel
Because
prep.
it's certainly not their own power level.
Yeah,
Yeah, there's
agreed.
board states where you can seal a win with a fog too, but you're not main decking a fog, Dave. I'm excited to do another set review with Dave in the future. But yeah, I don't want this.
The upside is like blue will have a bunch of flyers, I guess, that would love a counter or two, but
I mean, I'm saying I don't want this and that I'm not excited about this card. You should probably still pick this around sixth or seventh. If you see it there, it may mean that blue green specifically is open.
yeah, I would take this 6th through 8th.
Okay, I
And
think we're probably about the same spot there then.
I'd always play the first one, I think.
Yeah, if I'm in blue green, I'm certainly playing one of these for
I don't know
sure.
about stacking up on them though. Do we want to jump into artifacts and lands quickly? There's not many.
Yeah, we probably should, but I'm about to pee on myself.
Fair.
So if I can get like 2 seconds, I'll run back and we can do those.
Sure thing. I'll do the same.
Okay, we'll be right back with you for chat.
All right, so up first we got Mystic Skull. Mystic Skull is 2 generic mana for an artifact at uncommon. Pay 1 tap, add 1 mana of any color. Pay 5 tap, transform Mystic Skull into Mystic Monstrosity. 5/6 for an artifact creature construct with lands you control, have tap, add 1 mana of any color.
This card seems pretty bad to me. Why would I want this?
Do you hate Prophetic Prism?
No. Where does this say draw a card?
Pay 5. It says you draw 5/6. It says you draw 5 mana 5/6 every time, guaranteed.
Yeah, but no, that means this is a 7 mana 5/6. I don't want a 7 mana 5/6.
It's a Prophetic Prism that draws you a 5 mana 5/6.
I suppose that's one way you could think of it.
If I want to splash, I'm pretty happy to have this Mystic Skull, I think. Because if my Prophetic Prism drew me a 5 mana 5/6, I'd be okay.
Am I just wrong about this? Because I hate filtering stuff, and I didn't like Prophetic Prism that much. Like generally speaking, with Prophetic Prism, I would play it in sets that had artifact synergies where I could use it to whatever the convoke thing was. I could blink it. Like
yeah, Kaladesh had a lot more reasons to play it for sure.
This is just I want really crappy fixing, and then later I get a 5/6. And if I top deck it, I guess I just drew a 7 mana 5/6, which I guess is okay.
Yeah, if I'm splashing a card and I'm not in green, I'm pretty happy to have one of these.
I'm probably not splashing a card then, if this is what I have to do it.
There is Evolving Wilds that's going to be better for sure. And there's a lot of green options that will do it for you.
Okay, I don't think I'll play this card.
I'm going to put it on the wheel, and I assume I can easily get this on the wheel, but I do.
Okay,
like
so we
that,
both think this sucks. Okay, cool, got it.
I think other people think it sucks more than I do, and therefore I'll get it where I want it.
Okay, there's going to be people that think this card is good. Is the difference?
Yeah, for sure. Oh, it is a tapped 5/6, isn't it? Because I have to tap it to transform it. Yeah. We'll see.
But it's 7 mana 5/6. It's tapped. That seems pretty good to me.
Up next is Hostile Hostile. Hostile Hostile is a land at Mythic. Tap to add a colorless mana. Pay 1 tap, sacrifice a creature. Put a soul counter on Hostile Hostile. Then if there are 3 or more soul counters on it, remove those counters, transform it, then untap it. Activate only as a sorcery. The backside is Creeping In. Creeping In is an artifact creature horror construct. It's a 3/7. Whenever Creeping In attacks, you may exile a creature card from your graveyard. If you do, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of creature cards exiled with Creeping In. Pay 4. Creeping In phases out.
The card name is fantastic. The card name is obviously first pickable. Hostile, hostile, and creeping in.
Yeah.
Like that is wonderful. Now, what am I supposed to do with this? I guess I want a bunch of them zombie tokens.
Yeah. But no, because you can only activate this as a sorcery speed, so you can't attack with the zombie and sack it. You have to just sack it
Uh,
casually in your main phase.
I just have to be like, whatever. I'm going to throw away 3 cards to transform this.
Yep.
I mean, we're going to have some fodder randomly, sure. I don't know that this makes me crazy excited. I need to see how many decay tokens I'm going to have because this looks like some wacky constructed deck. Like, it is turning into a 3/7 that's functionally very difficult to kill if I keep 4 mana up for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Intangibles asking attack with zombie sack in second main. No, the zombies sacrifice at the end of combat, so you'd never get a chance.
Yeah. So I can disturb creatures you aren't on a card. There's some sack synergies. All right, you show me the deck because I don't think I want to play a colorless land for this effect currently.
Yeah, I'm there as well. I think this is too much work to get a 3/7 that you exile a creature card from your graveyard, so you can't even grab your opponent's graveyard. I think it's too much work for me.
I think it is too. That said, you could take this early and try to build around it, and then. But I always get worried about building around one card.
Hmm.
But if there is a huge sacrifice synergy where there's tons of fodder and tons of things to sacrifice it to, sure, obviously this is going to be good in it, but it's really difficult to evaluate this card without having seen the entire set. So my
Yeah,
initial run on it is like this card by itself, if slotted into any other format, would be trash.
yeah,
So there really need to be a lot of random zombies laying around. If so, then yeah, this is going to be pretty good.
yeah. Agreed. If the deck exists, sure. I just don't know that I'm seeing it just yet.
That's where I'm at.
All right, so let's go back to the start of the artifacts.
Okay.
Up first, we've got the Celestus. The Celestus is 3 generic mana for a legendary artifact at rare. If it's neither day nor night, it becomes day as the Celestus ETBs. Tap to add 1 mana of any color, so it's a manalith. Pay 3 tap. If it's night, it becomes day, otherwise it becomes night. Activate only as a sorcery. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you gain a life. You may draw a card. If you do, discard a card.
This looks great. I'll first pick this. Why would I not take this and put it in literally every deck and be happy about it?
So it's 3 mana, gain a life, draw a card, or gain a life, loot.
3 mana and fix me for literally any color.
And yeah,
This,
manalith.
yeah, so it's a manalith that lets me loot later. I love looting. So there's that, and it lets me fiddle with night and day if I have anything that cares about that. But again, you can do that by just playing or not playing spells. But I like this. Well, the reason I'm saying it might be a first pick is just because it's colorless. I can throw this in literally any deck and be happy with it. It would only be
Yeah,
particularly bad in like very aggressive decks.
yeah, that's fair. It is colorless, which does up the pick order quite a bit. Um, I'm hesitant on 3 mana to loot. That's a little bit costly, but it is colorless. So I could see a
Yeah, but
format. I could see a format speed where this is not definitely not first pickable, but I really hope it's not Innistrad.
sure, you have something like Merfolk Looter, which you can use early to find your land drops, right? And that's not what this is offering you. This is offering you, okay, you hit your 6th land, your deck doesn't have anything to do with more lands, so we're going to pitch extra lands to get card draw. And that is still something that I consider valuable.
Yeah, and it does still loot without you having to activate it because it could just become day or night.
Yeah, and you just get free loots.
Yeah, I'll go second, third pick to start,
Okay, I'm first picking it. I
but
like this one.
it does encourage you to build around as well to get those things that care about day night, flipping a lot.
Okay.
Up next is Crossroads Candle Guide. Crossroads Candle Guide is 4 generic mana for an artifact creature Scarecrow at common. It's a 3/4. When Crossroads Candle Guide enters the battlefield, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard. Pay 2, add 1 mana of any color.
I mean, here's another thing that makes a 5 mana 2/4 flyer just it's 2 colors to cast. Looks so bad. Like this could have been a Pillarfield Ox and it would have been still mostly garbage, right? But they made it a 3/4. It didn't need to be a 3/4. I doubt that you'll play this card, but again, stat wise, it doesn't look terrible. If you're wheeling this and need a 4-drop, it's a fine one. 3/4s are okay.
Yeah, I can't imagine a set in current year where you don't have enough playables and have to play this.
Yeah.
So I'm going to F it, but that stat line's not bad.
Yeah, it's just not bad.
Up next is Jack-O-Lantern. Jack-O-Lantern is 1 generic mana for an artifact at common. Pay 1, tap, sacrifice Jack-O-Lantern, exile up to 1 target card from a graveyard, draw a card. Pay 1, exile Jack-O-Lantern from your graveyard, add 1 mana of any color.
Is there Delirium in this set too, randomly?
There's a Tarmogoyf, but that's about it.
This doesn't look particularly good to me. I don't think we would like to play this. I'm going to call this one a sideboard card, ? But probably just unplayable.
Yeah, I don't want to play 1 mana, 1 extra mana to draw a card, and then maybe fix once. There's better ways of doing it.
Yeah, I hope so.
Easy wheel. And sideboard, I guess, if I have a reason. Up next is Moonsilver Key. Moonsilver Key is 2 generic mana for an artifact at uncommon. Pay 1, tap, sacrifice Moonsilver Key. Search your library for an artifact card with a mana ability or a basic land card. Reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle.
Search your library for an artifact with a mana ability or a basic land.
And just in case there's newer players, mana ability does not mean pay mana. It means it makes mana.
So this is essentially a really crappy Traveler's Amulet at uncommon for limited, generally speaking, right?
Really crappy.
Okay, I like this better than the thing that makes the tapped 5/6. If you need this effect, this is a way to splash without using green, but it's also not very good at it. So I think I would probably rate this around where that is. There's probably something stupid you get, like Commander. I'd get my Soul Ring, but that's not what we're doing here.
Yeah.
So I'm a pass on this one. Probably wheel it. Some decks will be interested in it.
Yeah, I'll wheel it if I need splashing. Otherwise, F it.
This cannot fetch the 3/4.
Yeah, the 3/4 is an activated ability. It is not.
It could get your Celestis.
Actually, what's the definition of a mana ability? Is pay add 1 mana a mana ability, or does a mana ability require tap?
It produces. They may be right. So that's the secret to the format. You need to get Moonsilver Key and as many Crossroads Candle Guides as you can, and then you've got it.
Do a quick check. Is this Silver Moon?
Moonsilver Key.
Silver. Just checking the release notes. Yeah, the Crossroad Guides is a mana ability. Doesn't require tapping.
Okay, then this is infinitely better than we thought if you can get your Crossroads Candle Guide.
Yeah, we just have to play Crossroads Candle Guide.
I don't like this card.
No, it's enough.
It might be interesting now with that there could be something else you could get, but I don't think this is something for limited.
Agreed. Up next is Pithing Needle. Pithing Needle is 1 generic mana for an artifact at rare. As Pithing Needle enters the battlefield, choose a card name. Activated abilities and sources of the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities.
It's generally not something you'd want in limited, and generally a sign of, I think, scared designers when they have to print something like this and be like, oh, maybe there's something that's OP, so we'll just let people have Pithing Needle to beat it. But you generally don't want this in limited. Just F, you're not going to play it.
Yeah, absolute F. It's not playable. You're not spending a real pick on this. Like, it'll turn off a Planeswalker, but that's going to be 1 in like 20 drafts.
Yeah.
So, F. Up next is Silverbolt. Silverbolt is 1 generic mana for an artifact at common. Pay 3, tap, sacrifice Silverbolt. It deals 3 damage to target creature. If a werewolf is dealt damage this way, destroy it.
This is 4 mana for 3 damage anyway. It's not the worst rate. I've played worse removal spells than that. This looks like a high value sideboard card to destroy biggest werewolves. Um, that's not that embarrassing to main deck. I'd probably be looking to grab this. Well, it's a common, so I don't have to go nuts about it. But if I can get this eighth pick to wheel, I think I'm pretty happy to have one of these in the sideboard. And I'm kind of embarrassed to be main decking one, but not that embarrassed.
Yep, I'm on 8th pick through wheel. This is literally Scalding Cauldron from Eldraine, except it also randomly kills a werewolf.
Yeah,
I'm super happy to main deck one of these. I'm not even remotely embarrassed. I won't do
I'm a little
two.
embarrassed. Like I didn't want to main deck a spiked pit trap. I was a little embarrassed when I did. It was
Yeah.
okay.
As chat's saying, it kills 78% of the creatures in the set because it kills every X3 and every werewolf.
Sure, but a 6 mana removal spell kills, 90% of the creatures in the set, but you don't really play those.
Sure, but I found a removal spell in a parking lot once.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
can't just get those.
Fair enough, fair
I can
enough.
get a silver bolt. Up next is Stuffed Bear. Stuffed Bear is 2 generic mana for an artifact at common. Pay 2, Stuffed Bear becomes a 4/4 green bear artifact creature until end of turn.
I don't care for this. This is essentially Mimic from the D&D set, right?
Yeah, agreed.
Like maybe I realize they can't do this, but like say it tapped for colorless and then had this ability, I'd love it.
Yeah, agreed.
Mimic was a 3/3, but you could also sack it for mana. But nobody ever turned it into a 3/3 and nobody ever played it. Like this is 2 mana. By the time you can start activating this, it's no longer above Ray.
Yeah, agreed.
That's my issue with it. So I'm never going to play this. I do want to talk about the Silver Bolt for a minute because people are giving me a lot of grief. You're hung up on 4 mana, blah 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 blah. One of the reasons we talk about efficient removal is generally speaking, if you're paying more to kill the creature than your opponent spent to cast it, you're going to fall behind in the game because they'll be playing more creatures that you'll need to kill as well. Right? So that's why I want my removal to be efficient, right? And I realize the days of 1 mana for 3 damage are long gone. I'm not looking to draft literal lightning bolt. There's certainly not one of those in this set, for example.
No, we'll
Um,
never get
but
that.
we'll never get that again. But when you compare a card like Silverbolt to that, it looks kind of like garbage, right? Um, yeah, and I agree. Sometimes that won't matter. So mostly this is an open fire, but sometimes it will matter, right? Um, because I would still get that in the situation with Pit Trap sometimes, right? Like you would draw it, you'd be like, well, it's not really 6 mana, but then you draw it, need to use it, and only have 5 lands. This card is not great. It is playable. And with that, I feel like I have said my piece.
Agreed. Agreed. So this takes us into the lands, which is going to be super quick. We've got the Tango lands back because it takes 2 to tango. So Deserted Beach, Haunted Ridge, Overgrown Farmland, Rockfall Vale, and Shipwreck Marsh. They all come in tapped unless you control 2 or more lands already. And they tap for 1 of 2 colors.
Those are all better than medium playables.
Yeah. You'll take them
Um,
like
as early as fifth for me. If I'm in if I've got like a really good card in one of the colors, I can even see second picking some of these. Like say I open up a really good card that has 1 white in the casting cost and get past a Deserted Beach, I might just take it with the idea of I could be blue and splash this.
yeah, there's some packs where I would go that high, but for me, they're really more in the 5th through 7th range. We've got an Evolving Wilds, we'll see, but these are just totally fine. Yeah, like this is the fixing that we get. This is fine.
Yeah.
Speaking of which, we have Evolving Wilds, a land at common, tap, sack it, go and find a basic land to put it into the battlefield tapped.
I'm pretty consistently third picking Evolving Wilds in most formats that have it. And so far, I've already seen gold cards that I would want to splash, so I don't think that will change here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of powerful splashy cards. So Evolving Wilds is like 3rd through 5th.
Okay.
Up next is Field of Ruin. Field of Ruin is a landed uncommon. Tap to add a colorless. Pay 2 tap. Sacrifice Field of Ruin. Destroy target non-basic land an opponent controls. Each player searches their library for a basic land card, puts it into the battlefield, then shuffles.
You don't want this in limited?
Nope, absolutely not a limited card. In this set, you are killing their Field of Ruin, their Evolving Wilds, one of their dual lands, or I guess the hostile, but you're not playing this limited.
That's dreaming. Yeah, it's not happening.
Absolute F.
Is this the actual land art? That looks really cool.
Oh, the basics? Yeah. They're horrible to actually quickly identify what color they are, because they all look like they give you black. But they are very pretty.
They're pretty. I like them.
All right, you want to jump into white?
Yeah, let's go. We're going to do white, and then I'm going to demand a lunch break.
Sounds good. Have at it.
Because we'll do that while you're reading the next one. So I'm going to go through these. We'll just do the regular white ones, and then we'll do the double-faced ones, because it doesn't really matter what order we do them in.
So mildly first, matters for me, just because I have them through an image in set number, but I should be able to.
Well, one of us is going to have to jump around. It's going to be you when I'm reading them, and it's going to be me when you read them.
Sure,
I'm okay with that.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, first we got Adeline Resplendent Cather, 1 white for a star 4 legendary human knight with vigilance. Its power is equal to the number of creatures you control. Whenever you attack for each opponent, create a 1/1 human creature token that's tapped and attacking that player or a planeswalker they control.
So it's always a 3-mana 1/4 with vigilance, and it'll attack as a 2/4 at least. Making the 1/1 white human on attack is nice. It's probably just going to run into something and die, but maybe it doesn't and gets through for a damage. And of course, if you are playing green-white and going wide, this could be a 4/4, a 6/4. Who knows how big it could be. It's lacking a slight thing. I don't know whether it's flying or trample or some sort of evasion attached to it, but it's still very good. I think I'm easily first picking this in every pack. Maybe unconditional removal over it, but yeah, first-ish pack, I would say. First-ish pick.
Yeah, I'll first pick this. It does all of the things that you said and is a good blocker and just solid stat line. The double white's a little concerning, but I can live with it.
Yeah, agreed.
Blessed Defiance is white for an instant. Target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains lifelink until end of turn. When that creature dies, create a 1/1 white spirit creature token with flying.
It's a combat trick.
No, it isn't.
It does not keep your creature alive. It'll gain you a little bit of life, maybe build you up to a trade, and you get a 1/1 spirit token afterwards. Like, you're heavily wheeling this, and I'm struggling to find an actual spot to play it in modern Magic anyways.
Do not play this card. You are actively making your deck bad by playing this card. Do not play this card. If you play this card, you are living on borrowed time.
Yeah, it's certainly not a feign death.
Yeah, not good. Borrowed Time is 2 white for an enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield.
It's Oblivion Ring.
Yeah,
no, it's not Oblivion Ring because blah, 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 blah.
Well, actually, Oblivion... Yeah.
Yeah, it's Oblivion Ring. It's a first pick. It's a very good card. There is enchantment hate, but that doesn't make this bad.
Correct. Candle Grove Witch is 1 and a white for a 2/2 human warlock with Coven. Gains flying until end of turn.
It's kind of like a Gustwalker.
Nah.
The Exert guy?
It is not like a Gustwalker. Negative.
Yeah, because you cannot do this on demand. You cannot probably do this on turn 3 like you could with a Gustwalker. I think it's still fine filler, but I think you could wheel this.
Yeah, it reminds me of Flutterflocks to MTG. Gustwalker became a 1.5/3 functionally, is the way I thought of it. But yeah, it was a 3/3 for a turn, and then it did untap.
Oh,
anyway,
yeah,
it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it got +1/+1, didn't it?
So like this is sort of better than the Gustwalker because you don't have to like frost breath it to get the effect, but you have to build around it. This is probably one of the several 2-drops that you're going to be quite happy to play. You're looking to pick this 7th if you're in white.
Agreed.
Kettle Trap is white for an enchantment aura, enchant creature. Enchanted creature has defender, prevent all combat damage that would be dealt by enchanted creature. Coven, sacrifice Candle Trap, exile enchanted creature. You can only do this if you could do the Coven thing.
Get Coven, yeah. So this card is both better than you think and worse than you think. Be aware that if you're throwing this on their giant 7/7 ooze or whatever, they have essentially an infinite blocker. It's not going to kill your things, but they can just put it in front of stuff until you have Coven, and then you can pay 2 and a white and just kill it. So if you are pretty confident you're going to have Coven turned on, this is just 4 mana, kill whatever you want, which is great. And even until then, you've at least turned off their thing from doing damage-based stuff to you. So I think this is fine. I think it's less than a first pick. I think this is a little bit more in like the third-ish pick range, maybe fourth-ish.
I might go as far as fifth, although I do think it's interesting that green-white would be able to turn on the Coven, and presumably blue-white doesn't care if you have an arbitrarily large ground blocker.
Because you're flying over, yeah.
Yeah, so I think this is okay. But yeah, I'd probably be looking to fifth pick this. I'm hoping there's a better common white removal spell. Because if this is the white removal spell, it's not that good. It's okay.
Yeah, agreed.
Up next is probably John's favorite common, Cather Commando. 1 and a white for a 3/1 human soldier with flash. 1 sacrifice it, destroy target artifact or enchantment.
Remember when this would be a vanilla creature?
Uh-huh.
So 3/1 for 1 and a white is my favorite power toughness CMC combination. And that was back
One
in
of
the
mine
day.
too.
Yeah, and that was back in the day when there was no rules text on the card. It was just flavor text. Giving this flash is great because this is kind of like almost a Gideon's reproach, sort of, if you squint.
Yeah, I was going to say it's impeccable timing.
Yeah.
It's a disenchant, and it's a one of those derpy foxes from the last Innistrad. This card's amazing.
Yeah, and it's also randomly, if for whatever reason you can't attack with this, it's not doing anything you don't want to block, and you do want to kill an artifact or enchantment, you've got that too. Now, this card is still, we love this card. It's not a first pick, it's not a second pick, it's not a third pick. It's like a 6th through 8th, but it's good.
I actively want 2 of these in all of my white decks. I want this to be my 2-drop.
Yeah.
So yeah, 6 pick it. I like this card a lot.
Agreed.
All right, up next is Cather's Call. 2 and a white for an aura enchant creature. Enchanted creature has vigilance, and at the beginning of your end step, create a 1/1 white human creature token.
I hate this. It's an aura. It's an aura that doesn't give any power and toughness. It doesn't give any. It gives vigilance, whoop-de-doo. And at the end of the turn, I get a single 1/1. And any removal 2 for 1's me, any bounce 2 for 1's me. I have no interest in this card.
So a bounce would only 1 for 1 you.
Fair.
Removal would 2 for 1 you, but you still have the 1/1 because you got the first one. So
maybe.
I've seen cards before that are like an aura that puts a counter on a creature every turn. And this is sort of like that, but instead of getting a counter, you're spreading it out so that if they kill it later, you've still got a couple tokens off of it. All that adds up to a card that I'm still not particularly excited to play. But I could see room for a card like this. I'm probably still wanting to wheel it. Don't get me wrong. I don't like this. I just want you to understand that like you're at least getting a 1/1 if you play this on the board and your opponent's tapped out.
Yeah, if they're tapped out.
Yeah, that's still probably not good enough. If this made knights, if this made 2/2s, I think it might actually be really good.
Yeah, just 1/1s for me aren't really pulling it off. I'm sure somebody will be like, well, with Sigarda, it makes 2/2s, but just play humans. Just play a 3-mana human.
Sigarda, yeah. I think if this makes 3, I'm pretty happy about it. And if it makes 5, I'm incredibly happy. But that means I've played it there and my opponent has not interacted with anything for 5 turns, at which point I probably already won the game anyway. So yeah, I'm probably not going to play this.
Yeah, I'm hard F on it.
All right. Celesta's Sanctifier is 2 and a white for a 3/2 human cleric. If it's neither night nor day, it's day now. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one of them into your graveyard.
So it's 3/2 for 3. And I am forced to do. I'm forced to do a Surveil 2, one of which I have to throw in the graveyard. But I can't throw
Correct.
both in the graveyard. Vaguely Surveil 2. Um,
Yeah.
why do I want this other than it being a 3/2 for 3?
Okay, so it is going to start that day-night cycle for other cards that you have that care about it. You're
True.
presumably going to have some flashback and some disturb cards because those are both heavy mechanics in white. Like if you do this and then you just bin a disturb card or a flashback card, that's great. There's also times where you've either got enough land or not enough land. Now, again, you have to do it, but if you look at like if you've got 6 mana and you play this and it flips to night or day or whatever, and you're like, okay, I've got enough lands, I'll bin one of these lands. Like I think this is doing enough, assuming a 3/2 body matters. You don't need to go crazy with it, but you could play this.
Yeah, it gives some card selection, which I guess is not bad. I'm not happy if I'm throwing away my flashback or disturb spells. I would rather have them be the card I put on top, so then I get to cast them twice. Um, I'm on a heavy wheel on this. I'm not looking to play this card, but if I need a white card, I'll play it.
You may want to change that evaluation a little bit. If you can incidentally throw a flashback or a disturb card in the graveyard, it should be value for you. It has been in every format where there were mechanics like this before.
But it's on top of
Um,
my deck otherwise.
yeah, but you have to pitch something, right? So you look at this and you've got a disturb card and a non-disturb card. Pitch the disturb card.
So then you draw 2 cards. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true.
Anyway, this is a filler level card and we're spending too much time on it.
Yeah,
Seventh, pick this and if you need a 3 drop.
agreed.
Clarion Cathars is 3 enough white for a 3/3 human knight. When it ETBs, you get a 1/1.
So 4/4 for 4, spread across 2. That's fine. Goes wide,
Pretty
which
good.
green white wants to do. Gives you 2 powers for Coven. Seems fine.
Yeah,
6th or 8th.
yeah, agree. We functionally had this card in Ikoria, and it was all right there in some decks. So yeah, cool. I'm with you there.
Yeah.
Curse of Silence is white for an enchantment or a curse at rare enchant player. As Curse of Silence, ETBs choose a card name. Spells of the chosen name enchanted player cast cost 2 more to cast. Whenever enchanted player casts a spell with the chosen name, you may sacrifice Curse of Silence if you do draw a card.
What's next? This is an F.
Dual Craft Trainer. Trainier? Am I reading that right? Dual Craft Trainer. 3 and a white for a human soldier, 3/3 first strike with Coven. Target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn.
The 3/3 first strike for 4 is fine. Good even. First strike is a pretty powerful mechanic sitting on a 3 power creature, and you could give it double strike. You could give your flyer double strike, assuming you have Coven turned on. It seems just like a good card. I think it's in like the 4th, 5th range. But I like it. I'll play it. Every white deck.
I'm right there with you. I would put this in nearly every white tag. All right, Fateful Absence is 1 and a white for an instant. Destroy target creature or planeswalker its controller investigates.
Unconditional instant speed, cheap removal. Yes, first pick.
I think I like the pacifism better.
The Candle Trap?
Yeah.
So 4 mana, but you can only exile if they have Coven.
Okay, so why does the mana cost of this matter at all functionally? I guess because it's easy to leave up.
It's easy
this
to
gives
leave
you
up.
the opportunity to get them if they have like I don't know, a combat trick or something. But I don't want to just hand my opponent a card when I kill something. Yeah, I hear you. It's instant speed and it's unconditional removal. But generally speaking, I'm using removal spells on things that are going to kill me, not using removal spells so that I can force through damage. Which means I don't care if they get a good blocker for a couple turns. I do care if they get a card.
Yeah, I don't know if I care too much about them getting a card because they still have to pay 2 for it, which is not a huge cost, but I'm a big fan of the instant speed effects. Just because it allows you to not double spell on your turn, but double spell in your turn, whole turn cycle. You can cast your, 3 drop or whatever, hold up 2, kill whatever big thing came in.
I don't know. I tend to think of worst case scenario, and maybe that's my problem or my superpower. Because like Thangarth is saying, kill their bomb, they get a blind draw. Absolutely. But what if they play a 3-1 and you're stuck on mana, and then they play another 3-1? You're just killing a 3-1 with this, and then they're going to get a free card. Like I don't think I want that.
So you wouldn't play this?
Oh, I would certainly play this. I'm just everybody's like, oh my God, slam it, first pick, easy. And I'm like, no, I don't want to first pick this. I think there's a lot of I could see first picking this, but I don't want to first pick this. I think I'd like to get this probably fifth, about the same place as the other white removal spell.
Okay. I could be talked down to second, third, but I think I am going to start on first pick. I really heavily value instant speed removal.
I do too, and I used to be very interested in this. And I think a lot of people who are saying this card's amazing probably play a lot of constructed. Bear in mind, I literally never play constructed. This card is
Hmm.
probably amazing in constructed, and it goes in every white deck. I just I think I could make a pretty compelling argument that Candle Trap's just a better spell.
Yeah, I'll definitely be interested to see what happens there.
I like Divine Gambit better. Divine Gambit's just obviously a better card.
I like
I don't
Divine
know.
Gambit better, yeah.
Flare of Faith is 1 and a white for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If it's a human, it gets +3/+3 and gains indestructible instead. So it's not like +5/+5.
Yeah, yeah. Um, it's a combat trick. Wheel it. If you've got a space, cool. If you are in humans, which you probably are in white, it's a better combat trick. You know, if +3/+3 somehow was not keeping your creature alive, your creature is definitely being kept alive by the indestructible. But you can wheel this, and like I'm not going out of my way to put this into my deck, but if it's there and I have a spot, cool.
Yeah, I get excited about 1 mana combat tricks. I don't usually get excited about 2 mana ones.
Yeah,
And this one's not that great. So wheel it, play it if you want to.
agreed.
Gavany Dawnguard is 1 white for a 3/3 human soldier with ward 1. It becomes day if it ain't either. When day night flips, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with mana value 3 or less and put it into your hand. Rest on the bottom of your library in any order.
Cool. 3/3 for 3, and you know that's fine. And maybe I get to find other little creatures. If I'm playing white, it looks like I'm apt to be playing low cast creatures. I think somebody pointed out in my Discord there's like no cards that cost more than 6 in this format or something. It does seem to be a low casting cost format. But yeah, if this finds me stuff, cool. If it doesn't, it's still a 3/3 for 3 that's ever so slightly hard to target. I'm not picking it, you know, first or second or third, but I'll pick it up fourth, fifth.
Yeah, agree. I would go there too. Gavany Silversmith is 3 and a white for a 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures.
So 2/3 for 4, and you throw counters on your bigger creatures, your trampling creatures, your first striking creatures, your flying creatures, whatever. Or 4 mana 3/4, and you throw 1 counter on one of those creatures. The only sad case here is if this is your only creature and you play a 3 mana 3 or a 4 mana 3/4. But this is fine filler. You know, you'll pick this up around 8th-ish, I think, and I don't think I want to jam too many multiples of these, but the first one I don't hate. Second
I
one,
think I'd be pretty happy to play 2. I'd go as high as 6th on this. This looks like a good 4 drop to me.
yeah, I think it's slightly more towards filler, but 6th through 8th is totally fine.
It really helps you get Coven going because you can choose where those counters go and make sure that you've hit it if you need it.
Yeah, in green white you can
Um,
really adjust Coven. In blue white you can really ramp up flyers,
yeah,
and counters are always good.
yeah. I think this may even be better than Basari's Acolyte. I liked Basari's Acolyte. I like this card. I could see going as high as 5th for this for the first copy.
Yeah,
I think I dig it. All right, Gavany Trapper is white for a 0/2 with 2 tap target creature.
I remember when this cost 1. I remember when this was free. It's
Yep.
still good
Is it
ish.
though?
Yeah, single mana O2 helps me with Coven. 2 isn't the worst thing in the world to tap down a terrible, terrifying thing. I think it does enough that you'll happily play one of these in every single white deck.
Dave is screaming 0 power for Coven.
Yeah, like I don't want to build around Coven by taking crappy 0 power creatures, but this isn't a crappy 0 power creature.
Okay, where are you taking
Next question.
it? This is just functionally worse than the half elf monk from the D&D set.
Yes. I'm still taking this around 6th, I think, for the first copy. I don't want to load up on these, though.
Yeah, I'm looking to wheel this, and I'll probably play it, which is how I felt about the half elf monk.
Yeah.
I would. It was okay to play one. The half elf monk was better because its body was relevant. This is never blocking anything, and yes, this will trigger Coven for you, which is kind of cute. But I don't think most of your decks are that interested in it. I was pretty sad when I played 2 half elf monks, and I think I'd be pretty sad to play 2 of these. But I could see the first one on the wheel getting in there.
Yeah.
All right. Hedge Witch's Mask is white for an equipment. Equipped creature gets +1/+1. Equipped creature can't be blocked by creatures with 4 power or greater, and it has equip 2.
It's equipment. We love equipment, right?
No, I hate equipment.
Yeah, this equipment, I'm actually mildly scared of this equipment. Sort of. It's incredibly cheap to cast. It's incredibly cheap to equip. +1/+1 isn't that crazy. But the big reason that I don't like equipment, and I believe you don't like equipment as well, is that it makes removal look stupid. Because you kill their creature, they still get the equipment. They just throw it on the next creature. One way around that is by having a big creature to just stand in the way. This turns that off too. You have to explicitly have probably multiple smaller creatures to actually deal with this. That said, I still don't think this equipment is amazing. I'm still going to look to not play it too highly at first, but I feel like there's the potential of this being the groany equipment a little bit.
No, I'm never playing this, and I'm not scared of it. I will actively be happy when my opponent puts this on the board.
All right. I'm mildly afraid.
I have no fear of this math.
Perfect. If that's true,
you're making short sword cost white and 2 to equip, and then giving me like lame pseudo skulk. Whatever, dude. I ain't worried about it.
I hope you're right.
It's just hot flaming trash fire.
Because if you're right, that's one of 3 equipments down.
I'm just having a courageous take on this because I think this card is bad.
Yeah, I don't want to play it.
Courage is up next. For white, for a sorcery, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains vigilance until end of turn. Flashback for white.
It's travel prep, except they're not traveling. They're staying at home.
This is way worse than travel prep.
Significantly worse. It's a single white mana for 1 counter. That's not worth a card. Travel prep was 2 mana for 2 counters. Spread, that's much more worth a card. Vigilance, whatever. Flashback in white, I'm not caring about. I want my flashback blue-red spells for blue-red. This just is not worth a card to me, really.
Yeah, this isn't travel prep. It's stay-at-home prep. It's quarantine prep.
Yeah, they're preppers.
That's pretty good. I don't particularly like this card. I think I'm going to pass on this one. I could see some decks that would be interested in it, but I don't think I'm going to play this card.
Yeah,
I would care about flashback. It enables flipping by 1 card. No, you don't care about. You're not playing a card that doesn't functionally do anything to change the day and night cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah, this card is bad. Don't play it.
Agreed.
Intrepid Adversary is 1 and a white for John's favorite stat line, 3/1 with lifelink. It's a mythic. Makes sense. When it ETBs, you may pay 1 and a white any number of times. When you pay this cost 1 or more times, put that many Valor counters on the adversary. Creatures you control get +1/+1 for each Valor counter on Intrepid Adversary.
It's a 3/1 for 1 and a white at mythic where they belong because they're that good.
Yes.
It's a 3/1 lifelink, which is already good, and assuming you can multi-kick this once, it's real good. It's a 4/2 that anthems your team. No, it hits itself too. Creatures you control get plus. Oh, right, but it doesn't get it gets a Valor counter, whereas the other adversaries get +1/+1 counters. So it is a 4/2 if you kick it once with an Anthem. It's a double Anthem if you just pay 3 white,
6.
white, white, which is, an ask, but not the worst ask. This is an easy first pick. It's powerfully, powerfully good card.
Yeah, I'm on board with this. Let's first pick it. Do be careful if you have something like this out with some Valor counters on it and they kill it in combat. Things can get weird.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, this card's just great.
Yeah.
Loyal Griff is 2 and a white for a 2/2 flash flyer. When it enters the battlefield, you may return another creature you control to its owner's hand.
So flash flying, Windrake, and it's not a downside because you may return another creature. This is fine. Windrake's somewhat lost its day in the sun lately. It used to be a fantastic card, and now it's not as much. It's still probably fine in this set. You can get, again, there's ways to get counters on this. If you want to retrigger an ETB effect, the choice of being able to do that is solid. You could get this out from underneath, something out from underneath a Candle Trap or a blue tap down spell or something. So I think this is a totally fine card, but I do think it's around 5th, 6th, maybe.
I don't even think I want to play this.
No?
It does a lot of things that seem like they would be good, and it's just understated. From
So
everything I've seen so far, like this is a format where there's going to be a bunch of 3/3s running around, a bunch of 3/1s. Like you're just going to flash this in and block a 3/2 with it. It's really all it's going to do.
So you're that out on Windrakes?
Yeah, people are telling me that this is an awful take. This is a wild take. All I can do is give you my opinions on the cards. My opinion on the cards is that 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer is not good enough. Flashing it in doesn't make it that much statistically better because that just means I can block crap with it, and I'm never going to be able to eat anything with it because my opponent's probably not attacking with 1/1s. So I really need to be getting amazing value off of returning a creature I control to my owner's hand. And that's really only happening if somebody's trying to kill something. Like I'm supposed to sit there and hold this up for the entire game, hoping that my opponent tries to kill one of my creatures and then I play this. Like we had functionally this card in the D&D set for 1 white white. You had a 3/2 that could make one of your dudes phase out, right? I mean,
Yeah.
sure, it's a negate, but it's a negate that so the thing about negate is you have to get the value out of it, right? But the right thing to do if you have this on turn 3 is just play the dang thing out. I see what you're saying. Play it in response to removal, you get this and the Windrake. But the problem is I don't ever want the Windrake, which means this is just a weird negate, and you could probably just play a counterspell if you wanted one. This is not good. 2/2 flyers for 3 are 10 years ago they were great. It's just not 10 years ago anymore.
Yeah, I agree. You should never be holding on to this in the hope of getting the value out of it. It's a 2/2 flyer. It's going to be correct to play it whenever you draw it most of the time. I'm higher on this, but that might be just me holding on to desperately wanting Windrakes to be okay again.
Yeah, I just don't think they are. Sure, I hear everything that you guys are saying. You pick the best option of whether you want Negate, which none of you are putting in your deck anyway, or a Windrake, which none of you are putting in your deck anyway. So if I staple Windrake and Negate together, do I want to put them in my deck? No, I still don't.
I'll
So
optimistically keep this at 6th through 8th, but I
I'll
have
say
a
if it
feeling it won't
wheels,
be.
maybe I'll put it in my. I love this out of the sideboard. If I'm playing against a blue-white deck that's using a bunch of enchantment-based removal, I definitely want these.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want to pick this early and probably don't want it in my main deck.
Cool. It'd be an interesting one to keep an eye on.
Audric's Outrider is 3 and a white for a 2/4. Whenever Audric's Outrider or another creature you control dies, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control.
So 4 mana, 2/4. Stuff's going to die.
Yeah,
Seems fine.
seems okay. It's a Pillarfield Ox, and when things start to die, I get value.
Yeah, maybe you have decayed tokens, attack in with them. They die anyways, regardless of if they trade or get chumped or just get sacked. Seems fine. Decent value. I'm on like 3rd, 4th.
It's better than Unruly Mob because I can put the counters wherever I want.
Oh, yeah. Far better.
So like, meaning I can start spreading them out, and then my opponent's like, well, do I kill the other thing that they've made big? Because that's just going to put a counter somewhere else. They almost have to kill this. So yeah, I can see fourth picking this.
Yeah, blocks right out of the gate too, whereas Unruly Mob takes a long while to block well.
All right, Ritual Guardian is two and a white, and I'm happy to discuss the Loyal Gryph at length with any of you on my stream at a later date. We're gonna be here forever if I tell you all of the reasons why I hate this card and think it's terrible. But I'll go deep and would love to be proven wrong. I hope that we're living in a world where Windrakes are playable, but we haven't been for the past 5 years. So if we want to talk about that more, let's talk about it more on my stream and not make John sit here for it. Ritual Guardian is two and a white for a 3/2 human soldier with Coven. It gains lifelink.
Decent filler. It's like the other 3/2.
Yeah,
I'll
I
pick
think
it up.
so. I think this one
8th-ish wheel.
could be a little better. I think lifelink is arguably a pretty good thing to enable. But yeah, this is probably just filler.
Mm-hmm.
Ritual of Hope is one and a white for an instant. Creatures you control get +1/+1. If you have Coven, it's +2/+1 instead.
So this is one of your reasons to go wide. It's super cheap to give your team +1/+1, and if you've gone wide, you really should have Coven on at that point, in which case +2/+1 for 2 mana is pretty dang decent. You're not going into a go wide deck just because you see this card, but once you're there, you want one of these, you want two of these. This is how you just, win the game.
Play. Never liked this effect. It's easy to play around. You can't go that wide in most sets. But yeah, agree. If I'm in a green-white deck that is looking to go wide, I'll probably play one of these.
Yeah, assuming I can go wide, this is exactly how I end the game, but I don't want it in any other deck.
So where are you picking it?
Realistically, wheel.
Okay, then we're right at the same spot. Okay, yeah. Search Party Captain is 3 and a white for a 2/2. That's a stat line I like. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each creature you attacked with this turn. When it enters the battlefield, draw a card. Okay.
What card are we
on? Search Party Captain.
Oh, yes, there we go. Yeah, so this is Packmate, kind of.
I mean, that's pretty ambitious to call this Packmate, but sure.
It's a 4-mana 2/2 that draws a card, which is pretty good in white. You don't typically get that. If this is cheaper because you did attack, that's pretty cool. I think this is totally fine. I'm happy to pick this up, definitely pre-wheel. But I don't want to, even though it draws a card, I don't want to stack up on 4-mana 2/2s too much. I need to know that this is not costing me 4 mana on the regular.
If this is your 3-drop, I think you're pretty happy about it. If you can't attack on turn 2, I think you're a bit sad. It's hard to argue with a card that does give you some stats and replace itself, but I think I'd rather the 3/4 that we saw earlier than this by a lot. I don't know, saying pre-wheel is a little bit much for me. Wasn't there a 3/4 that starts farting counters about a Silversmith or something? Yeah. I guess I'm seeing that as a 3/4 that puts a counter on something else. My brain can't unsee that. Sure, it's a 2/3. I think I'd rather that than this. But I could be wrong, and I certainly am not sad to play one of these. But I think I would be looking to wheel these and then be like, okay, sure, I'll play one of these.
Yeah, I think I want the first one 7th, 8th-ish, just like slightly pre-wheel. What does wheel mean? Wheel means post 8th pick, so you're getting back a pack you've already seen. So pick 9 through 15.
Yeah, basically it means we would be happy. I would be happy if everyone else looked at this in the first go through and didn't want it, and it came back to me. I think I'd be happy to play it at that point. All right, Sigarda's Splendor is 2 white for an enchantment. As it enters the battlefield, note your life total. At the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card if your life total is greater than or equal to the last noted life total for Sigarda's Splendor. Then note your life total. Whenever you cast a white spell, you gain 1 life.
This card reeks of Arena will do it.
Noted.
So 4 mana for an enchantment that does literally nothing other than allow you to note your life total. But then next turn, if you gained life by this being, I don't remember what the lucky charm was for white. But if you gained a life somehow, you might get to draw a card. And then you get to note your life total again.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I can note my life total anytime I want. I don't need this card to note my life total.
That's cheating.
Okay, so this is functionally a card that if my opponent is not attacking me and I'm going to cast more white spells, I could start to draw cards. I
Yeah.
hope there's better ways to get card advantage than this because I don't want to play this.
Yeah, I don't want to touch
So
this.
yeah, let's flush it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm with Andy here because I know Andy's going to play this and then he's going to hate it because it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
All right, Sigarden Savior, 3 white for a 3/3 angel. Flying, when it ETBs, if you cast it, return up to 2 target creature cards with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield.
Pretty great. Because this is, like, assuming your 2-drops are bears, this is a 5 mana 7/7.
Yeah, I'm looking at this as a 5 mana 3/3 flyer that's probably bringing back a 2/1.
Why stop at a 2/1? Get 2
Because I
2/1s.
see everything in its worst case scenario and think, how bad is that?
Well, then it's
Right?
actually a 3/3 for 5, and that's it. But yeah, this card's great. Like,
Yeah,
easy first pick.
I think I'm on board with this.
I will say I almost don't think it needs to be mythic. I think it's a mythic because this in constructed formats is probably bringing back busted 2-drops left and right.
Yeah. Now, Chad is pointing out that this is really good value with the Griff. So the fact that there's a mythic in the set that you would really want to bounce means I might be wrong about a Windrake being trash.
Yeah, because sometimes you could find like $100 bill in a parking lot, right?
There you go. This guy gets it. All right. Soul Guide Griff is 4 white for a 3/4 flyer. ETB exile 1 target card from a graveyard.
Meh. Pretty filler. We've had 5 mana 3/4 flyers before, and they've always been like, you could play it, but you can pick it real late. Exiling 1 target card from a graveyard, I mean, sure, maybe if I'm lucky, I get a disrupt card or I get a flashback card or whatever, but I'm not going over the moon for this. I'm happy on a wheel.
Yeah, I'm happy to wheel this too. Okay, Chad is screaming. We're underrating that card. How good was Teleportation Circle? In the best case, you were blinking a cantrip creature. This card is almost 4 mana draw a card every turn because even if you lose life, it resets your total. I must terribly be misunderstanding Sigarda Splendor. So let me read it again.
As long as you don't lose life, because it's greater than or equal.
So at the beginning of your upkeep, draw a card if your life total is greater than or equal to the noted life total. Yeah, this is not Teleportation Circle. It does not reset my life total.
Teleportation Circle was also end of turn, so it
Yeah.
immediately did something. This you have to get through a full turn cycle before it even begins to maybe draw a card.
Well, you don't have to gain life. You just have to not be taking damage. It doesn't
does
reset your life total. How does it reset your life total?
Oh, I don't know what people are talking about what resets life total. I was going to go with Alatori there. It vaguely reminds me of Cosmos Elixir, but even then, not.
Yeah, it renotes it. It doesn't reset it. So, like, if you're taking damage every turn, this does nothing.
Yeah.
If you're not taking damage every turn, this puts you further ahead, right? So that's the definition of a card that I'm literally never interested in. I need cards to do things when I'm behind, and this card doesn't do that. If I'm winning the game, this card will make me win more. So that's just I don't need that.
Agreed.
Cosmos Elixir I played because that always did something. It would gain me life or draw me cards, so it would always do something. I didn't put Cosmos Elixir in every deck, and it was severely overrated by everyone who's ever played Magic other than me. But I did play it sometimes. This is considerably worse than that at double white, and yeah, this is just I'm never playing that card. Sorry, we can move along.
Sounds good.
Sun Gold Barrage is 2 and a white for an instant destroy target creature with toughness 4 or greater.
Smite the Monstrous was too bad at 4 mana apparently.
I was.
Yeah, it was. I typically, because we play best of 3, because we are, cultured Magic players, I tend to prefer these in the sideboard. I don't hate playing 1, but I tend to prefer them in the sideboard where they are incredible coming in out of the sideboard.
Yeah, and there's going to be stuff you can kill. I think this may actually be better than Smite the Monstrous because we've
Oh,
seen
this is
like,
toughness, right? Not power.
yeah, I think that matters. And I think that makes it slightly better. And I think it would be you're going to look at the stats for this that people have data mined and not appreciate all the counters that are going to be going around. And this is going to kill
Yeah.
more things than you think. I think the first copy of this is probably okay to main deck, but I agree. I would rather have a lot of them in the sideboard, probably too.
Yeah. It's a great example of what I dislike about stats of individual cards, because cards are not played individually. They're played in decks and they are played in formats and board states. And you can't get that through just pure stats.
So I like this. Where are you taking it?
I'm taking the first one around like 6-ish or so. And
Yeah,
I'm
I'm with
I'm
you.
not feeling sad about main decking one of these, but out of the sideboard, they probably feel incredible.
Okay, that's about where I would say I'm at as well. All right, that takes us to Sun Gold Pretzel Sentinel. Sorry, Sun Gold just sounds like a brand of pretzels, and I'm getting hungry. One and a white for a 3/2 human soldier. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to one target card from a graveyard. Coven one and a white, choose a color. It gains hexproof from that color and can't be blocked by creatures of that color. You have to have Coven to do this.
So this is a 3/2 for 1 and a white. I hate it. Those are terrible stats for a 1 and a white. Yeah, it's a 3/2 for 1 and a white, which is kind of just silly overstated. Like that costs 2 and a white usually. And then for 1 and a white, this thing is virtually impossible to kill. It's a good card. It's not a bomb that's like busting open the game, but it's just one of those very, very good creatures that will do the thing it needs to do.
You first picking it?
In some packs, yes. I have a feeling there's unconditional removal I want ever so slightly, so I think I'd go for like second pick, but it's a high pick for me.
I think I'm going to go third as well. Like I don't think this is crazy good. It's just really efficient to drop.
Yeah.
So I can see me first picking this. I'd just be happier getting past it.
Agreed.
Sunset Revelry is one and a white for a sorcery. If an opponent has more life than you, gain 4 life. An opponent controls more creatures than you, create 2/1/1 white humans. If they have more cards in hand than you, draw a card.
So this does sometimes say 1 and a white. Continue your turn, right?
Yeah, kind of.
It's a weird insurance card of, oh god, my opponent has more life, I need some. Oh god, they have more creatures, I need some. They have more cards, I want one. I don't want to play this. It's wildly inconsistent as to what it does when.
Well, if this was create 2/1/1 white human creature tokens and draw a card, I think you would be pretty consistently happy with it, and we play that nearly all the time. It's just a lot of hoops to go through that your opponent has control over for us to get at that.
Yeah, now they don't know it's coming, so. But I mean, they're also not going to not play creatures because they think you might have this. They're not going to not play their cards because they think you might have this.
Yeah, and as Dave's pointing out, if they have more creatures, they probably don't have more cards. So it's really difficult for this to get pulled off. A couple of people are comparing it to timely reinforcements, and that was bad in draft too. So I don't think I want this.
Yeah, I'm gonna F this one.
Yeah, let's do it. F it.
Done.
Thraben Exorcism is one and a white for an instant exile target spirit creature with disturb or enchantment.
Sideboard. Wheel it.
How many spirits we got?
You're gonna be like me and care about below rarity, I assume, or below rare.
Yeah.
Below rare type spirit. We have 15 spirits that ignores any potential spirit tokens. I don't know if we've seen many spirit tokens, but yeah, 15 below rare. Exclusively in blue-white. Almost exclusively. There's one black.
Yeah, that puts us in sideboard.
Yeah. Pick it up.
All right.
Out of the sideboard. It's amazing, incredible, awesome, but sideboard it.
All right. Unruly Mob is 1 and a white for a 1/1. Whenever another creature you control dies, put a counter on it.
Unruly Mob's not. It looks amazing that time that you lost to it when they had 7 counters on it, but it's not that great.
Yeah.
Wheel it and don't necessarily put it in your deck. There's some cute sacrifice synergies if you have a lot of decayed zombies and you're sacking them somehow, maybe, but
I mean,
it's a specific deck.
Attacking with them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, I'm with John here. We play it sometimes. Vanquish the Horde is 6 white for a sorcery, costs 1 less to cast for each creature on the battlefield. Destroy all creatures.
This is, like, looking at constructed, this is sort of nuts in that it could be a cheaper Wrath of God when they just have a bunch of creatures down. Like, this is a Wrath, which is good in limited, and it does not cost that casting cost that it shows up in the corner. Because you're not wrathing on an empty board. You're probably almost never wrathing on a 1 creature board. Like, your opponent's going to have creatures, you're going to have creatures. This is going to be basically Wrath of God with some decent consistency, I think.
Yeah, I'm taking this. I'm playing this. I'm happy with this. It's not as good as Wrath of God.
No, because sometimes you do need to Wrath of God that 1 creature they have, but
yeah, and you can't do that. And Wrath of God, you could kind of slow roll a couple cards and then turn for that, get you a 3 for 1, and be like, "We got him!" And you're not able to do that with this either. But that said, this is still a great card. I'm first picking it.
Ditto.
All right, I imagine we got some double-faced white cards, so let's pop over and look at them.
We do.
Because I was about to say we haven't seen any Disturb cards in white, and I thought we'd see some. And now I'm seeing why we didn't. So Ambitious Farmhand is 1 white for a 1/1 human peasant. When it enters the battlefield, search your library for basic plains cards, reveal it, put it in your hand, and shuffle. It has Coven, 1 white, transform it. And it turns into a Seasoned Cather, 3/3 lifelink.
So vaguely reminds me of that spirit that found a plains from Strixhaven. Obviously very different in play patterns after playing it, plus it was a 2/1. Just by itself, a 2-mana 1/1 that gets me a plains into my hand is not something I'm playing. But
you're a madman, because that is something you should put in every white deck. That's Elvish Visionary, dude. You never played Elvish Visionary.
I played Elvish Visionary a lot, but it drew me cards that weren't plains.
You're a dirty liar, John, because you would play this farmhand. You know what you're going to get every time.
It's true. That's true. And that's definitely what I want on turn 10. But on turn 10, I can pay 1 white. I can turn this into 2 white for a 3/3 lifelinker plus a plains.
Yeah, which makes it good. I'm just saying, I always think of cards in the worst case scenario, and this makes more hands keepable. If I have a plains, a forest, and this, I don't have to worry about hitting my 3rd land. It's going to happen.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, that makes me so happy. I'm first picking this card. This looks great to me.
Is that first pick? Wow. I'm on like 4th, 5th, I think.
There's a lot of stuff I would pick over this, so maybe I need to back myself down off of that. But like any card that I look at that's like, hey, you can have this in your opener and not have to mulligan, I'm like, oh my God, I want.
Yeah, that is true. That is very nice. You've talked me up to 4th.
Right. It's probably a 3rd pick, but anything we can do to battle the shuffler, we have to do.
Fair.
Beloved Beggar is 1 white for a 0/4 human peasant with Disturb for 6, and you get a 4/4 flying vigilance and Disturb clause.
This seems fine. This is probably one that I do pretty desperately want to discard. I don't necessarily want to play that 0/4. It might be tricky for the 0/4 to die. But then a 6-mana flying vigilance 4/4 is pretty fine. To spirit, there are spirit payoffs, as we'll see.
It's pretty fine.
I'm on like a sixth-ish pick, I think, for this one. The 04 is nice because it helps Coven. So does the 4/4 for that matter.
This has been exciting. Sure, I guess I'll six pick it, but I don't like this card. I'm not excited about the 04, and I wouldn't just play 6 mana 4/4 flyer, right?
Yeah.
But if you tag both together, I guess it's okay.
Yeah, and there's human synergies as well, so even the front side could have boosts from some things.
Okay. Yeah, I'll probably play it. It's just not blowing my mind.
Yeah, agreed.
Bereaved Survivor is 2 and a white for a 2/1. When another creature you control dies, transform the survivor. It becomes a 3/2 Dauntless Avenger. When it attacks, return target creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking.
Disturb is sorcery speed. Yeah, Disturb is just literally casting the creature. It's just coming out of your graveyard instead of your hand. 2/1 for 3 sucks,
Yep.
but becomes a 3/2 for 3. And then maybe you get back the 2 mana value thing. So we had a mythic, and it was a mythic because it brought back 2 CMC 2s. This is an uncommon that brings back CMC 2s by attacking.
Sorry, I was reading something Dave said, and I should probably just start ignoring some of that.
um, this attacks once, right? And returns one thing once and then dies.
Yeah, because they could block this pretty easily, and they may even be in a scenario where they can block the thing you brought back and kill it without you getting any value.
Yeah. I suspect this reads a lot better than it is.
Yeah, that was my thought too. When I read it, was like I can see the scenario they're painting for us here. Is I play a 2 drop, I attack, I trade it with your 2 drop, then turn 3, haha, I got you. I'll play the Avenger. No, I'd have to play that first. Then you'd have to willingly block that 2 drop, knowing that this is coming.
Yeah.
Huh. I don't
I
actually like this.
I am going to start this on the wheel and not look to play it. I'll keep an
Same.
eye on it, but I think it reads just infinitely better than it'll actually play.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. Brutal Cather is 2 and a white for a 2/2 human soldier werewolf. When it enters the battlefield or transforms, exile target creature and opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield daybound. On the night side, we have Moonrage Brute, 3/3 first strike, ward, pay 3 life.
So it's a Fiend Hunter, Banisher Priest, yada yada for 3, which I like. I think you don't like Banisher Priest and such.
I mean, I understand that they're powerful cards. I wish they were actual removal spells instead.
Right. So it flips and it becomes a 3/3 first striker, which is totally solid with a decent ward cost of pay 3 life. So they're taking 3 to kill it, or they're taking 3 because they're getting hit in the face. If you start flipping back and forth, you can actually exile multiple things under this, which is kind of cute.
Yeah,
But
this card's really good at first picking this.
yeah, like I'm happy to first pick it. Obviously, there's going to be those cases where you've exiled a few things, they kill it, and suddenly you've barfed open all of their creatures because it is just an X2 that could have 3-4 creatures underneath it, but you're still just first picking it. Don't avoid cards because other cards could remove them. Everything dies to removal.
Yeah, the thing is, that, like Biz is saying here, they have to kill it, and if they don't kill it and you flip it once, they can't kill it. And at that point, pay attention to their draws, how they tap their mana, and what they're doing, because that will tell you if they have drawn a way to kill it or not. Because they didn't. If you ever get 2 creatures under this, they couldn't kill it. They just couldn't do it.
Yeah. What happens to the exiled creatures if they die on the backside? So it says this creature. This creature doesn't care about the name. This creature is this card.
So
So when it dies, they get them back. Yeah.
All right. Chaplain of Alms is white for a 1/1 human cleric with first strike, ward 1, and disturb 4. It brings back a 2/1 flying first strike, gives everything you have ward 1, and that's it.
I do not want to play a 1/1 for 1 with First Strike. I don't care that it has Ward 1. It does help Coven, yada yada. It'll die because it's a 1/1, and it becomes a 4 mana 2/1 flying First Strike. That I'm pretty happy with. Giving my creatures all Ward 1. That's cute. That's not a huge bonus, but that's cute. I think I might have to play this 1/1 because I want the 2/1 First Strike flyer.
I don't think you play it for that. I think you play it if you get some of the things that put counters on things. Like once this is a 2/2 first strike, it's starting to become a real card.
That's fair. White,
'Cause
white with that card we don't want to play would put 2 counters on it, but there are just better counters as well.
yeah, like literally everything's good with counters, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
this is good with counters. Yep. So is every other creature that's ever been printed besides defenders.
Yeah.
'Cause you would not put 4 mana 2/1 first strike flyer gain 2 life in your deck. You just wouldn't. And that's what this is if you're just playing it for the other side. That's 5 mana. So
Yeah.
this needs to be in a heavy counter deck. Otherwise, I don't really want to.
Yep, I could see that. And there are decent counter options, even just in white, let alone going into another color form,
Yeah,
like green, namely.
yeah, that's where I would be. So where are you picking this one?
I think I'm probably on like the 6th through 8th, and it goes up to the upper side of that 6th through 8th if I'm already heading into that countery type deck.
Yeah, with you there. And I could see picking it higher in pack 2 and 3, which is
Mm-hmm.
what he's kind of
Mm-hmm.
saying too. Enduring Angel is 2 white, white, white for a 3/3 angel with flying double strike. You have hexproof. If your life total would be reduced to 0 or less, instead transform Enduring Angel and your life total becomes 3. Then, if Enduring Angel didn't transform this way, you lose the game. What?
If for whatever reason it doesn't flip as part of this, you lose.
Okay, so they're setting you up so that you can't make like a token copy of this that could never transform and you could never die.
Exactly. Because that would be
Okay.
bad. That would actually be bad game design.
And then you get Angelic Enforcer, a star flying. You have hexproof. Its power and toughness are equal to your life total. When it attacks, double your life total. That card's busted.
Card's absolutely nuts. Easy first pick.
There you go.
Unreasonable.
Lunarch Veteran is white for a 1/1 human cleric. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, you gain 1 life. It has disturbed for 1 and a white. You get a 1/1 flyer with the same tag.
So it's Soul Sister.
Yeah, well, only when stuff on your side
Yeah,
enters the
yeah.
battlefield.
Half a Soul Sister. I don't want to play this.
I mean, it's not the same text. It's when something dies, you gain life. Fair enough.
Oh, leaves the battlefield, but yeah. Yeah, I don't. There's a lot of better cards in this set.
Yeah, unless there's something that triggers on life gain payoffs that I'm not aware of, I have zero interest in this card.
Yeah, this is whatever is slightly above an F for me, I guess.
Yeah, same. Morning Patrol is 2 and a white for a human soldier, 2/3 with vigilance and disturb, and it disturbs into a 2/1 flying vigilance.
Called.
Morning Apparition.
You see what they did?
Morning Patrol, Morning Apparition. I don't.
Well, they're different words. It's a pun. Morning Patrol. They're sad.
And then morning. Okay,
yeah,
now I
like
got it.
the thing that becomes yeah. There you go.
Okay, I see it. Well,
So 3 mana 2/3 vigilance, fine. That's relatively filler level. It dies and draws you a card that is also fine. 4 mana for a 2/1 flying vigilance, a little bit overcosted, but it's a free card. So seems fine. I'm happy to pick it 6th through 8th, put it in my decks.
I'm a little higher. I could see going as high as 5th for the first copy because I believe I can trade off a 3 mana 2/3 for something relevant.
Yeah. We've seen
And
a number of 3/2s.
yeah, and double blocking. So I think I'm pretty happy with this one.
Yep, agreed.
All right, lunchtime.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay, probably take me.
Up first in blue, we've got Bait Hook Angler. Bait Hook Angler is 1 and a blue for a creature human peasant. It's a 2/1 at common. Disturb for 1 and a blue. On the back half, it's a 1/2 flyer. Yep, spirit.
That looks great to me.
Yeah. Like a piker is fine. You're not excited to play them, but a piker that dies into a 1/2 flyer, you're not excited about a 1/2 flyer either, but it's free, kind of.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with this card. I'm obviously not going insane with it, but probably, I don't know, seventh, right before the wheel once I know I'm in blue.
Yeah, I'm right before the wheel on it. It's totally fine. I'll play multiples.
Okay, yeah, I think I'd be happy with two.
Agreed. Up next is Component Collector. Component Collector is 2 and a blue for a creature homunculus at common. It's a 1/4. If it's neither day or night, it becomes day. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you may tap or untap target non-land permanent.
Those transitions happen at the beginning of the next turn.
Yeah, before the untap step.
So this doesn't actually do anything, does it?
Yeah, is that right? Like you
It,
can't tap their stuff.
well, I mean, you can, it just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, yeah.
So it's kind of like when night becomes day or whatever, you can untap a land or untap a creature. Because tapping their stuff is just stupid because it's just going to untap.
The triggered ability goes in the stack during the upkeep. Oh, it's after untaps?
If the opponent makes day night, you can tap their stuff. It's only good with the night day trigger cards. I'm getting different feedback. Yeah, I need to know how this works. Like Arena's going to take care of it, and the stat line looks like garbage, so I don't think I want to play it anyway. But
Yeah, I'll check the release notes.
you'll be the
Imagine
judge.
if text, imagine if cards did what they said they did. Um, God, even the release notes are hard to find. Before a player untaps their permanents during the untap step, the game checks to see if the day-night designation should change. If it is day and the active player of the previous turn casts no spells, it becomes night. If it's night, before a player untaps their permanents during the untap step, the game checks. I mean, release notes appear to be saying that it's
Triggered
before
abilities go
untap.
on the stack the next time a player would receive priority.
Yeah, because
So,
nobody receives priority during untap. Yep, first time you receive priority is upkeep.
okay. So that means that they've already untapped.
Yep.
Okay. So this does let you tap something on their turn, potentially if you flipped it, which means if you're not casting any spells, you've consistently got a tapper in play for 0 mana, right? Like I could presumably just pass the turn, then next turn cast 2 spells, and I've got a 0 mana tapper.
Yeah. So long as you don't have werewolves that you're wanting to keep at night or something, which is
But you
less
probably don't.
likely.
There's going to be some cards that want this deck. We've seen a lot of 3/3s for 3. This blocks all of them. We've seen a decent amount of X1s. This blocks all of them. The tapping will happen, and you'll be able to kind of fiddle around with that a little bit. All of that said, you can probably wheel as many of these as you want. But I think there are decks that will play this.
Yeah, I'm going to start out wheeling and just waiting to see somebody else show me how this card works and where it works.
I think it just works in blue decks that are looking to kill you in the air.
Yeah, I could see that. Because then you have a lot of. You're happy to pass the turn because you might have instant speed stuff, drawing cards or countering or bouncing or whatever.
Yeah, and you also like imagine you have 2 or 3 of these, but you can probably get them if you want. You could tap down their team at the beginning of their turn and then poke them, I guess, for 3. Maybe
Yeah,
it's not that impressive, but you could do something.
it's true. It's true. Up next is Consider. Consider is a single blue mana for an instant at common. Look at the top card of your library. You may put that card into your graveyard. Draw a card.
I'm not really considering playing this card, John.
You love Opt.
There was one format that it was actually quite good in, but I have not seen any indications that this is that format. I'm hopeful that you've got better ways to trigger your instant and sorcery shenanigans than this, because if you don't, then that deck's just going to suck.
I'm all about playing this in my instant sorceries deck. I like Opt. I've generally played Opt. Interestingly, because it helps me keep sketchier hands. Obviously, not as consistently as just grabbing a land. But I like this. I think I'll play this in my blue-red spells decks. I don't think I'm going out of my way, and I'm probably pretty happy to wheel it, but I will play this.
You put your Disturb flashback in the bin and then draw a land. That is a big dream, my friend. That is a big dream. Yeah, I don't like this card. I'm never playing it. If I have to do this to make blue-red spells work, I'll never get to play blue-red spells.
That's fair. That's fair. Up next is Covetous Castaway. Covetous Castaway is 1 and a blue for a creature human. It's a 1/3. When Covetous Castaway dies, mill 3 cards. Disturb for 3 blue. It becomes a 3/4 flyer. When it ETBs, you may shuffle up to 3 target cards from your graveyard into your library.
I like this dude. I think I'd like to maybe third pick this. 1/3 is a pretty good blocker in the early game. Milling you should be an advantage, generally speaking, when it dies that you're happy about. You don't have to worry about milling out because eventually you'll cast this Castigator and you can shuffle a couple cards back in if that's something that you're concerned about. Although generally speaking, the value, the ability on that flyer is not really something I'd value, but you could do it. But yeah, I think I could see picking this as early as third.
I like the flying side a lot more than I like the front side. 1/3 is not that big. On turn 2, it's not bad, but it's not that big. We've seen a number of 3/2s, and 1/3s it eats, but trades. I think it's fine, but I'm definitely not going to go anywhere near third pick for this. I don't know.
You're crazy. You can double block a 3/2 with it.
I'm not valuing milling myself that much based on what I've seen so far.
I'm not either. I'm valuing a 2-drop that's okay on turn 2 and does something later in the game. That's great. That's what this card is.
Huh. I think I'm more on like 5th pick at best for this. Third just feels super, super, super high for me. I feel like on third, I'm still picking up some removal and stuff.
Oh, pass it to me.
Will do. Up next is Curse of Surveillance. Curse of Surveillance is 4 and a blue for an enchantment or a curse at rare, enchant player. At the beginning of enchanted player's upkeep, any number of target players At the beginning of enchanted player's upkeep, you can draw a card equal to the number of curses attached to them. We'll ignore all the commander wording thread there.
5 mana, draw 2 cards a turn.
Enchanted player's upkeep. Not a turn, because it would be on their turn that you draw that card. But a turn cycle, yeah, you'd be drawing 2 cards.
Actually. Okay, you got me. I'll play that.
Really?
That's decent card advantage. Yeah, take 1 turn off and start to draw a card, 2 cards a turn. I'm down with that. I'm going to get pretty far ahead of you if I'm drawing 2 cards a turn, right?
5 mana.
Do you like inspiration?
I love inspiration.
Okay, so this is like 1 extra mana, but you're drawing a card every turn.
Yeah.
I'm first picking this out of a lot of packs. That's an incredible amount of card advantage.
Wow. I'm definitely curious to see how this goes, because if this format is slow enough that I can just on turn 5 pay 5 mana to do nothing and then draw cards, cool. I just worry about every set post 2019 actually allowing that to happen.
Yeah, so do I. So like this is not something that like you can casually put into deck. Like you need to have some 2-drops. You need to be able to trade crap off. But provided you've done that, I think I'm pretty happy with this.
Wait, hang on. Any number? Oh, other than that player. Right. That's what stops it. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on it. I'm hesitant just due to the cost and the speed and every creature in the set doing stuff. But if it's playable and if it's first pickable, this probably means I like the format.
Yeah, I don't see how 5 mana, like I don't like a lot of do nothing enchantments, but this is like take one turn and take a little bit of damage, and now I just draw 2 cards for the rest of the game. I will eventually win that.
Yeah, I'm probably just scarred from AFR where turn 5, a little bit of damage is like 10.
Even then, like I was still like maintained a 65% win rate throughout that format, and I was playing the heck out of bags of holding.
True, true.
Maybe I'd
I,
have done better if I didn't play him. I don't know, but
all right, I'll happily watch you first pick this. I'm gonna
okay.
start. I'm gonna start 6 through 8, then we'll see. But I
Splashable too, dude.
hope I'm wrong. It is very splashable. That's true. Up next is Delver of Secrets. Delver of Secrets is a single blue mana for a creature human wizard at uncommon. It's a 1/1. At the beginning of your upkeep, look at the top card of your library. You may reveal that card. If an instant or sorcery card is revealed this way, transform Delver of Secrets into a 3/2 flying human insect.
A lot of people say this is unplayable in limited, and I don't think that it's technically unplayable. I think it's just generally not very good.
Yeah.
A lot of people have memories of it being very good in constructed decks or legacy decks or whatever. And you can build a deck where you could reliably flip this. It's just it takes a lot more work, and by the time you've done it, you've essentially built your own snapping drake, which is not really that impressive considering there's literally one right beside it here. So I'm not going to pick this or play it, but if you've got a spell heavy deck and you want to put one in and have a good time, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not going to look to play this one. Delver, you'll lose to it. You'll absolutely lose. Where turn 1 they play this, turn 2 they flip it, and you are now on like a very quick clock starting on turn 2. But that's just luck. That's just variance. I don't. I'm psyched about playing blue-red spells decks, and I don't even necessarily want to be playing a Delver, but I would put one in, I guess. There are ways you can manipulate the deck to make sure something goes on top, but just play better cards. Play consistent cards.
Yeah. If you've got enough spells in your blue-red spell deck, I might put it in there too. I'm with Dave on that one.
Yeah. But yeah, pick it late for sure.
Late.
Up next is Devious Cover-Up. Devious Cover-Up is 2 blue for an instant at common, counter target spell. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard. You may shuffle up to 4 target cards from your graveyard into your library.
We had this in a Ravnica set, and you could use it to mill people out slowly, gently, over a lot of time.
Not only that, but 2 went infinite, right? You'd never lost.
If you had 2, you would never be able to mill out. So normally I would immediately dismiss a card like this, but after having played with it some, you could get some work done. So I'm going to call this narrow and say that you probably want to wheel it. But there's a deck, there may be a deck that would be quite interested in this card.
I almost feel like there has to be a deck because this was in Guilds of Ravnica, where one of the top decks was Boros balls to the wall aggro, and this still worked.
Yeah, fair enough.
So I'm happy with Devious Cover-Up. Again, it's a late pick, but if you can get a couple of these and they're commons, you can. Like, you just counter their spell and put the other cover-up back in the deck, and then draw that card and counter the next spell. They have to double spell. They have to already be way ahead on board or something. This is a fine counterspell. It does work. It does a lot of work in very specific control decks. So don't just jam this in anything, but there are ways to make this work.
Gangsta has a point here. That was back when the bots just wouldn't take Dimir cards and we couldn't draft this with people. So
I did this in paper.
Okay.
It definitely exists.
But everybody that plays paper is terrible.
That's true. That's very true.
I just got you to admit you're terrible.
Up next.
No, I think I'm with Johnny. I think I could do stuff.
So up next is Dissipate. Dissipate is 1 blue for an instant at uncommon counter target spell. If that spell is countered this way, exile it instead of putting it into its owner's graveyard.
This is generally not something I'm incredibly interested in, but you can play it. It first printed in Mirage. We saw it again in the original Innistrad. It's mostly just cancel, but it's kind of cute when you counter a flashback spell with it. I don't tend to value these any higher than I would a regular cancel, so I'm looking to wheel them.
Yeah, easy wheel. Cancel's just not something that I'm super looking forward to in most decks. I sometimes play them, but begrudgingly.
I like 3-mana counter in AFR more than I do in most sets, so it might do something here.
Yeah. But yeah, it should be an easy wheel. Up next is Drownyard Amalgam. Drownyard Amalgam is 4 and a blue for a creature zombie horror at common. It's a 3/6. When it ETBs, target player mills 3 cards. 2 and a blue, Drownyard Amalgam can't be blocked this turn.
So here is your answer to that white equipment that you were worried about and your way to kill them.
It's true.
This card looks fine. I probably want one of these in literally every blue deck. I can probably wheel it because I don't imagine most people want a ton of them. But yeah, I want one of these.
Yeah, it reminds me of Ashiok Skulker. It reminds me of Passwall Adept. It's a card that like a controlly blue deck loves to have because it keeps
Or a
you
mid-range
alive.
blue deck or an aggro blue deck or
Yeah, it keeps you alive
blue
as a
deck.
3/6 and then just kills them as an unblockable 3/6.
Yeah, I dig it. But I don't think you have to go after it early. It's just, hey, I don't have a
No.
5-drop yet. This is a pretty good one. Let's get it.
Yeah, this is 6 through 8, probably even wheel in pack 2 and pack 3, where
Yeah, that's what I would
not
say.
everybody's in blue at that point. And always mill yourself. There's no reason to mill an opponent here.
Yeah, you're giving them upside if you mill them.
Yeah. Up next is Fading Hope. Fading Hope is a single blue mana for an instant at uncommon. Return target creature to its owner's hand. If its mana value is 3 or less, scry 1.
I'm usually pretty happy with the first bounce spell. There's going to be some tokens. There's going to be, they had a combat trick. There's going to be, they tried to kill my dude and I can bounce it. Asking me to leave up 1 mana is not that much. I'm probably still not going to like go crazy and pick this incredibly highly because this is mostly unsummon. But I could see taking one 6 through 8th.
Yeah, I'm very happy to pick this 6 through 8th. It's unsummon with an upside where if you're killing a token or something with it, you're getting to scry 1. I have been the biggest proponent of bounce forever. Bounce has gotten significantly worse now that there are no vanilla creatures and everything does something on ETB, but you still play them. There's still tokens. There's still stuff to get them with.
Yeah, and it feels like you've done more than a 1-for-1, when they go to pacify your dude and you bounce it. But I still love that play pattern of gotcha.
Agreed. Up next is Falcon Abomination. Falcon Abomination is 2 and a blue for a creature zombie bird at common. It's a 2/2 flyer. When it ETBs, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed.
I like this a lot better than the White Wind Drake. I'm really going to have to figure out what we're supposed to do with these decayed things, but I've already seen cards that I would want to sacrifice them to. I've seen cards that would make them 3/2. Just throwing it in for 2 damage is not so bad. And this one leaves me over with a Wind Drake. So I think I like this quite a bit. This looks like a pretty good common for blue. I would probably rate this as a 6th-ish pick for me. I'm picking up what this is putting down.
Yeah, I'm on 6 through 8 for this. It's a Windrake, which, again, I'm hoping could be okay again someday. And that zombie is just nice to have. Some cases you're just going to kill your opponent having an extra 2/2. And if there is some sort of sacky stuff you can do, there you go.
Yeah.
And at common, you could get a pair of these. Easy. I do like the white one more. Up next is
anyone that has questions about why I don't like the Griff, come by my stream anytime after today, and I will explain to you why the white one is terrible and this one's pretty good. I will play both of them. I'm just saying that this is obviously better than the Griffin.
Up next is Firmament Sage. Firmament Sage is 3 and a blue for a creature human wizard at uncommon. It's a 2/3. If it's not day or night, it becomes day. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, draw a card.
I need to know how much you like this card.
I love this card.
Because this is a worse version of Curse of Surveillance.
This blocks.
No, it doesn't. It's a 2/3/4. What are you blocking with this?
Blocks once.
Yeah, if you like this and you don't like Curse of Surveillance, we got to talk, man. But I still like this. It's okay. I'll play it. It's a decent amount of card advantage. But I got to jump through a lot of hoops to draw an extra card, whereas Curse of Surveillance is like, dude, have an extra card every freaking turn. It's great. So this is just a worse version of Curse of Surveillance for me. Once I'm in blue, I'd play it, which puts it like 5th or 6th pick.
I like this in my blue-red spells decks. The blue-red spells decks has a vague sub-theme of day and night with that Vadrik guy and whatnot. because you're passing your turn with your instance up, you're double spelling on your turn if you want to, because you're drawing cards, holding cards back. You're going to be flipping day and night a lot, which means you're drawing more cards, which fuels flipping day and night some more.
Yeah.
But
And Cursor Surveillance does all of that too.
fair enough, fair enough. I'm picking this somewhere around fifth, sixth, I think.
Okay,
And going
we're in
from
the
there.
same spot with it. Fair enough.
Sounds good. Up next is Flip the Switch. Flip the Switch is 2 and a blue for an instant at common. Counter target spell unless its controller pays 4. Create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed.
Possibility I'll play this because back in the day I would have just dismissed 3-mana counter spells, but I think they were actually pretty good in AFR, and I was usually happy to play one, sometimes two. That said, you never need to take them early. You can always wheel something like this. I still am not quite sure what I'm going to do with these zombie tokens, but I'm pretty sure I can find something. So I'll still say wheel it, but I would say let's probably not instantly dismiss this one.
I'll wheel it, but I've always been a fan of Convolute, Spell Shrivel, etc. Getting a 2/2 attached to it, even if it only gets to attack once, I'm pretty happy with it, but easy wheel.
Agreed.
Up next is Gale Drifter. Gale Drifter is 3 and a blue for a creature Hippogriff at common. It's a 3/2 flyer. Disturb for 4 and a blue. Turns into Whale Drifter, which is a Hippogriff Spirit. It's a 2/2 flyer.
This seems wonderful to me.
Yeah, it's a Snapping Drake.
Yeah, I love snapping drakes. So much better than wind drakes. Oh my god. That 3 power really pushes them through because they can trade with more stuff on the ground, which sometimes you have to do. And they can force through more damage and close out the game faster. I like this card a lot. I could see picking this as highly as 5th.
Yeah, and it just dies into a ever so slightly worse version of itself.
It dies into a wind drake, which is like, I mean, obviously not great, but it's a free one. I didn't have to pick this one.
Yeah, exactly. I'm happy 5th, 6th for this, I think. I think it's going to be one of the better blue creatures.
Yeah, this looks really good to me. This will probably be one of the better blue commons.
Yeah, yeah. Up next is Geistwave. Geistwave is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If you controlled that permanent, draw a card.
This is almost the same card as the Unsummon. I'm going to treat it functionally the same. I was pretty happy playing You Come to a River in AFR, and I could barely ever remember that had another mode. So the fact that this doesn't really matter. I'm happy to put one of these in my deck. I'm probably still looking to wheel it.
Yeah, ditto. It's bounce, which unfortunately is getting worse, but I'm still going to try to play it and hope that maybe bounce is getting better. I'm not looking to bounce my own stuff. I will say this is the second bounce spell we've seen, and we're not done with that, which makes me hesitant about maybe the counter stuff, and definitely hesitant about playing any auras ever.
Yeah, well, you should be.
You should, yeah, fair. Up next is the movie poster for Face Off. Grafted Identity. Grafted Identity is 2 blue for an enchantment aura at rare. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature. Enchant creature. You control enchanted creature. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1.
Took his face off. Sorry, just need to do that. Okay, so this is 4-mana mind control, but I got to sack something.
Yep.
So mind control was a 2-for-1. This isn't a 2-for-1.
Sack a
But I
token.
do get to sack something, and I've probably got some zombie decayed things laying around. I'm first picking this. Who am I kidding?
Yeah, easy first pick.
This is worst case scenario. This is like switcheroo with upside.
Agreed, yeah. Now I will say, this isn't a zombie payoff for me. This isn't the decayed zombie energy payoff for me. Because I'll sack
just
anything.
A good card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll sack a 1/1 human. I'll sack anything. Up next is Larder Zombie. Larder Zombie is a single blue for a creature zombie at common. It's a 1/3 with Defender. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Look at the top card of your library. You can put it into your graveyard.
Lard or zombie, huh? Okay, so if I've got a ton of decayed zombies sitting around and I can't attack with them, I can use this to mill myself, maybe?
Sure. Or get that land off the top.
Yeah, it looks okay. I generally like 1/3s for 2. The fact that it's a defender is kind of weird. Wheel these, I would say. I don't think we're going to go super crazy with this. But I can't really say anything bad about the card.
I would wheel at best. I can't see playing this card.
Yeah, I'm in that boat, wheel at best. But if you're short 2 drops, throw the larder zombie in. It can do something.
Theoretically, yeah. You got to have a lot of creatures down and be unable to attack and care about milling yourself, I guess.
You would always care about milling yourself at that point because, like, you could look and be like, oh, it's
Yeah.
land, I don't want it.
Yeah, it helps you
So, like,
dig.
the ability's not bad. Make it a 2 mana 2/3, and the card's absurd, and we're all playing it, right? Like, it's just that, a 1 mana 1/3 isn't that exciting.
It depends on format. Tapping 3 creatures is one heck of a cost.
Yeah, but end of turn. Like, Auntie
Oh, yeah,
Easy are
sorcery
saying
speed.
gain
Yeah,
advantage to
instant speed,
target
yeah.
board stall.
Yeah, that's fair. Instant speed.
So I think this guy's okay.
Yeah, yeah, I can go on wheel and maybe play it.
Yeah.
Up next is Leer, Disciple of the Drowned. This person is 3 blue for a legendary creature human wizard at Mythic. It's a 3/4. Spells can't be countered. Each instant and sorcery card in your graveyard has flashback. The flashback cost is equal to that card's mana cost.
Okay. They have finally found a card where I'm willing to play an understated body.
It's pretty
Because I
good.
go through all my spells, then I slam this, untap, and I can start casting them again. Cool. That's enough value for me. I will first pick this.
Yeah, and even your flashback cards, which have expensive flashback, now have cheaper flashback.
Flashback, flashback, flashback. It's a lot of flashback.
Easy first pick for me, and I want this in my blue-red spells deck.
Yeah, agree.
But any deck works. Blue-black, it would probably be amazing. Up next is Locked in the Cemetery. Locked in the Cemetery is 1 and a blue for an enchantment aura, enchant creature. It's a common. When Locked in the Cemetery enters the battlefield, if there are 5 or more cards in your graveyard, tap enchanted creature. Enchanted creature doesn't untap during its controller's untap step.
It's not nearly as good as the Herpaderp from the last set.
Ray of Frost?
Claustrophobia. I can never remember what we call it.
Oh, from like last Innistrad.
From last Innistrad, and it was the same card as Mesmerizing Sleep, Charm Sleep. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
It's not as good as that. It doesn't look like it's going to be that hard to get some crap in your graveyard, and you'll probably have to play some of these. It's worth noting that this card is functionally Assassinate for 2 mana, right? Like destroy target tapped creature. That's what this is doing. So the first copy of this is still fine to play. I don't think I want to go nuts over it. And if this is our blue enchantment-based removal, well, it's not all that good. So we may be looking to other colors to get the removal, because I'm probably looking to get the first one of these like 7th pick when I'm blue, and I may not even want more than 2.
I think I'd probably play more. Getting 5 cards in your graveyard's not hard at all.
Yeah, it is. How is that not hard at all?
We're playing Larder Zombie and milling ourselves.
Sure you are. You understand there's some tension too when you cast a flashback card or disturb, like they're leaving the graveyard. Like, trust me, I'm the one that loves claustrophobia style effects. When chat tells me they're bad, this is worse than those effects. You can still play it.
Yeah,
I mean, it's Assassinate X-Men. That's what I'm saying. But like, you didn't put 3 Assassinates in your deck and be happy about it.
I mean, I played Ray of Frost and happily, even not against non-red decks.
Yeah, I played one of them too. It was fine. And I would play one of these. It'd be fine.
Yeah, so I'll take this 6th through 8th, I think.
Yeah, I think the first one I do, but that's about it.
That's fair. I will say the art with the gate being slightly off-centered is really throwing my perception around.
I saw somebody on Twitter that posted this art, and they're like, if you zoom in right over his shoulder, you can see why he wants to get out so bad. There's something in there with him. Like, that's actually really good art.
Interesting. Can't quite make it out. I'll have to look
Yeah,
at
you kind of got to zoom in to be able to see it, but it's there.
Up next is Malevolent Hermit. Malevolent Hermit is 1 and a blue for a creature human wizard at rare. It's a 2/1. Pay blue and sacrifice it. Counter target non-creature's spell unless its controller pays 3. Disturb for 2 and a blue. It comes back as a Benevolent Geist, which is a spirit wizard 2/2 flyer, and non-creature spells you control can't be countered.
This seems about on par with me as the bait hook angler, except it's just obviously that shifted into rare. With this being on board, your opponent is probably just always going to be able to play around this if that's what they want to do. And generally speaking, in limited, you'd probably trade it off way before that's relevant. So I wouldn't get too excited about that. But a 2/1 that dies into a relatively cheap 2/2, sold. I'm aboard. I'm all aboard this value train. I could see first picking this out of a lot of packs.
Yeah, this is a vanilla 2/1 that becomes a vanilla 2/2 flyer, which is
No,
fine.
playing around it just means instead of using a kill spell that they probably shouldn't use anyway, they cast a creature. Or if they've got a crappy removal spell and a good one, just use the crappy removal spell on this. Like whatever, you can sacrifice it and counter it. I got what I want.
Yeah, it still died.
Yeah, so I think this is mostly a piker that dies into a Windrake. Staple those two things together, I'm very interested in them.
Yeah, so it's around like 7th through 8th pick for me.
I think I could go a little bit higher than that. I would say like fourth to fifth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it is 2 cards. That's true. I could see 4th, 5th, yeah. You talked me up to it.
We got there.
Up next is Memory Deluge. Memory Deluge is 2 blue for an instant at rare. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast this spell. Put 2 of them into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. 5 blue for flashback.
Top X cards. So I look at 4 and draw 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then I look at 100 and draw 2.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Sorcerer Speed Inspiration. That's fine. No, that's not Sorcerer Speed
It's instant
Inspiration.
speed.
This is an instant.
Yep.
This seems good. I don't know that I want to first pick it. It doesn't seem as good to me as the one that just draws me cards every turn.
Yeah, I think this is good, not great. It feels like a vague dig through time variant, sort of, but not.
Yeah, it's still good. I'd still be happy to play it. And I'd probably first pick it out of a bunch of packs. It's a lot of card advantage.
Mm-hmm.
I can see things I would first pick over this.
Yeah, I think I want it around like 3rd, 4th, but
Do we have common card advantage in blue? Like, is there a divination variant? I haven't seen one yet.
I don't think we've seen one yet. I can't remember if we do see one or not.
Yeah, if we don't, if you want to draw cards and you open cards like this that draw cards, you better take them there because that's the only way you're doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's obviously pretty good. It's just a question of would I first pick it, which I guess I'm arguing about. But like, it's still obviously a very fine quality card.
Yeah, I think I'm around 3rd, 4th, but I think it might get picked higher.
Yeah, same. I think I might very well too.
Yeah.
I could see first picking this. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Up next is Mysterious Tome. Mysterious Tome is 2 and a blue for an artifact at uncommon. Pay 2, tap, draw a card, transform Mysterious Tome. It transforms into a Chilling Chronicle. Chilling Chronicle is an uncommon artifact. Pay 1, tap, tap target non-land permanent, transform Chilling Chronicle.
So it keeps going back and forth.
Yeah.
This card's really cool. I hope that I can play it. That is a source of card advantage in blue at uncommon that I quite like. It's like part of an icy manipulator and part of a Jame Day tome stapled together, but it's never going to be exactly which one you want it to be. Huh. I have no idea where to pick this, but I want to play with it.
I think it's entirely set dependent because it could be incredibly slow because you pay 2, tap, draw a card. The icy manipulator's tapped. You don't get to use that until a full turn cycle. And then you get to use your icy, I guess, on their turn, which means you get the tome back on your turn, but then it's not another full turn cycle to get the icy back.
Yep.
You got to be living a long time
to get your value.
Yeah.
Man, I hope this is good. I have no idea where to put it. I may be with Vanguard, and then I'll first pick it and try it, and I'll do that for science.
Yeah, I'll start pretty high because I like both sides of it, and this would be good in formats that I like. There's a chance it's garbage.
Yeah, there's a high chance it's garbage. Buyer beware, but I like this card and I want to play with it.
Yeah. Can you transform and tap it again? No, because transforming doesn't change anything about the card. So you tap it to draw a card, and then it just sort of flips over. It doesn't become untapped or anything.
Oh God, it is really good with that 1/4 that taps or untaps on day and night. Because like I'll just spend my mana on my turn to do this crap. I won't cast any spells. We'll flip it over. Next turn, I can tap something down, cast a couple spells, and have this to tap something else. All right,
Yeah,
let's get mysterious, man. I'm ready to feel somewhat justified in picking this if I can get a bunch of those 1/4s because nobody else wants them.
yeah, that's fair. Sounds good. Up next is Nebelgast Intruder. Nebelgast Intruder is 2 and a blue for a creature spirit at uncommon. It's a 2/1 flash flyer. When it ETBs, up to one target creature an opponent controls gets -2/-0 until end of turn.
Yet another card that's better than that white Griff. Because this could actually eat something. There's a reason that this has flash, is that I can flash it in and eat a 2/1, and then I've got this left over. I could use this as a combat trick when I attack with my 3/2 and they block with their 2/2. Like this one just is all upside. I like this card quite a bit.
Yeah, it's like the frog.
I won games with that frog. You hush.
I won games with
Having
Fairy Duelist, which was very much like this card.
Fair enough. This is better than Fairy Duelist.
Yeah.
By a decent amount. I can see picking this as highly as 4th. I like this one.
Yep, I'd pick it pretty highly. I think I'm on 4th, 5th. I like the card quite a bit. Even if it's not eating something, oops, 2/1 flash flyer is probably going to get in for a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
Up next is Ominous Roost. Ominous Roost is 2 and a blue for an enchantment at uncommon. When Ominous Roost enters the battlefield, or whenever you cast a spell from your graveyard, create a 1/1 blue bird creature token with flying, and this creature can block only creatures with flying.
You got a blue bird.
Yeah.
Okay, so I cast it, I get a 1/1 flyer that can't block functionally.
Yeah.
And then whenever I cast Flashback or Disturb, I get more. This kind of reminds me of like Burning Vengeance, but I could use Burning Vengeance as removal. For those of you that did play the original Innistrad, that was a build around for when you cast a flashback spell, you could do 2 damage to something. And this set seems like it has so many mechanics going on, whereas original Innistrad basically just had flashback and some tribal synergies. That there might not be enough flashback cards for you to be like, yeah, I got 15 flashback cards. Because if you can get 15 flashback cards, this would be pretty good.
Yeah.
But you probably can't, and you can't use it as removal, which you could with Burning Vengeance, which kind of leaves me mostly out on this. But if you can ever pull it off, it'd be cool.
Yeah, that's my take. I don't think you can get enough to make this do what you want to do. 2 damage to any target was really good with Burning Vengeance. 1/1/1 flying bird that can't block. That's not enough.
It makes me wonder if this was too good if they could block.
There's a weird, this creature can block only creatures with flying sub-theme in this set. I don't know why. I'm happy that downsides are being explored, like, because that tends to make sets that I enjoy when not everything is just pure upside.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering why that sub-theme is going through this set.
Yeah, it's just one of those cards where you've got to get a ton of value out of this. If I can make 3 of them, I think I'm happy, which means I probably need at least 9 flashback spells. And even then, if I top deck it after I've already cast a bunch of them, I don't want it. This may just be bad.
Yeah. I'm on bad to start. I'll keep an eye on it, but it's not the build around I want. Up next is Organ Hoarder. Organ Hoarder is 3 and a blue for a creature zombie at common. It's a 3/2. When Organ Hoarder enters the battlefield, look at the top 3 cards of your library, then put 1 of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard.
And it has flash, right?
No.
Why couldn't this be a 3/4?
I don't know.
I guess that relegates this to this card goes into decks that want self-mill because that's all it's really doing for you. It's an overcosted creature. So you have to be interested in self-mill. If you are very interested in self-mill, get you an Organ Hoarder because you're the only person at the table that wants it because nobody wants a 4-mana 3/2.
It does draw you a card.
Yeah. I just want better stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess if this was just 4 mana, 3/2 draw a card, I would be happy about it.
Yeah, and it's draw a card with selection.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. I'm wrong. This card is just okay. Because there was that 3/2 wizard in BFZ that I played all the time, and I was
the
happy about it.
the wizard that was very good and at the same time wildly overrated.
Yeah, I suspect that this is that card. I suspect that this is very good and will be wildly overrated, which is why I'm initially pooping on it a little bit. But
Yeah.
I also think I just fundamentally misunderstood this. I thought it was just milling. I didn't quite appreciate that you're keeping one of them. So if you're just milling, this is obviously bad. Getting to keep one puts us on par with like whatever that visionary thing was,
Yeah,
Jiraga
Jiraga.
Visionary.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've gone through the entire gambit on this card and have gone from I don't want to play it to I'll probably take the first one 6 peg.
Yeah, I'm around 6th pick for this. I expect initially if people identify that this is like Jiraga, you're never going to see them because they're going to be picking them something stupidly high, like 2nd pick or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm around 6th for it. Up next is Otherworldly Gaze. Otherworldly Gaze is a single blue mana for an instant at common. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put any number of them into your graveyard, and the rest back on top of your library in any order. Flashback for 1 and a blue.
No thanks.
But you flip your Delver. It's Ponder.
I, I guess you could, and you could get bird tokens with your ominous roost, but I don't want to have a card that just doesn't do anything.
Yeah, this does nothing for me in any of the decks that I want. You don't play Index, you don't play this.
Yeah.
And yes, this is better than Index because you could mill blah, 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 but no thanks.
Yeah, not interested.
Up next is Overwhelmed Archivist. Overwhelmed Archivist is 2 and a blue for a creature human wizard at uncommon. It's a 3/2. When Overwhelmed Archivist enters the battlefield, draw a card, then discard a card. Disturb for 3 and a blue. Becomes Archive Haunt, 2 and a 1. Spirit Wizard, it's a 2/1 flyer, and when it attacks, draw a card, then discard a card.
This is the only card from the set that I had already seen.
Yeah.
And I like this one. I liked it to begin with. 3 mana, 3/2 that lets me loot if I wanna. Seems pretty good. Actually, I don't. I have to, don't I?
Yes, you
cool. That means I can never make a mistake because you should always loot.
do. Yep.
And then this triggers on attack, not damage, which is kind of neat. You could attack and they block it with a 2/2 and you still get it. So overall, I really like this card. I could see going as high as 3rd pick for the Archivist.
Yep, I could see like 3rd, 4th, 5th. I think realistically I'm in 4th, 5th, just because I do think that 2nd, 3rd still tends to be the realm of removal and such, but looting's
Removal's
great.
just gotten worse these days, man.
Yeah, I don't want to believe that though. And
Okay.
I was one of the hard ones for for Kaldheim where I actually just stopped drafting removal and it worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this card's great.
Okay.
Up next is Patrician Geist. Patrician Geist is 2 and a blue for a creature spirit knight at rare. It's a 2/2 flyer. Other spirits you control get +1/+1. Spells you cast from your graveyard cost 1 less to cast.
I'm down for this one. This is a Windrake I like because we're buffing the other spirits, and I'm not going to need that many other spirits to be very happy with that. It looks like every Disturb card we've seen so far dies into a spirit, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, there's
And
a
making
lot of...
I was going to say this makes Disturb and Flashback cost less, which is pretty cool too. So I could see first picking this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to first pick this and start to build around it a little bit. If I somehow whiff on spirits and Disturb, well, Disturb is spirits. If I somehow whiff on spirits and Flashback, it's a Windrake that may or may not. Yeah. I made a mistake and probably should have stopped drafting blue at some point. Yeah, easy first pick. Great card. Does everything that I think every blue deck wants to do, basically.
It's still not a rare I want to open, so I may change it
No.
to 2nd or 3rd pick now that I think about it, because that's where I'd be happy to take it.
Yeah. I could see that. I think I'm happy with the build around potential of the power, though, to just slam it. Up next is Phantom Carriage. Phantom Carriage is 4 blue for a creature spirit at uncommon. It's a 4/4 flyer. When Phantom Carriage enters the battlefield, you may search your library for a card with Flashback or Disturb, put it into your graveyard, then shuffle.
That's a nice effect. It's a nice body. It's an expensive card though.
Yeah, considering like this has got to be one of the first 6 drops we've seen. We have not seen high casting cost cards, which makes this look wildly expensive.
Yeah, it looks more expensive here than it probably would normally. But I mean, this is a lot of value for 6 mana.
Yeah,
It's functionally a 6 mana 4/4 flyer that mostly draws you a card.
draws you a card, but draws you like the card you want generally. Like theoretically, most of your disturb and flashback cards are going to be some of the best cards in your deck.
Could be. I mean, I don't know though. Maybe you're playing otherworldly gaze.
It's true.
If I could always only ever find it with the Phantom Carriage, I would put Otherworldly Gaze in the deck. I think this card may actually be pretty good. I could see third or fourth picking this.
I think it's probably pretty good. I'm iffy on that casting cost, which I think is going to keep me down in like the 5th, 6th range. But if this format is totally okay with that casting cost, I could push it up.
I mean, it'll kill you pretty quickly, man. 4 damage in the air starts to add up.
Yeah. I just hope we're not dead by turn 6.
Yeah, me too. Let's do it. Let's build a deck that can survive.
Sounds good. Up next is Puppet Stitcher. Puppet Stitcher is 2 and a blue for a creature human wizard at Mythic. It's a 2/3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 3 or more creature tokens, doesn't have to be the zombies, you may transform Puppet Stitcher. Transforms into Puppet Factory, which is a plain old artifact. Creature tokens you control lose all abilities, including Decayed, and have base power and toughness 3/3. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may transform Puppet Factory.
Okay, so you can swap him back and forth if you want to. This is a spell's payoff I like, man.
Yep. This thing's amazing.
I'm first picking this. Let's have some fun. This looks great.
Yeah, snap first pick, and I'm probably not flipping this back from the artifact unless I suddenly need to like start refilling on tokens, because all my tokens are 3/3s.
Yeah, you build a bunch of tokens, you flip it, and then if they deal with your tokens, you flip it back and make some more. I dig
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Up next is Revenge of the Drowned. Revenge of the Drowned is 3 and a blue for an instant at common. It is another bounce spell. Target creature's owner puts it on the top, or it's better than a bounce spell. On top or bottom of their library, you create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed.
Yeah, this is great. Because like a normal bounce spell, you've got to wait for something to happen to get value off of it, generally speaking, or you're just throwing away a card to not really affect the board long term. This one, you're actually trading for a card because it's going on top or bottom of their library. So this is better than all of the other ones, and this is the removal spell in blue in this set.
Yeah.
So I'm going to bump this one up over the Assassinate variant, where I had that one at like 6th. I probably want this one around 4th or 5th. Like I've got a couple good blue cards. All of a sudden, I want 2 of these.
Yeah, this
And
card's
instant speed is huge too. Like it's a lot of fun. Like let's say somebody they've got something they really want and they pop it Evolving Wilds. You could do this in response and be like, put it wherever you want, man. It doesn't matter. You ain't getting it back. Like you can
Yup.
have a lot of fun with cards like this.
Yeah, Griptide's always great, and getting a zombie attached onto literal grip, well, not literal Griptide, because they could bottom the card if they want, but basically literal Griptide is great. I'm all in on this card. Love it.
Agree.
And we get a Decayed zombie for when we find out where we want to actually use those.
I mean, throw it in their face, take 2 damage. How many times can they do that?
That's what I plan on doing with them.
Yeah.
Black had better have the payoffs because we're almost done blue. And we haven't seen many Decayed payoffs other than attacking. Up next is Secrets of the Key. Secrets of the Key is a single blue mana for an instant at common. Investigate. If this spell was cast from a graveyard, investigate twice instead. How do you cast it from a graveyard? Well, it has flashback for 3 and a blue.
I don't think one of these would be terrible in a spells deck.
I think it's the only place I play it.
You could sort of fit it in as card draw. Like this is our divination, dude.
Yeah.
We don't necessarily have to like it. Like turn 1 this, turn 2 crack the clue, turn 3 play a 3-drop, turn 4 flash it back.
Yeah, it's just 9 mana divination.
Yeah, it's not good. It's not good. But I could see playing it. I'd probably say wheel it. Some blue decks will want one. Some blue decks will be going nuts on instants and sorceries and would probably play two or three. But I'm not incredibly into this though.
Yeah, I would wheel it, and I'm pretty sure I only want to play it in blue red spells.
I think I
But
could see playing it in some other decks. Like because of the installment plan, this isn't quite as bad as it looks, although divination would obviously be better. But I think we take this.
yeah, I could see needing to pop it in somewhere. It could help you like trigger day or something as well.
Yeah, don't be ashamed to play this. This card's okay.
Yeah. Up next is Shipwreck Sifters. Shipwreck Sifters is 1 and a blue for a creature's spirit. It's at common. It's a 1/2. When it ETBs, draw a card, then discard a card. Whenever you discard a spirit card or a card with disturb, put a +1/+1 counter on Shipwreck Sifters.
It also is a spirit.
Yep.
The thing is, I don't want to do that. I want to discard lands.
Yeah, I want to discard lands. I don't want to discard straight up spirits that don't have disturb on them. And I don't want to discard disturb, but I can.
Yeah, you do. You don't think you do, but you do.
And like getting the first counter on this. Okay.
Mandatory.
Yeah, required for it to even remotely be okay. Like I need more counters on this than it's going to get, I think.
Or it can be a 2/1, and I'm pretty happy with this. It's like then it would just be Fisher Wizard with incredible upside. As
Yeah.
it stands, I don't really want it. I'd probably wheel it and maybe play it in some decks, but not many.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd wheel it. It doesn't look like what I want to be doing. Up next is Scab Wrangler. Scab Wrangler is 1 and a blue for a creature human wizard at uncommon. It's a 2/1. Tap 3 untapped creatures you control. Tap target creature.
It seems all right to me. It's something to do with those tokens. It's end of turn. Get a board stall moving in your direction. It is something you'd kind of want to be using end of turn. Well, I guess you're not blocking with your zombies anyway. And it really says tap 2 other untapped creatures you control because you could tap this.
Yeah.
This is okay. I could see picking this as highly as 5th.
Yep, I'm right around there. 5th, 6th. I if I'm not using zombie tokens, I obviously really want to be doing this end of their turn. But yeah, I think it could do some work.
Eggart's got the biggest point there. It's a 2/1 for 2. The shipwreck, if the
Yeah.
shipwreck sifters was a 2/1 for 2, I'd love it too.
Yeah. Up next, we have Sludge Monster. Sludge Monster is 3 blue for a creature horror at rare. It's a 5/5. Whenever Sludge Monster enters the battlefield or attacks, put a slime counter on up to 1 other target creature. Non-horror creatures with slime counters on them lose all abilities and have base power and toughness 2/2.
Now, if this dies, does that effect still stay in place?
No. Because it's
Okay.
not an effect of the slime counters, it's an effect of this card.
Okay. This is still pretty absurd. I get a 5 mana 5/5, which is already just great stat lines, Colossopedio.
Yeah.
And I just turn your best creature into a 2/2, and then do it again when I start attacking.
Yeah, card seems great.
Yeah, I'll first pick yes.
Yeah, easy first pick. Up next is Spectral Adversary. Spectral Adversary is 1 and a blue for a 2/1 creature spirit at Mythic. It's a flash flyer. When it ETBs, you can pay 1 and a blue any number of times. When you pay this cost 1 or more times, put that many +1/+1 counters on Spectral Adversary. Then, up to that many other target artifacts, creatures, and or enchantments phase out.
That's kind of cute, and I appreciate what they're trying to do with this. But I'd probably still first pick this. 2 mana, 2/1 flyers are pretty good. The flash is interesting. The fact that it has some multi-kicker, I think, is pretty interesting too. I could see this being quite good.
Yeah, it's a flash snapping drake for 4, well, kind of 2 blue as opposed to 3 and a blue. And you get to remove a blocker, you get to prevent a removal spell from happening. There's various things that you can do with this. It's cute, and I think it's an easy first pick.
Great.
Up next is Startle. Startle is 1 and a blue for an instant at common. Target creature gets -2/-0 until end of turn. Make a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed and draw a card.
It's a lot, dude.
How much do they have to add to make this effect okay?
This much. I'm starting to get interested in this now. Probably still like sixth or seventh pick interested, but I think I'd play one of these.
Yeah.
Whereas generally speaking, I don't play this card, the variant of this card. But maybe win a combat, get a token, draw a card. That's enough that I'm starting to get interested.
Yeah, I don't know if I ever cast a Shocking Grasp, but I'll cast this.
I think
Attaching
I
a
cast it twice in something like 200 drafts.
yeah, exactly. But getting that 2/2, that's a huge upside to this. And, blue red spells. I'll play this. It draws me a card. It gives me a creature that I can start attacking in with. Attack in with once. Yeah, I think this card's good, but I do think you'd take it close to the wheel, like 6th, 7th, 8th.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Up next is Stormrider Spirit. Stormrider Spirit is 4 and a blue for a creature spirit at common. It's a 3/3 flash flyer.
This is a reprint, and it's a functional reprint of another reprint on top of that.
Yep.
And I think this is a good case study in how limited has changed from New Phyrexia through Shadows over Innistrad through to Ixalan through to now. In New Phyrexia, which is I think the first time we saw 5 mana 3/3 flash flyer, there were packs you would first pick that out of and be very happy about it. Spire Monitor was just great in that format. It blocked so many things, and it was going to eat something. And this card has gotten progressively worse every time we've seen it because creatures are just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And there's really not much that this can flash in and eat. It's usually flash in and trading with things. If that trend has continued, then this is going to be actively bad to the point I probably don't even want one. It does look like there's some small stuff running around here, so maybe you could play one. But it's gone from something that like you could make an argument from first picking now and then to something you could make an argument to playing now and then. So I'll wheel this if I'm going to play it at all.
Yeah, it's just a great point in the argument that power creep is real because literally nothing has changed about this card.
Yep.
Because it's a spirit and there are spirit payoffs. There are decks for it. Like this is a flash 4/4 flyer if you have the Spirit Lord.
Yeah, I'll play it there.
Yeah, I'll play one of these sometimes, but I'm looking to wheel them.
Yeah, that is my goal.
Up next is Suspicious Stowaway. Suspicious Stowaway is 1 and a blue for a creature human rogue werewolf at rare. It's a 1/1. It cannot be blocked. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card, then discard a card. It's a daybound werewolf, of course. On the backside, it's a 2/1 that can't be blocked, and when it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. So it is the exact same, except draw instead of loot, and a 2/1.
Sold. I'll first pick this one.
Yeah, easy first pick. You could throw counters or equipment on this if you wanted to, but it's just fantastic. Like that guaranteed loot, at least if you're hitting, because you're always hitting unless it dies. And drawing cards is huge if you do get this on the night side. They have to kill this, and they have to kill it fast.
Because drawing 2 cards a turn is incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
This just reminds me of Looter Il-Kor, but I mean, it's even better. They just literally can't block it. So this thing looks great.
Yeah, easy first pick. Up next is Triskaidekaphile. Triskaidekaphile is 1 and a blue for a creature human wizard at rare. It's a 1/3. You have no maximum hand size. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you have exactly 13 cards in your hand, you win. Pay 3 and a blue, draw a card.
I'm sold. This reminds me of Azure Mage. I don't think we're actually going to get to the 13 cards alternate win condition, which is cute. I do appreciate that its power and toughness is 1/3 because it would kind of have to be, wouldn't it? But just having a 2 mana thing that I can dump some mana in seems pretty good to me. I would first pick this.
Yeah, I want to do a flashback draft for M12 just so I can play Azure Mage some more.
Yeah, Arcane Investigator was great in AFR, so I imagine this would be great here too.
Yeah, it's a great card. Don't ever expect to win the game, and I wouldn't even necessarily try unless I happen to already be at like 10 cards in my hand or something. But it's just an amazing mana sink. So
now, it's worth noting that I'm saying I might first pick this, whereas I would never first pick Arcane Investigator. And that's because AFR had card draw all over the gosh darn place. I have not seen common card draw that I want to play in this format. So if you want it and you open a rare piece of it, you better take it because that's what you're getting.
Agreed. I think I'm taking this thirdish, but it's quite good. Up next is Unblinking Observer. Unblinking Observer is 1 and a blue for a creature homunculus at common. It's a 2/1. Tap to add a blue. Spend this mana only to pay a disturb cost or cast an instant or sorcery.
This little guy doesn't seem so bad. Probably still looking to wheel it, but like if we're in the spells deck, cool. We've got a little mana rock, and it's a 2/1 that can block. If we're in, if we have just disturb cards, or we're in a disturb deck, cool. We can use it for that. There's nothing bad about this guy.
Yeah, I'm on eighth to wheel. I like this. I think I like this a little bit more than the Voldaean Arcanist. This makes a blue, which is slightly better than a colorless, which that made. This can be used on disturb costs, and if you can, it's a 2/1. It attacks better,
Yeah,
but still on the wheel or so.
agreed.
Up next is Vivisection. Vivisection is 3 and a blue for a sorcery at uncommon. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature. Draw 3 cards.
I'm pretty sure this is a reprint too, and it was bad in its original format, and I don't see why it would be better here. But Travis, there's decayed tokens. I mean, yeah,
We
but
did it. We found the payoff at the final blue card of the set.
yeah, that can't be what I'm supposed to do with them because I'm not that excited about it. I got to jump through a bunch of hoops so I can draw cards. Like, it still just seems not that great.
Yeah, and sorcery speed, which bleh.
Instant would still be pretty bad.
Yeah, it would be slightly
Like,
better, but it
yeah,
would
it
still
would
be
be
bad.
better, but it could be a lot better and still be bad.
Yeah, I don't want this card. F, maybe a heavy wheel, but really F.
But all right, does that take us to the next color?
That takes us to black.
All right, I'm ready to read some black cards. All right, first up is Arrogant Outlaw. 2 and a black for a 3/2 vampire novel. When it ETBs, if an opponent lost life this turn, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life.
So it's a 3/2 vampire spawn if you have
Kind
hit
of.
them.
Yeah.
It seems fine. It's like just pre-wheel, I guess. You're gonna in the vampire deck, you're gonna be wanting to make them lose life as opposed to any other deck.
Yeah. Which is very different.
Yeah, it's relatively filler even in that vampire deck, I think, but it's fine filler or slightly above filler.
That's where I'm at. Fine filler. Bat Whisperer is 3 and a black for a 4/2 vampire. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, create a 1/1 bat token.
I don't super like 4/2s for 4, especially since we started to get 4/2s for 3 a lot more commonly. I do get a 1/1 flyer off of this, which is fine, I guess, if they lost life. This seems like less good filler than the last one, so I'm a little bit more wheelie for this.
Yeah, me too. It is interesting though that if like you've done the thing vampires want to do, now you're going to be better at doing the thing vampires want to do because the 1/1 flyer will help you do that more.
Yeah.
Um, which I think is pretty interesting. And this could still block and potentially trade up. So this card's certainly playable. I just don't think it's great.
Yeah, agreed.
Battlebrand we've seen before is black, colorless for an instant. Target creature gains death touch until end of turn. Draw a card.
Yeah, this card was always okay-ish because it's going to create the trade, but it's never going to create your creature actually survives the combat. The replacement was fine, but it's a pretty wheelish card.
This card is garbage. It was never okay. You can just play creatures that trade and aren't trash. So yeah, I'm off on Battlebrand. The upside, but Travis, there's Decayed Zombie token. Yeah, I know what you're supposed to do with it.
So this is the
I
Decayed Zombie token payoff.
Yeah, and you can certainly do that. You're going to get one. It's okay. You can do it. But generally speaking, this is just not a good card.
Yeah, one of the best things about this from RNA was that you could use it with Daggercaster, and we don't have Daggercaster.
Yeah. Again, I'm not saying it's bad to do that, Dave. I'm just saying it's not something that I'm excited to do because it's kind of a gotcha moment, right? Like if you're attacking me with a bunch of decayed zombies that are going to die anyway, I'm probably not. We'll see where it gets there. Blood Pact is 2 and a black for an instant. Target player draws 2 cards and loses 2 life. What?
Sure. Sign in Blood. Costs 1 more, but it's easier to cast.
And so black gets divination in this set at common?
Yeah, black is the color of card draw, not blue.
And you can dome your opponent with it?
Yep. Or mill them out.
This looks great.
Yeah, I love Sign in Blood. I always play this card. I pick it. You know, not crazy high, but 6th through 8th is always where I like this.
Yeah, I'd probably take the first one about there. This looks great. All right. Up next is Bloodline Culling. 1 black black for an instant. Choose 1. Target creature gets -5/-5. Creature tokens get -2/-2.
This is the zombie token payoff. Not really.
You kill all your own zombie tokens, or you just attack with them and then cast this afterwards?
Yeah, you kill all your own zombies in 1 fell swoop for 3 mana and get all those sweet sacrifice or death. I don't know. You know, it's 3 mana, rare, not conditional removal, but probably pretty, or sorry, not unconditional, but probably fairly unconditional. And maybe you get to wipe somebody's tokens.
Yeah, you're first picking this, right?
Yeah, because it's the rare in the pack. So there's probably no bomb other than this. So first pick.
There's not going to be bomb other than this. There's not going to be better removal because it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So I'd take it.
Agreed.
Disfiguringly good. Blood Tithe Collector is 4 and a black for a 3/4 vampire novel with flying. When it enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, each opponent discards a card.
Is this flying?
Yes, this one does have flying.
So it's just standing on a really tall chair, I guess. It's a 3/4 flyer for 5, which we've already talked about. That's always kind of like, you could play one. It's fillerish. But you get that discard if they lost life. Why is this uncommon?
I guess it would be really annoying to play against if it was a common and somebody's like, they have 3 5-drops and they're all this.
Yeah, that's true. This is right around where basically any other 3/4 flyer for 5 would be. The fact that it's a vampire and there are some vampire synergies, cool. I feel like we've probably gone through a lot of vampire synergies. Like the one was getting a counter on all the vampires when that creature ETB'd. I don't think we've seen any other like vampire. Oh, I guess we haven't gone through red or black yet. Never mind. We'll find them.
Yeah,
probably.
so we're going to start seeing them,
but yeah, this is weakish on like the 8th-ish pick range for me, I think.
Probably go as high as 6th once I'm in black. This will do a good job at blocking the other flyers. Auntie is pointing out in chat. And it, like, vampires clearly want to deal damage to opponent, then play a vampire. If I don't get the ability from playing this one and they discard the card, then it should enable the ability of the next vampire I play because it's a 3/4 flyer and can presumably connect.
Yeah, that's true. It does what a 3/4 flyer does, which is blocks really well, but probably enables the tribe's plan.
Yeah, so I'm looking at this as like a payoff and an enabler, and the fact that it's filling both roles is pretty cool for me. So I could see it picking this as high as 5th.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll go up to 6th through 8th, and I could see 5th once I'm in the vampire deck.
Oh, that callback is so good. Champion of the Perished. Black for a 1/1 zombie. Whenever another zombie enters the battlefield under your control, put a +1/+1 counter on Champion of the Perished.
So this was Champion of the Parish, which was a single white for a human that got a counter whenever a human came into play. Very good card. So whenever another zombie enters the battlefield, I mean, I get here's our zombie payoff, I guess.
Sort of.
Actually, I haven't done this count. What's the zombie count? Printed on cards. Set mid rarity below rare. Creature type zombie. Why did that not work? Oh, because type.
I got a feeling you can get enough that you'd pick this.
There are 10 zombies below rare. Primarily blue-black, except for that black-green zombie bear.
You're the one that's got to rate it first, so I can sit here and be quiet.
I'm just taking a quick look at these zombies. I mean, I'm fighting between if it's a first pick or a second and third pick, really, but it should be very good. Draft more zombies, draft more decayed stuff, and this thing can get out of trouble, or this thing can get out of hand very quick. Your opponent has to answer it after it becomes like a 2/2. They need to really start thinking about killing it right away.
Yeah, the only concern I have with this card and what puts it firmly in the third pick slot for me is that it's so miserable to top deck. If
Yeah,
you play this on turn one, they need to kill it or you're going to win the game, or your deck is built poorly. If
yeah,
you play this on turn 10, nobody cares and it sucks. There's not a lot of 1 and 2 drops that people are going to care about on turn 10. So I understand that, and it's not that big a knock. I'm just saying I'd rather pick a good black removal spell into a good blue zombie spell and then get past this and go, heck yeah, instead of first pick it and then hope that all comes together.
yeah. The one cute thing is we did see a number of blue spells at instant speed that made zombies, so this does have a vague threat of activation going on almost, even at
That's
instant
pretty
speed.
cool.
So I think I'm happy on second pick for this. But yeah, it does suck off the top.
I Growl from the Cellar is black for a sorcery. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Put a +1/+1 counter on up to one target zombie you control. Flashback 3 in a black.
So I talk about these because they're in every single set. I want this type of effect, returning a creature to my hand from the graveyard, to be cheap or do extra stuff. This is cheap and does extra stuff. I'm happy to play one of these, assuming that I have zombies.
Me too.
Flashing it back to do it again is cool. Always keep in mind, the better your deck is, the better this card gets, assuming better means creatures. You got yourself 3 or 4 bombs. You need to search one of these out desperately. If you're just playing like normal creatures, it's still fine, but you're not desperately searching one of these out as much as if you had a ton of stuff to return.
I'm never desperately searching one of these out. If I've got 3 or 4 bombs that don't need this, I'll just play one of my other bombs.
Just always one.
But I will probably stick one of these that I wheel in most of my black decks.
Yeah, yeah.
The zombies is the key part for me too. You got to have enough zombies, or I don't think I really want it.
Yeah.
So I got to have a bunch of zombies and wheel it, and then I think I'm pretty happy.
Yeah.
Defenestrate is 2 in a black for an instant. Destroy target creature without flying.
How did he come out of that window? Because the wooden parts aren't broken.
Perhaps they came out, I don't know, actually. Sideways, I guess, would be the answer.
Yeah, apparently. Yeah, this is great. Like, yes, the flyers are going to be the things you're afraid of, but it's 3 mana instant speed removal. It's a very high pick. It's like second to third for me.
Yeah, I think so too.
Like, yes, this sucks that it won't kill Sigarda or a Hippogriff or whatever, but it kills a lot.
Yeah, I'm right there with you on that one. Sorry, I was still looking at the art. See, there's glass all around him indicating that he came through a window, and you can see that there's glass missing here, which indicates that he came through that window, right? So I think he's just skinny.
Fair, fair.
Diregraph Horde is 4 and a black for a 3/4 zombie. When it enters the battlefield, create 2/2 black zombie creature tokens with Decayed. When you do, exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards.
It's Grave Titan.
Basically, yeah.
Just wait.
And bonus points for everybody grab a leg.
Just wait until I say Grave Titan again. It's terrifying. Yeah. It's 5 mana for a 3/4 with a pair of 2/2s. Cool. It's a zombie. That's relevant. It makes 2 zombies. That's relevant. This is all okay for a 5-drop. I'm happy to put these in probably all of my black decks, at least the first one, but I'm not spending a super high pick on it.
Yeah, if this wheels and I get one, cool, I'll probably play it.
Yeah. Wheel, 8th, all fine.
It's good. Dreadhound is 4 black for a 6/6 demon dog. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards. Whenever a creature dies or a creature card is put into a graveyard from a library, each opponent loses 1 life.
It's Sir Conrad, except
Basically, yeah.
infinitely less oppressive than Sir Conrad, which I consider to be one of the only issues with the entire Eldraine format.
It's Conrad's dog.
Yeah. This card's fine. Again, you can tell how cheap the cards are in this set because that 4 black black looks wildly expensive, but it is a 6/6 for 6, which is fine. Mill 3, cool. Maybe it pings your opponent, and then we're just pinging, left and right as creatures die. Your decayed zombies will die and ping. Suddenly, my decay zombies look even better. This card's great, and I think it's a decently high pick, unless there's something wrong with 6 mana in this format.
It's interesting with the decayed things too, right?
Yeah, because they die.
Because they're kind of dying, don't they? So I think this has got a lot of going for it. Are we saying third pick?
Yeah, I think so. I think I'm on third.
Okay, it is now canon that this dog is farting, and that's what the stuff behind it is. Thank you, chat.
Makes sense.
Duress is black for a sorcery. Look at target opponent's hand, choose a non-creature, non-land. They discard it.
No, this isn't constructed.
And generally not even a good sideboard card, although sometimes you do what you have to do if they have an incredibly powerful spell. But generally speaking, you just want to avoid this unlimited.
Yeah, and be aware if you are siding this in for some specific spell that you saw, remember to not cast this until the turn before they have the mana to cast that card. Don't
Very
just
good advice there.
burn this off on turn 1 or something.
Yep. Eaten Alive is black for a sorcery as an additional cost to cast this spell, sack a creature, or pay 3 and a black, exile target creature or planeswalker.
Sure, I like it. When I don't have something to sack, it's 3 black sorcery speed removal, which is pretty bad, but you cast what you got to cast. And if I've got something to, sack, I've got a zombie or just whatever, or I desperately need something dead, sure. It's not a ludicrously high pick, but I think it's around like 5th-ish.
Yeah, I would think so too. I think I actively want the first one of these, and then I'll happily play up to 2 more.
Yeah. Is this actually just Spark Harvest? Is that what Spark Harvest was?
It's 1 more than Spark Harvest.
Okay.
So it's 1 more, but it exiles instead of kills, unless
Right.
I'm mistaken.
Right. Yeah.
No, chat's correcting me. This is the same card. It's just better.
With exile, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So yeah, this is the same thing. Sorry, for some reason I thought Spark Harvest was cheaper. I guess it wasn't. But I almost always just cast that at 5 mana, and I imagine I'll be doing that with this too.
Yeah.
All right,
Agreed.
Foul Play is 1 and a black for a sorcery, destroy target creature with power 2 or less, investigate, and it looks like you find pizza when you investigate.
Go for found pizza right now.
Yeah,
I don't. This is what? This is defeat?
yeah, which is bad.
I don't hate the first defeat, but
You
it's
should.
not good. Getting to investigate off of it is not that big of a bonus. I will start out playing one of these. The trick is this is not like normal removal where you hold on to it until you really want to use it. You burn it the second you can.
Yeah, this is just something to trade with your opponent's 2-drop, which very nearly every 2-drop that's ever existed will do, which leads to me to just not want this card, even if I get to draw a card off of it.
Yeah, you could just play a 2/2 for 2, right?
Yeah, this one does have the advantage of you get to draw a card later, though. So I think it's probably better than your average 2-drop. The problem is I hope there's better things for me to pick. So I want to take this about 6th pick. I think other people will take it higher, and I won't get to play with it. But if I see 1/6 pick, I'll grab it.
Yeah, I'll probably go 5th, 6th, and I'll probably play the first one to begin with. Don't load up on these either. Otherwise, you'll be very sad.
I'd probably play 2. I think I'd pretty happily play 2.
I'd have to look at the stats. I could see it.
Ghoulish Procession is 1 and a black for an enchantment. Whenever 1 or more non-token creatures die, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed.
This ability only triggers once each turn.
Ugh. I didn't want to read that part because I wanted to pretend that you could play it.
Horrible. Card's awful.
Yeah, this is really bad.
This
is really bad.
They've started doing this ability triggers only once each turn. We'll see it more in this set. I don't care for it.
Yeah, I don't care for it either. I don't think I want it. It looks like something you're supposed to build around, but only getting one zombie a turn. Well, I don't know. If you well, you'd have to play it first, right? If I play it first and then swing team, maybe it would be too good if I got that many.
Didn't we have that card? I feel like we
Wait,
had an enchantment where every creature died into a zombie.
yeah, we probably did.
And they were real zombies, not decayed zombies.
For
It was
sidekicking,
rare.
if that's a thing. I don't know that it is. I'm overall not impressed with this and not particularly excited to start playing it. That's kind of where I'm left at here.
Yeah.
But maybe you could do something with it.
Yeah, open the
I've
graves.
been, yeah, that wasn't very good.
No. And that was
Okay,
infinitely better than this. So yeah, F on this.
yeah.
I'm not playing it.
All right, fine, F it. Gissa, Glorious Resurrector, is 2 black black for a 4/4 human wizard. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it. At the beginning of your upkeep, put all creature card exiled with Glissa onto the battlefield. Under your control, they gain Decayed.
Snap first pick.
Yeah, first pick it. Let's go.
4/4 and just cast all the stuff that they have that dies, and I just get to slam it in because it's decayed anyways. Cool.
Yeah, this card looks pretty stupidly good.
Yep.
Hobbling Zombie is 2 and a black for a 2/2 Death Touch. When it dies, you get a 2/2 with Decayed.
I like my Death Touchers to be cheaper than 3 mana, but I'll deal with it. It's a zombie. There's stuff going on with that, and it turns into a zombie when it dies. It's fine. I'm picking it around 6th or 8th.
Yeah, probably. I was pretty happy with the 3 mana 2/2 Death Touch in black and AFR, which obviously that had a bonus when it connected. This has a bonus when it dies. But generally, I want my Death Touchers to die, so I like the bonus to be on death rather than attack.
Yeah, agreed.
I think this
I
is
always
great.
find it weird when Death Touchers are like meant to be aggressive.
But I'm still probably in the same range as you.
Yeah.
Infernal Grasp is 1 and a black for an instant. Destroy target creature. You lose 2 life.
What's higher than first pick?
This card.
This card's great. This is removal. This is
Yeah, this is
fantastic.
removal. They don't even get to draw a card.
Easy first pick.
Yeah, black looks great.
Yeah.
All right, we've got Jader, Caller of Nephalia, 1 in a black for a 1/1 legendary human wizard. At the beginning of your end step, if you control no creatures with Decayed, create a 2/2 black zombie creature token with Decayed.
So if I have a zombie, this is a 2 mana 1/1?
Yes. But if you don't have a zombie, now you got one. Think of this as a 2 mana 2/2 that can't block, and then you get to just keep making more of them.
You get to keep making one of them
One of them.
that can't block.
Correct. But they can still attack.
I feel like this has to be better than I think it is. For some reason, I don't like this.
Not that I'm necessarily first picking it, because it by nature has to be relatively aggressive.
You do get to just
But
send a 2/2 in every turn, I guess.
yeah, pretty happily. And they're going to need to do something with that. And like, as much as I pooped on it, there are cards like Death Touch, draw a card that would start to make that a little scary over time. This is certainly playable.
Yeah.
I don't think it's absurd, but it's certainly playable. So by itself, I think I would probably be looking to take this 4th or 5th, but I could see going higher after we see a few more pieces here.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. I'll have to see the pieces. I'll have to see the
Made a
deck come
Death Touch
together.
creature. This isn't Death Touch. Like,
This isn't even blocking.
yeah,
This is making energy a resource to use for other sack stuff, or just
yeah.
smash in with 2.
Where are you taking it?
Lower than anybody else will, so I won't play it. I think I'm on like 4th, 5th.
Okay, so you're just not gonna get to play with it. It's good. Lord of the Forsaken is 4 black black for a 6/6 Flample Demon. Black, sacrifice another creature. Target player mills 3 cards. Pay 1 life, get a colorless mana, spend it to cast a spell from your graveyard.
So you see, 6 mana looks expensive in this format. This card's
They
nuts.
do. Yeah,
6/6
your first pick of
Flample,
this one.
easy first pick. 6/6 Flample, black sack a creature, mill 3. That's not that far off from oops, I decked ya in some board states. That said, I don't know if there's board states where the 6/6 Flample didn't just kill them first, but it's a nice backup.
If drawn late enough, even if they like kill it, you could just be like, "Oh, I got these two black sources open. I'll mill you, and we're going to win anyway." So
Yeah, easy first pick.
we found the decayed payoff. We sure did.
Just
Mask of Gristledad is 1 black for a legendary equipment. Equipped creature has flying and lifelink. Whenever equipped creature dies, you may pay X life, where X is its power. If you do, draw X cards, equip 3.
hey, look, stupidly good equipment. It's rare,
It's
thankfully.
it's rare. It's incredibly expensive to put on. It's like turbocharged plate mail. It's
Yeah,
worth noting this doesn't pump power or toughness.
yeah,
Like if your creature was just going to die into what they were doing, it still is. But I guess that's the payoff where you're just like, okay, instead of gaining the life, I'll just draw a bazillion cards. It's probably a first pick.
yeah. I think it's first pick. Like it gives flying, so like you're hitting with whatever you put it on, and you've got decently big stuff in black, and you certainly have big stuff in other colors outside of maybe white. So you're hitting in, you're keeping your life very healthy, and you don't have to pay that X life. You can pay that X life if you want when it dies. I think it's first pick. I think it's real good.
And I'm loving the memes you guys are doing. You're like Skull Clamp at home and Jadar, everybody with like a Fitomancer at home. Please keep going.
Skull Clamp.
Yeah, not a bomb, but this is something we will first pick. I
Yeah.
agree with Axman here. All right, the Meat Hook Massacre is X black for a legendary enchantment. When it enters the battlefield, each creature gets -X/-X. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life. Whenever a creature an opponent control dies, you gain 1 life.
That monkey is about to go after that butcher.
I have heard people saying that, yes. I don't quite see that, but I have heard people say that.
Yeah, this card's great. It's a Wrath that weirdly stays around and wins you the game. Easy first pick.
Yeah, they go to first pick this too, and you can kind of craft a board state. You can even craft a deck around this where you're like drafting more X4s than normal,
Yeah,
valuing 1/3s over 2/1s and stuff like that, and end up with something fun.
yeah. The monkey is what is supposed to be a hand, but is clearly a monkey. So you see its two hands gripping above, it's swinging in with its two legs and its head.
I don't see it. Gabby Sparts, I think, tweeted it and drew in where you
Yeah.
could kind of see it, but I literally can't see it.
It works better the smaller the card is.
Yeah, you got to make it pretty small. All right, Morbid Opportunist is 2 and a black for a 1/3. Whenever one or more other creatures die, draw a card. This ability triggers only once each turn. There's your decayed payoff.
Yeah, we get to draw a card, regardless of how many die.
Yeah, but you can just attack with 1 per turn. It's
Yeah.
gonna die.
It's still good. It's still good. Where am I picking this? You need your creatures to die, which means you need to be like, I don't want to play a 1/3 for 3 if I don't know that I'm getting decayed stuff or getting stuff dying regularly, right?
Agreed. But I think you pick this first. I think this is so good that you pick this early and see if that deck's open. And if it's not, no real loss. Like I think that probably puts it in like a third pick range.
Yeah, because there's so many common ways to make those decayed zombies.
Yeah. And like it's also like you can just trade off your creatures. Like you don't necessarily have to have that going
Yeah.
on.
Yeah.
So I think overall I like this. It's just like I'm not going to force black for it, but I would pick it relatively early and then see where we're going. I think it may start to feel sort of like the Skillport Merchant from the last set, where like your opponent kind of has to kill this before they can kill anything else.
That's what I was thinking. I think I like Skullport infinitely more than this card, but I think it's still
Me
pretty
too,
good.
but this is Skullport Merchant at Home, as chat would say.
Yeah. Yeah. I could see this fourth, fifth ish. I'm not jumping into black for this, but I'm definitely going to start keeping my eye out for more stuff once I can pick one of these up.
I'm sticking my toe in the pool for black when I see this. Then we'll
Yeah.
see.
Yeah.
All right. Morkrut Behemoth, 4 and a black for a 7/6. As an additional cost to cast this spell, sacrifice a creature or pay 1 and a black. And it has Menache.
5 mana, 7/6 menace.
Or a 7 mana 7/6 menace.
Well, I'm never casting that.
Why would you? You've got all these zombie tokens to sacrifice.
Exactly. This card seems okay. Like, as long as you know you're going to have stuff to sacrifice, it's unreasonably large and needs to be double blocked or removed. I think you can get it if you want it, though.
Yeah, I would probably say wheel this and put 1 in every black deck. Goes up the more decayed you have.
Yeah, agreed.
It's nice. It's a good top end common for black. I'm down with that.
Yeah.
All right, Necrosynthesis is 1 in the black for an enchantment aura enchanted creature. Enchanted creature has whenever another creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. When enchanted creature dies, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is its power. Put one of those cards into your hand and the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order.
Huh. I don't like auras. Stuff has to die for this to start getting the counters, but even if none of that ever happens, if this creature dies, you'll still get to look at the top 2, 3, 4 cards and draw one. It does
So let me
replace
tell you what you're
itself.
supposed to do with this card, and then you can tell me if you want to do that, right? Sideboard it out against blue. There's too much bounce. As long as your opponent's not playing bounce, you're probably going to have an early creature that you played that has been outclassed on the board. There's a 2/3 sitting there, and it just doesn't matter anymore. You play it on that. If other cards start to trade off or they kill other creatures, it's slowly going to become a threat. If they decide to kill this, well, you're going to cycle into another card, which is fine. So I think as long as you're not playing against blue, it's a pretty handy card. I would like, here's what you have to do to an aura for me to play it. And yeah, Dave is saying don't cast it into open mana. Yeah, be aware that they could have instant speed removal and you could get 2 for 1. But as long as you resolve it, you'll get your card back, which I dig. I don't know exactly where to take it, but that's what I think you're supposed to do with it.
Yeah, I guess I could see picking it up. Still pretty late, I think. Like, I don't want an aura that, at best case scenario, replaces itself. So I think I'm on. I think I'm just on wheel.
I was going to say 7th pick. I was holding up 7 fingers to chat so they could see. But that's where I think I'm going for.
Yeah, I'll. You'll definitely get ruined by this, right? Like, somebody will throw this on and then attack with 5 decayed zombies, and now they just suddenly got 5 +1/+1 counters on their creature.
Yeah, and if you kill it, I get to go really deep in my deck, and if you don't, it probably kills you.
Yeah.
All right,
Yep.
No Way Out is 2 and black for a sorcery. Mind Rot, you get a decayed zombie.
Okay. Mind Rot's okay.
Here.
You get a zombie. Yeah,
Mind Rot's probably a little worse in a format where there's flashback and disturb cards. Because this seems like it would be overpowered in a lot of sets. I don't think it's going to feel overpowered here, but I think it's going to feel eminently playable. You can probably wheel them, put 1 in your black deck. You'll be happy.
Yeah, I think we'll see if you find a spot.
Novice Occultist is 1 in a black for a 1/2. When it dies, you draw a card and lose 1 life.
Seems okay. I don't know what I'm doing with the body too much. It's a human in black, not a zombie. But, this is a pretty decent sack outlet for any of the Bone Splinter variants or stuff like that.
It almost feels like a sideboard card to me against a deck that has a lot of 3/1s or something. It's not
Hmm.
nearly as good as Seinfeld because I have to, like, the card's just trapped under here until I can get the darn thing
Yeah.
dead.
Yeah.
And it's sack fodder in a format of like just infinite sack fodder in black. I don't think I actually want this. So wheel it if you've got a place for it. Sounds good.
Yeah. Like we can get sack fodder attached to other cards.
Yeah, so why would I want to play a card just for that?
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe there's somewhere else that wants it, but I haven't seen it yet. Olivia's Midnight Ambush is one in a black for an instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. If it's night, that creature gets -13/13 instead.
Uh, um, have we seen any day night in black yet?
Not yet,
That's tricky.
but literally every other color has it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about green yet, but we've seen it in all the others.
Yeah. Well, green certainly has it with werewolves. It's tricky. I mean, the front half of this is basically defeat, right?
Mm.
The back half, the night half, is literal Doomblade. Um,
It's worth noting that this is a little better than defeat because I can use it in combat.
yeah. True. Um, I don't know where to pick this. I like my cards to do what my cards do, and this card doesn't do what the card does. But even the bad side is still pretty good, and the good side is extraordinarily good. This is not
Yeah,
always 13/13 on your opponent's turn, because if it is not day or night, it is not night. Day and night only starts tracking when something starts to care about it.
which is weird. You'd think it would always be day or night,
Yeah.
but
Have I
that's not how
mentioned
that
I
works.
hate this day night mechanic, just for clarity's
Yeah, I don't
sake?
like it either. I don't like it either. It's just too confusing to track and paper.
Yeah.
Now, Arena will do it for me. I'll never have to worry about it, but I
Yeah.
feel sorry for paper players here.
Yeah. Especially to go slightly off tangent, because if there's nothing left on the battlefield that cares about day and night, it's very easy to stop thinking about it and miss it. And now suddenly you want to cast this, and oh crap, it was supposed to be night, but we missed a couple
Yeah,
of times. And now it's day. Blah.
yeah, it's garbage. This seems pretty good to me. I could see taking the first copy of this as high as fifth.
Yeah, I was wondering between like third through fifth.
Okay, then we're about the right spot.
It probably depends on deck. So like if you're black, I guess yeah, all the colors had a lot of red, a lot of day, didn't it? Because white, well, it didn't have daybound, nightbound werewolves that much. It did have a lot of those. Just like it randomly becomes day.
Yeah, I don't think
Yeah,
it's going to be that hard to get it to be night.
yeah, I'll go like fourthish.
Sounds good. Let's have us a rotten reunion. Black for an instant, exile up to one target card from a graveyard. You get a decayed zombie. Flashback one in the black,
It's the second time Magic Art has done American Gothic.
which is pretty cool. And I think this is as good as what was it, Orcish Farmer?
Settlers or farmers?
I can't remember, but I remember the picture.
Yeah. So single black mana for an instant speed Zambi. Plus
They
blah blah
can't block.
blah. I can exile something. Yes, you're not flashing in that zombie for too many reasons outside of like a champion of the parish or something. Um, I don't know.
I
I feel
like that
like
it's up to one.
yeah. So you always can just make that zombie even on an empty graveyard,
Yeah.
or like you're not locked into exiling your flashback spell because there's nothing else to target in anybody's graveyard. Um, I feel like there will be decks that will have a reason to justify playing this because they want those zombies, but I feel like there's better ways to get those zombies.
Yeah, this is your fail case scenario for I'm in zombies, but I didn't get enough of the good cards that make zombies, so fine, I'll play this, which means wheel it.
Yeah, so it's wheel, and I think I might have trouble finding a spot for this.
Yeah. You couldn't do this in response to disturb, but you could do this on your turn before when they can't disturb. So just
Yeah,
do that.
yeah.
Siege Zombie is one in the black for a 2/2 zombie. Tap three untapped creatures you control. Each opponent loses one life.
I mean, again, it's like if you're in a board state or a board stall, you can tap to very slowly kill your opponent. But this feels like a big wheel for me. It's not impressive. Have we seen a
You gotta
zombie
play.
lord yet?
Yeah, there's a blue black one.
Right. Yeah, a zombie front lord.
We haven't seen a zombie butt lord yet, though.
Nope.
You got to play 2 drops. Yeah, wheel it, put it in your deck.
Yeah.
Like I think I would actively want one of these as a 2 drop in most of my decks, but I'm not going nuts. I haven't seen 2 drops that I'm more excited about in black than this,
Yeah,
so
that's true.
that's kind of worth noting. That like this may be our black 2 drop.
Yeah, this is what we get.
And I played Cabal Evangel, and it's better than that. S Laughter Specialist is 1 and a black for a 3/3 Vampire Warrior. When it enters the battlefield, each opponent creates a 1/1 human. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies, put a +1/+1 counter on S Laughter Specialist.
3 mana 2/2.
But they get a 1/1.
Oh no. How will we ever recover?
That means it's kind of like a 2 mana 2/2 to me, because it's still going to trade for their 2 mana 2/2.
Kind
You
of.
gave them the 1/1 to double block.
Kind of. I think this card's great. There's so many ways to just like kill their creatures and make this like if this is a 4 mana 2 or a 4 mana for 1 and a black because you killed one thing. Oof. I like this card quite a bit. I'm first picking it.
And you don't have to worry about them having creatures because you're giving them one to kill.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm going to first pick it. I'm not going to like it. I don't like the card. Stromkirk Blood Thief is 2 and a black for a 2/2 Vampire Rog. At the beginning of your end step, if an opponent lost life this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target vampire you control.
It's a decent payoff.
It
Because
is.
it doesn't have to go on this. It can go on your flying vampires. It can go on your whatever vampires. This card seems good. This card seems like a reason to get into vampire life loss. The life loss matters deck, which is every deck, but you know.
Yeah, it's probably just a good card, but you do need to have vampires to put stuff on. So like it
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
have to
yeah,
go on
yeah.
this, but it does need to be another vampire. But this is a vampire, so you're always actually fine. But it's making me think that like black, white, sky vampires sort of things may be a thing, or even blue, black, where like just anything that flies is all of a sudden interesting. Where are you taking this? And
I think I'm around like third, fourth.
okay, I could go there. I could go there. Tainted Adversary is 1 and a black for a 2/3 Death Toucher. When it enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 and a black any number of times. When you do, put that many counters on Tainted Adversary, then create twice that many 2/2 black zombie creature tokens with Decayed.
So 2 mana, 2/3 death touch. Sure, it's fine. 3 black, black. 3/4 death touch and 2/2/2s. It's pretty good. Very good card.
Agreed. Sorry, I have to help out somebody in the chat who's missing something. So if vampire stuff is in black red, and I could see it being good in black white and black blue, then the card's good. That's what I was trying to explain there.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry, proceed.
Yeah, this card's great. It's a easy first pick. These adversary series with the multi-kicker, which just scale with your mana flood, if that was to ever happen to you, are fantastic.
Agree.
Like,
Yeah, I think this is just a pretty easy first pick.
if you get 2/2/2s out of this, that's super, super, super good. And if you ever go higher than that, it's nuts.
Yeah, and like, what's wrong with 1 and a black for a 2/3 Death Touch? That's already pretty good.
Yeah.
All right, I was wondering how we were going to start triggering this life loss, and it's with a reprint. I remember Vampire Cantiloper. It's 1 and a black for a 2/1 flyer that can't block.
This card was great.
No, this card was virtually unplayable, but I can see it being good in this set.
Loved this card in original Innistrad.
Hated this card in original Innistrad.
I'm always a fan of 2/1 flyers for 2 that can't block. They just do what you need to do. They can get in real aggressive if your opponent is not in any way flying early. But yeah, this will get you those vampire life loss triggers. It's
I'm
a
interested
very
to
low
see
pick.
how. Yeah, I'll agree with you there. I think it's probably playable here. I'm curious how many reach creatures there are in this format, because one thing I remember about original Innistrad was green just had you clogged, blue and white had better flyers. So this was really only getting in against other black-red decks, which kind of made me not like it. But
Yep.
it does look like this particular type of deck really wants to get in there.
3 reach creatures below rare, all in green.
Okay. I'm probably still not going to like this.
It's fair.
But we're both going to say wheel it and play it sometimes. So
Yeah.
I think we're actually both around the same spot.
Yeah.
All right, let's do the flippy cards, and then I need a snack because I'm old, and if I don't get snack time, I get grumpy.
Sounds good.
All right, Baneblade Scoundrel is 3 in the black for a 4/3 Human Rog Werewolf. Whenever it becomes blocked, each creature blocking it gets -1/-1 until end of turn. It is daybound. The Nightbound side is Baneclaw Marauder, which is a 5/4 with the same text, and whenever a creature blocking it dies, its controller loses 1 life.
They brought back flanking.
They sure did.
Uh, good card's good. 4 mana 4/3 with flanking is great. And if it's a 5/4 with flanking and the creatures that attempt to block this 5/4, which sort of functions as like a 6/5 due to that -1/-1, they lose a life. This card's great. It's a very, very, very high pick.
Yeah, I could go as high as third for this one, I think.
Yeah, it honestly feels almost rare to me. It's just like slightly missing being rare power level. So I'm very happy with a third here.
Right. Covert Cut Purse is 2 in the black for a 2/1. When it enters the battlefield, destroy target creature you don't control that was dealt damage this turn, and it has Disturb for 5. You get a 2/2 flying Death Touch in end of line.
Cool. This is Vraska's finisher, or any number of cards like this. It doesn't have flash, which is a pain, so it's only going to be happening on your turn. But you can do some really obnoxious attacks where you attack in with something and they go, oh god, you have this card. I don't have a choice. I block. It dies, and now you have a garbage chump blocker or just attack forever, whatever. And when it dies, you get yourself yet another creature that will attack and or trade really handily with a flying death touch. This card just seems good.
This is actually pretty good with the decayed tokens.
Yeah, because they're going to chump block it. They're not always just going to take the 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like this card a fair bit. I'm going to pick it up in the third range or so. Third, fourth.
Me too. Right there with you. All right, Curse of Bleaches is 2 in a black for an Aura Curse. Enters the battlefield, enchant player. As it transforms into Curse of Bleaches, attach it. At the beginning of enchanted player's upkeep, they lose 1 life and you gain 1 life. It is daybound, so this will be flipping. And the other side is a Leeching Lurker, lifelink and nightbound, 4/4. So what now? I spend this, I cast it, and you got a curse on you. Eventually, it turns into a 4/4, and it might just turn back and forth on this thing.
Yep, exactly.
Is
So,
this good?
oh, it's Ill-Gotten Inheritance, which was amazing, right?
No, that card wasn't very good.
Agreed.
But it didn't turn into a 4/4 lifelink.
It did not turn into a 4/4 lifelink. I like this card a fair bit. Like, it's going to be hard for them to get rid of. They are going to have to take some life loss over a period of time. They're going to have, what do we need to do? We need to make it night. So if they want to stop this, they have to pass the turn and do nothing. And then they're going to be facing down a 4/4 lifelink, which maybe they can kill with removal or something, but they have to do a lot of work to get through this.
Yeah, I think at 3 mana, I'm pretty happy with this. I'm usually critical of cards that cost 3 and just start draining life because they can't block. But the fact that this can some amount of the time, I think I dig it.
Yeah, I think I like it a fair bit.
Where are you picking it?
I think second, I still would want just straight up good removal over this, but I still like it.
I could see first picking it out of some packs.
Yeah, you're always going to have bad packs.
Ecstatic Awakener is 1 for a 1/1 human wizard. Two and a black, sacrifice another creature, draw a card, then transform the Awakener. And it's a 4/4.
So I guess here's a sack outlet if you want one, but this feels like the budget sack outlet a little bit.
It's covert cut purse at home.
Yeah, yeah. It draws a card, which is fine. And it becomes a 4/4, which is fine.
Yeah. You could sack the 1/2 to it. You could sack your decayed zombie tokens to it. Like, I think there's enough going on that you could play this some. I'd probably say wheel it, and it can go in some tags.
Yeah, I think wheel sounds about right.
Because we're basically paying 4 mana for a 4/4 along the way and
Yeah,
cashing a zombie in for a card, which is like, that's okay.
yeah,
That's okay.
yeah.
Graveyard Trespasser is 2 and a black for a 3/3 human werewolf. Ward, discard a card. When Graveyard Trespasser enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to one target card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. It's daybound. It turns into Graveyard Gutton, which is a 4/4 with Ward, discard a card. When it enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to 2 target cards from graveyards. For each creature card exiled this way, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. It is nightbound.
So 3/3 for 3, fine. Ward, discard a card, cool. Um,
Taking stuff out of their graveyards, neat.
yeah, so it's when they ETB and when it attacks, so it's just going to be draining along here and there. That's all very good. And if we flip it, it's a 4/4 that doubles up all of that stuff. Yeah, good card's good. It's it's not it's not like the game-ending bomb you want to see in your rare slot, but you're still probably first picking this out of most packs, I would think.
Great. All right, Heirloom Mirror is 1 and a black for an artifact. 1, pay 1 life, discard a card, draw a card, mill a card, then put a ritual counter on the mirror. If it has 3 or more ritual counters on it, remove them and transform it at sorcery speed. You get a 4/4 flying with 2 and a black, exile target creature card from a graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter upon it.
This thing is slow.
This thing is great.
Pay 1, tap, pay a life, discard a card, draw a card, mill a card. So that's all good. I don't like that it's at sorcery speed, but the fact that it only costs 1 means you're not being too punished for doing that at sorcery speed. Turns into a tapped 4/4 flyer with a bunch of good stuff. If you can survive long enough, if the format supports this, I can see this card being great.
Only 3 turns. I can do that.
Yeah, it's 3 turns, but you're taking a mana off every turn.
I like rummaging too.
That's true.
I'm not first picking it. I'm probably looking to get this 4th or 5th, but I like the card.
Yeah, I'd be looking at 4th, 5th. Isn't the flip only at sorcery speed?
Yes, because you have to do this at sorcery speed.
Yeah, the whole thing's at sorcery speed, and the mirror's tapped, which means the demon is tapped as well.
Yeah. Now, this doesn't require you to tap, and you can just start churning through graveyards and make an arbitrarily large demon while eating your opponent's graveyard, which is cool, but it is incredibly slow.
Yeah. Yeah, if the format supports this, I'm going to be very happy, and I'll certainly pick it pretty highly, but we'll have to see if the format can support it.
Agree, agree. All right, Jaren, Corrupted Bishop, is 2 and a black for a 2/3 human cleric. When it enters the battlefield or another non-token human you control dies, you lose 1 life and create a 1/1 white human creature token. 2, target human creature you control gains lifelink until end of turn. At the beginning of your end step, if you have exactly 13 life, you may pay 6 mana and transform Jaren. Okay? And you get Ormondal the Corruptor. 6/6 flammable lifelink, sacrifice a creature, draw a card.
3 mana 2/3, and it ETBs with a 1/1.
Correct.
So 3 mana 3/4. It's all good. Another non-token human you control dies. So you're probably looking for this in roughly black-white, but there's humans everywhere, especially the human werewolves. Lifelink to a human on command is pretty cute. Unfortunately, humans typically aren't gigantic, which is where lifelink is the best. Getting to exactly 13 life could be tricky, but if that ever happens, and you have the mana available, Ormondal is just nuts.
Yep.
I worry about just assuming you're going to ever have Ormondal.
Yep.
getting exactly 13 is not something you can just casually do. Your opponent has a lot of say of that. There's a lot of randomness based on that. I'm still first picking this.
Yeah, me too. This card's pretty good.
Yeah.
Just on the curve filler and like it is a threat and you can play around with the life totals to try to get there by giving various humans lifelink and such.
Yeah.
So I'm on board. We're first picking this.
Yeah. Agreed. Just be careful in thinking that this is a 6/6 flying play all the time.
It is not that. Agree. All right. Shady Traveler is 2 and a black for a 2/3 Menace Daybound. It transforms into apparently a 4/4 menace. Holy carp.
Yeah, this one's big. This one feels a little bit more. So I've liked the werewolves we've seen so far and that we will see in red green. The original werewolves were typically like normally costed and then large in original Innistrad. And a lot of the ones this time around are normally costed and statted, just a little bit bigger with maybe the same effect or maybe a slightly added on effect. This one is much more like the original ones where it's pretty normal cost and then gigantic.
Yeah.
And it's going to ruin games, especially at common. I kind of wish this one was on common from a game design perspective. 2/3 for 3, you're going to play 2/3 for 3 Menace, you're going to play all the time. That's above filler range. And if your opponent stumbles in any way, and you get to guarantee this flips. This is one of the hugest difference from original Innistrad. In original Innistrad, you could say, haha, I pass my turn. It's going to become night because I didn't cast anything. And your opponent can say, no, think twice. It's not going to flip. Your opponent can't stop this from being a 4/4 menace. They can try to turn it back. But if you want this to be a 4/4 menace, and you do, you just get to do it. So this is frightening at common for me. It's still not a crazy high pick. You're not doing this first, second, third, fourth, fifth, but sixth for sure.
That's where I want it. It is worth noting that a 3-mana 2/3 menace is not above rate. We've had that in plenty of sets, and I've never played it or been happy to play it. But if I have the upside of this could turn into a 4/4 menace, I'm picking it at 6 pick and happy to play it.
True. I prefer a Bogger Brute, a 3/2 menace for 3.
Yeah, if it was that transformed into this card would be even more annoying.
Yeah.
But as it is, it's just incredibly annoying.
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. All right, Vengeful Strangler is 1 and a black for a 2/1. It can't block. When it dies, return it to the battlefield transformed under your control, attached to target creature or planeswalker. We get Strangling Grasp. At the beginning of your upkeep, enchanted permanence controller sacrifices a non-land permanent and loses 1 life.
I love this card. It's really cool. 2/1 that can't block,
cool.
so you don't get to turn it into the Strangling Grasp, but you turn it into a Strangling Grasp by turning it sideways every single turn, because your opponent cannot take 2 damage every single turn. They're going to have to block at some point. Now, Strangling Grasp is not going to, pick off a bunch of things off their board. They're going to sacrifice the thing that Strangling Grasp is attached to, but it's still going to die, and they're still going to lose a life. This card's great. I'm going to pick it quite highly, I think, in like the 3rd, 4th range. I like it a lot.
I don't.
You don't like it?
No, I don't like it at all. You need to do something really good to not be able to block, because you're assuming that you're going to kill something with this attacking. If I play a 1/3, like what are you doing?
Strangling the 1/3, I guess.
Yeah, and then you functionally traded your 2-drop with my 2-drop. Congratulations.
But I can also just not it. I can also not attack into your 1/3 because your 1/3 doesn't really scare me. I'm not afraid of taking that 1 damage.
Yeah, but then I play a 3/2 and you stumble for a second. I hear you. I don't particularly like this card. I could see decks playing it. I'm going to lose to it. I'll probably never pick it high enough to play it. It would certainly be very good in more aggressive decks. It does also have that sneak in some damage for your vampire decks, because like they take the damage and then you play the vampire that cared about them taking the damage. They're like, oh, I didn't know I'd have blocked it. So like it's certainly got a place. I could see it going 6th pick for me, because can't block is it needs to be amazing. It is not a decent 2-drop. It can't block. That's the problem with it.
Yeah, I'm going to be picking this way more highly than you, but we'll see where it ends up.
I hope it's good. It's a really cool card. Like the
Hmm.
flavor on it's freaking amazing.
Yeah.
I just don't think it's actually that good. All right, that leads us to the end of black, which means I think I would like to take another little break and get some chips and have a little snack, and then we
Sounds
can
good.
come back and look at the red card. So you want to do another maybe take five?
Yeah, sounds good. All right, up first we've got Abandon the Post. Abandon the Post is 1 and a red for a sorcery at common. Up to 2 target creatures can't block this turn. Flashback for 3 and a red.
Wheel this if you want it. You should know if your deck wants it. We've functionally seen a card very similar to this before. I'd imagine, even though it's got werewolves on it, you'd be most interested in this for vampires to kind of trigger your life loss shenanigans. But again, wheel this. I'm not looking to pick this early or play it often.
Wheel it, but it'll end games. 4 red, red. 4 creatures can't block? That's game over in a lot of cases. But it is a
Sure.
wheel.
Yeah. It's also 6 mana, like, and you need to be like their life total needs to be low enough, et cetera, et cetera. They could have mana up, they could bounce something like I don't know. I'm not impressed with this type of card generally speaking. I can't remember what it was, but we had a version of this in the last Innistrad, and I never played it.
It wasn't Magmatic Chasm, was it?
I don't think so. I think I'm actually remembering original Innistrad.
Yeah, I can't remember the name of it. But yeah, I have seen places where this just wins the game, but even then it's still a heavy, heavy, heavy wheel. And I don't even play it at most decks.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Up next is Ardent Elementalist. Ardent Elementalist is 3 and a red for a creature human shaman at common. It's a 2/1. When Ardent Elementalist enters the battlefield, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand.
It's pretty special at common, yo.
Yeah.
I was kind of expecting that to be an uncommon as you started reading through it. I like this card. And thank you. Nightbird's Clutches is exactly the
Oh,
card I was
yeah.
thinking of, Lord of Dorks.
Yeah.
Um, I want to first pick this. Why should I not do that? It's a spell digger.
I don't know why you shouldn't first pick this.
Yeah, you're not going to
Seems
talk me
very
out of it.
good.
I guess power level wise, it's not the same as some of the rares and uncommons that we've seen, and I'm probably not going to get 8 of the burn spells so that I'll always have one and want to stack these.
Yeah, I'm
But I
not
could see
first picking
taking this
it.
as high as 5th, realistically.
Yeah, I could see 4th, 5th. This is a shockingly good common.
Yeah, I think so too. This is very good at common. We would have seen this at uncommon in most sets and not blinked an eye if it was a 2/2 or something, for example.
Yeah, and this makes me think that blue red spells is heavily supported because this just gives you yet another blue red spells. It gives you another card to trigger your blue red spell stuff at
Yeah, or
common.
just it also fits in all the other decks too, because you could just pretty happily play this in black and get back your, good removal spell or whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. Up next is Bloodthirsty Adversary. Bloodthirsty Adversary is 1 and a red for a creature vampire at Mythic. It's a 2/2 haste. When Bloodthirsty Adversary enters the battlefield, you may pay 2 and a red any number of times. When you pay this cost 1 or more times, put that many +1/+1 counters on Bloodthirsty Adversary, then exile up to that many target instant and or sorcery cards with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard and copy them. You may cast any number of the copies without paying their mana cost.
Sounds good. Let's first pick it.
Easy first pick. It's a 2 mana 2/2 haste, which is fine, but not what you plan to do with this. You want that first counter and you want that first free spell. And if you can get 2, 3, awesome.
Yeah, but all of these adversaries have just looked great.
Yeah, they're all fantastic and thankfully mythic. Up next is Brimstone Vandal. Brimstone Vandal is 2 and a red for a creature devil at common. It's a 2/3 with menace. If it's neither day or night, it becomes day. When day becomes night or night becomes day, Brimstone Vandal deals 1 damage to each opponent.
Looks like filler to me.
Pretty filler, I would say. 2/3 menace for 3, as we talked about, a little bit below filler because you would prefer a Bogger Brute. You want an aggressive menace creature, not a slightly less powered menace creature. Again, I think I want this in my blue-red spells decks where I think I'm going to be able to control day and night pretty handily and just get another ping damage, but I think I can get this if I want it on the wheel.
I'll go with you on wheel there. And that's fair. I hadn't thought about that. Like this is a way to start the day-night process, and then you
Hmm.
can flip it back and forth with your spells.
Yeah, and there's the spells deck is interesting because there really does seem to be a minor day flipping mechanic built into that deck as well.
Yeah, that's cool.
Up next is Burn Down the House. Free red for a sorcery at rare. Choose one. Burn Down the House deals 5 damage to each creature and each planeswalker, or create 3 1/1 red devil creature tokens with, when this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to any target. They gain haste until end of turn.
So this is functionally a wrath that I can cast when I'm ahead.
Yeah, it's a wrath that's never dead.
Okay, and I get to say I'll burn down the house when I cast it. I'm first picking this every time.
I believe you have to say, burning down the house.
Yes.
I don't know what song that's from, but I assume the
I
song
believe
is
it's
called
called
Burning Down
Burning.
the House.
Yeah, there you go. You figured it out.
By famous musicians. Up
Mhm.
next is Burn the Accursed. Burn the Accursed is 4 and a red for an instant at common. Burn the Accursed deals 5 damage to target creature and 2 to that creature's controller. If that creature would die this turn, exile it instead. It's by the Talking Heads? Really? Huh.
I think it is. This is, yeah, filler removal is actually a really good way to describe this thing, Garth. Removal needs to be cheap or give you something extra. This is not cheap, and 2 damage to the controller isn't enough extra, which makes me feel like you can play this if you need to. This is the removal that wheels, and you're like, okay, I'll play it.
Yeah, this is
Yeah,
your
because
wheel
like
removal.
I hardly ever played Farada's Fireball. Like that was just kind of bad removal. But sometimes you didn't have anything better, and you stuck one of them in there. So I think that's probably the same thing you would do here.
Yeah, and sometimes you played Turn to Slag, and sometimes you played the Chandra one from Dominaria that did 5, or I think destroyed an artifact or something.
That one was a little better because there's a lot of artifacts to blow up, but I mean, sure, there's always been 5 and 6 mana removal spells that aren't great, but sometimes you play them.
Yeah, but you can pick them up quite late.
Yeah, agree.
Up next is
If you're
Cathar.
splashing this, you drafted wrong. You should not be splashing this.
Oh, yeah. No splashy. Up next is Cathartic Pyre. Cathartic Pyre is 1 in red for an instant at uncommon. Choose one. Cathartic Pyre deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker, or discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards.
This is great.
Yeah.
So I've got an incinerate, and if I happen to draw it later and I really have to find something else, I can go dig.
Yep.
I think I'd be very happy to third pick this card.
Yeah, and I even like that like you can discard 1 card and draw 1 card because it's up to 2.
Yeah, you don't have to. Now you're always kind of down cards because you're discarding this too, but
Yeah.
it's flexibility. And I was pretty sure we would never use find the villain's lair to draw cards, and then I did, and it wasn't that
Mhm.
bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed. And yeah, otherwise this is just lightning strike or whatever.
Yeah,
Good card. I'm picking it pretty highly up in the third-ish range, third, fourth.
I'm with you.
Up next is Curse of Shaken Faith. Curse of Shaken Faith is 1 in a red for an enchantment or a curse at rare enchant player. Whenever enchanted player casts a spell other than the first spell they cast each turn or copies a spell, Curse of Shaken Faith deals 2 damage to them.
Yeah, no thanks. My opponent can literally ignore this by just playing one spell a turn.
Yep. Huge F.
So yeah, this doesn't do anything. Pass.
Terrible card. Up next is Electric Revelation. Electric Revelation is 2 in a red for an instant at common. As an additional cost to cast this spell, discard a card, draw 2 cards, flashback 3 and a red.
So this is what was the Sarkin card? I can never remember the name of the thing. Tormenting Voice.
Yeah, Tormenting Voice.
Tormenting Voice. I got to pay 1 extra for it. So the value proposition is still there for Tormenting Voice, but the oh crap, I've drawn an opener that's all land and Tormenting Voice. I'll keep it anyway. Or there's only 2 lands and Tormenting Voice. I'll keep it anyway. Isn't there?
Yeah.
This is still fine. I don't think I'm going nuts over it. It's a lot of card advantage, and it's weird to see common card advantage in red and black, but not blue. That's still kind of blowing my mind. But okay, I'll probably play the first one of these in most red decks.
Yep, I could see playing the first one in most red decks. I'm wheeling it. I'm not picking it highly. Again,
Yeah.
blue-red spells. It's a spell. that can trigger, and I'll have hopefully stuff to discard. It's instant speed, which means I can do it on my opponent's turn. So I might play it a little bit higher there, but still wheel.
Yeah, and I agree. I'm not going to play more than one of these, I wouldn't think.
Yeah. Up next is Falconwrath Perforator. Falconwrath Perforator is 1 and a red for a creature vampire at common. It's a 2/1. Whenever it attacks, it deals 1 damage to a defending player.
I like this one a lot because you can play this on turn 2. You can start attacking with it. You can block with it. And if it's sitting there and not doing anything, and then you draw one of those cards that like, hey, you really need to have dealt damage to your opponent this turn, throw it away, get your damage in. This is the 2-drop I want for my vampire stack. That said, I'm probably still looking to get a 7th or 8th. But I like this better than the 2/1 flyer.
Yeah, you can pick this up quite late, and it's nice to have that guaranteed vampire trigger off of it, whereas the interloper may not always be guaranteed. I don't know exactly which I prefer, just because I do think that your flyer is going to get through a lot, but the guaranteed one here is nice. But yeah, 6th through 8th.
Blocking is sometimes nice. That's the other thing that pushes it over the edge for me.
Yeah, that's fair. Blade Brand user? It deals 1 damage to the player, though, not to a creature.
Yeah.
If it dealt it to a creature, that would be a cool Blade Brand user.
Be like an Ashmouth Hound at that point.
Yeah. Up next is Falconwrath Pitfighter. Falconwrath Pitfighter is a single red for a creature vampire warrior at rare. It's a 2/1. Pay 1 and a red, discard a card, sacrifice a vampire, draw 2 cards. Activate only if an opponent lost life this turn.
Do I want to do that?
No? You like your vampires.
Yeah,
We don't have vampire tokens.
I don't understand why I would do that.
I have a feeling that because they're doing Innistrad double feature, I have a feeling that they probably put in some cards in order to enable that weird mechanic or that weird format that's only going to be played in paper a few times.
Yeah, I don't understand why I would want this.
Yeah, because I bet at the vampire wedding, you're probably making token vampires.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's nothing wrong with this. I would still like play it in most situations where I'd play the perforator or whatever, but that also means I'm kind of looking for this around 7th or 8th.
Yeah, agreed.
The deck's aggressive, I'll certainly play it.
It does sack itself if you need to, but this feels weird. Maybe it's a constructed thing.
Maybe. It enables madness.
Yeah.
Is that going to be the mechanic from the vampire set?
I don't know. Madness doesn't feel wedding appropriate. Fair.
You're married, John. You sure about that?
Spectacle. Now, Spectacle. That's a wedding mechanic.
Okay.
Which is what the vampires are already doing.
How about that?
Up next is Famished Foragers. Famished Foragers is 3 and a red for a creature vampire at common. It's a 4/3. When Famished Foragers enters the battlefield, if an opponent lost life this turn, add red. Pay 2 and a red, discard a card, draw a card.
This is my favorite card in the set.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You like rummaging?
I like rummaging. I like 4-mana 4/3s. I really like this. I want to do this.
1 mana 4/3s.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, functionally. And then you can just immediately rummage.
Yep.
Like this is so good.
Yeah, this card seems shockingly
still
good.
Something I picked 6, but I want them.
Yeah, I think this is pretty high pre-wheel, so 6th seems about right. It's shockingly good. Doesn't even tap to rummage. No, you got 6 mana, you can rummage.
Yeah, this is one of the better Borderland Minotaur variants. Yeah. And I like those cards a lot. It's great to me.
Seems good. Up next is Fangblade Brigand. Fangblade Brigand is 3 and a red for a creature human werewolf at uncommon. It's a 3/4. Pay 1 and a red. It gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. That's a huge activation there. Daybound flips on over to a 4/5 creature werewolf. It's a 1 and a red for, again, +1/+0 and first strike until end of turn. But you could also pay 4 and a red to give all your creatures +2/+0 until end of turn.
It's absurd. You can just never block this.
Yup. It's like Kessig Wolf.
It's like something I'm gonna first pick this out of some packs.
Yeah,
This is really good.
this is another one of those werewolves where this feels like a rare.
It really does, and like it's good on the defensive too. Like you
Mm-hmm.
tagging into my 4/4 first strike? Nah, you ain't.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think I would be happy second or third picking this, but I'm certainly going to pick it. Like the power level's there. This is really good.
yeah, extremely good. Easy second pick, like at the lowest, I think. Up next is Festival Crasher. Festival Crasher is 1 in a red for a creature devil at common. It's a 1/3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Festival Crasher gets +2/+0 until end of turn.
This is like medium filler. I probably don't want to play it at all. And you probably love this, right?
It doesn't have evasion, so like this is my bottom level payoff for the blue red spells deck. But I'll play it in my blue red spells deck and feel pretty okay with it. I want the
I hope
flyers
I
though.
don't have to play these. I don't like this card. It's like if you've got a 2/3 and I attack you with this, you're just taking it. It's not like I'm going to get free value out of it.
Yeah.
And I've got to hold up stuff hoping you attack in. And like, what am I really holding up? I don't know. I don't like this card.
Yeah, it's definitely the bottom for me. I'm on wheel even if I'm in the blue red spells deck. There's just better payoffs for the blue red spells. We've got Thermo
Okay.
Alchemist coming up.
Oh, I like that guy. Okay. Yeah, I
Yeah.
would be picking that.
Up next is Flame Channeler. Flame Channeler is 1 in a red for a 2/2 creature human wizard at uncommon. When a spell you control deals damage, transform Flame Channeler. Not damage to anything, just damage to anything rather than specifically a player or such. It flips into an elemental wizard. It's a 3/3. Whenever a spell you control deals damage, put a flame counter on embodiment of flame. Pay 1, remove a flame counter, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn.
Okay, so it's a 2/2. I use a burn spell. It turns into a 3/3. And if I've got more burn spells, I can draw cards.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty good. This one doesn't seem as busted as like the Fangblade Brigade, for example, but it seems pretty good. I could see picking this as highly as fourth.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very constructed card. This is obviously going to power up standard red burn cards. This is something I could put into a gladiator deck handily in my red burn gladiator decks. In limited, you're typically not burning people or burning things as much, but there's a good bit of burn kicking around in this set. So I think you're going to flip this, and I think you can get at least one card off of this easy peasy.
I don't think you can get one card easy peasy. I think you can have a 2-drop that might turn into a 3/3 pretty easy peasy and be happy enough with that. And then if you happen to draw your third burn spell, be like, oh, cool, I can do this.
Yeah, it's all upside from there. I'm picking
Yeah,
this relatively highly around like fourth-ish, fourth, fifth.
it's about where I'm at too.
Up next is Geist Flame Reservoir. Geist Flame Reservoir was 2 in a red for an artifact at rare. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a charge counter on Geist Flame Reservoir. Pay 1 in a red, tap, remove any number of charge counters. It deals that much damage to any target. Pay 1 in a red, tap, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn.
That's interesting. I was pretty out on that until you showed me the other one. So it's like I could sort of sit here and charge up spells while I'm churning through and build my own removal spell. And I can also just draw cards with the darn thing. I hope the format's slow enough that I can play this sometimes because I like what this is promising.
Yeah, so obviously it's sort of like Shrine of Burning Rage, except you're not getting a counter every single turn off of it like you were off that.
Yeah.
But you also don't have to sack this and use it one single time. You can take off 3 counters and hit something, and then you can take off 2 remaining counters and hit something. And then, yeah, just a 2-mana mana sink every turn to just grab an extra card. You know, you have to play it right away, but late game, I think that's pretty nice. So if this is playable, this is a format I'm going to love.
Yeah, and don't play counter spells with something like this. Obviously,
No.
it's really the only limitation. Everything else you just play out. I think you could first pick this wanting to get into spells, and then if you don't get into spells but still end up red, be like, yeah, you know what, I can still play it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I think I could see first picking this out of some packs. I'd probably be happier to get it second or third. It's not exactly the rare I want to open, but if it is and there's not like unconditional removal, I'm in.
Yep, I'm around second, third. Up next is Harvest Tide Infiltrator. Harvest Tide Infiltrator is 2 and a red for a creature human werewolf at common. It's a 3/2 with trample, daybound, flips into a 4/4 trample.
It's pretty dang good.
Yeah.
All of the other colors had 3/2s that we were like, yeah, whatever, they're filler. This one seems like a little bit above filler. So remind me again what I have to do to make it night.
Don't cast anything. And
So
or
I
have
have
your
to have
opponent
an
not cast anything on their turn.
Okay, so I play this on turn 3. They stumble, they're just going to die, which is neat. And if they don't, if I have an instant speed removal spell, I can just pass.
Mm-hmm.
I think I dig this. We're probably still in the 6-pick range, but this seems slightly better than filler to me.
Yep, I'm in the 6th, 7th range. For some reason, it doesn't feel. I guess it's probably the menace. It doesn't feel as bad as the 2/3 that becomes a 4/4.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that's just because the numbers, like the 2 into a 4, feels worse, even though clearly the 3-power creature is better and becomes a 4-power creature, right? But that difference makes it feel worse.
Yeah, that's funny.
But the menace does demand a double block, so.
Which sets you up better for removal spells and combat tricks. But I
Yeah.
mean, to be fair, this early in the game, a 4/4 with trample kind of demands a double block too.
Yeah, true. But yeah, good common here. Up next is Immolation. This card is from a few sets ago. Immolation is a single red mana for an enchantment aura at common. Enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets +2/-2.
This is a good old-fashioned modal spell that I like quite a bit because you've got the opportunity to cast it on something with a decent amount of toughness on your board and get in some damage over a couple turns, or just use it to kill a 2 toughness creature on your opponent's side of the table. Generally speaking, I like this card. I don't think you need to go nuts for it because I don't think it's going to kill enough stuff to be great. But it will kill some things, and that flexibility of, oh, I can just kill them with my flyer this turn will eventually come up. So I'd probably be looking to wield this in most cases, but probably happy to put one in your average red deck.
Yeah, I'm in the wheel range. It's kind of like a dead weight, except you don't have that option of shrinking a creature, because if it's not killing the creature, you're helping your opponent. But then you just have that bonus of, oops, I have a 3/3 flyer, and now it's a 5/1 flyer. But yeah, wheel, you should be able to get this if you want it, and it's got some cool flexibility to it.
Agree.
Up next is Lambholt Harrier. Lambholt Harrier is 1 and a red for a creature wolf at common. It's a 2/2. Pay 3 and a red. Target creature can't block this turn.
That ain't bad for a 2-drop, man.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. I will say I first read this as target creature can't be blocked this turn, and I was terrified.
Yeah, that would have been better.
Much less terrified.
Yeah. You're going to need 2-drops. We've already seen some that care about having wolves. This seems like filler, but like 2-drops are important to have in draft. So I'm probably looking to wield these. But if I need to, I could see taking them as highly as 6 just to make sure I have enough 2-drops.
Yeah, pretty rare I'd go too much higher than just the wheel, I think. But it's there if you need it. It's there if you need 2-drops. And if you have a wolf lord or something, cool. Up next is Light Up the Night. Light Up the Night is X and a red for a sorcery at rare. Light Up the Night deals X damage to any target. It deals X damage +1 instead if that target is a character or is a creature or planeswalker. That's all the card says. Flashback 3 and a red. Remove X loyalty counters from among planeswalkers you control. If you cast this spell this way, X can't be 0.
Okay, so we can only flash it back if we have a planeswalker. Fair enough.
Yeah.
So that's really not happening consistently. So this is a fireball, but we're paying the same rate, generally speaking. So one of the problems with fireball was that, not that this meant you shouldn't play it, but generally speaking, if I needed to kill a 5-cost creature, I probably needed to spend 6 mana to do it, which was not wonderful. The X+1 is pretty nice here, and it can still go face. So I think this is a first pick for me.
Yeah, this is a snap first pick for me. It's Banefire. I'll play this in every deck. It doesn't matter what colors I am, because it's super easy to splash and it just kills opponents.
Yeah, sold.
But it's kind of like Volcanic Geyser, which was terrible. Up next is Lunar Frenzy. Lunar Frenzy is X and a red for an instant at uncommon. Target creature you control gets +X/+0 and gains first strike and trample until end of turn.
Interestingly, you could do this for one and still get first strike and trample until end of turn,
Yep, yep.
which is kind of neat. I don't like that it doesn't pump toughness, so I can't really save a creature with it. It's kind of just for like I'm attacking and trying to finish you off with it. Um, but it does a lot of what I'd want a combat trick to do. How high are you going to pick a combat trick?
I don't know, because this is very similar to Light Up the Night, kind of. It's significantly harder to set up and easier to blow out, but you can just be like, oops, you didn't block this creature? Cool. +7/+0, you're dead. Which is terrifying from a game design enjoyment stance.
Yeah.
And I mean, even if they did block, it gives trample. If they chump block something, you just... I don't know how high you can pick this.
I kind of don't want to play it.
It's one of those cards where I don't want to play it. It's going to kill me, and it's going to kill me way more than just sometimes. But there's so much bounce, there's so much instant speed removal, there's so many ways to blow this out.
God, you're going to feel so good when you do.
Yup.
But if you don't, you're just going to die.
You can't even read they have this, really, right? Outside of maybe a weird flunge with everything.
And even then, you're probably still dead.
Yeah. I hate these cards.
I really do too. I really do too. Let's accept that we're probably going to third pick this.
Oh.
And if it's up, we'll go. The higher stakes the event is, the more highly I'm picking this. I will be picking this very highly in the sweatsuit tournaments.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Because
100%.
when I'm playing with good players, I want the higher variance cards in my deck.
Yeah.
When I'm
You
playing
wanna
on the
steal
ladder, I'll
wins.
probably pass this a lot.
Yeah, if you want to win consistently, I don't think you play this that much. If you want to win
Yeah.
this tournament, play it.
Yeah. Yeah, the
Uh,
one mana win combat is why I actually think this card is not garbage.
mhm.
I like that.
It'll be a
But
card to
we
watch.
need to be willing to pick this as high as third. The power level is there.
Yeah, yeah, agreed. Up next is Moonrager's Slash. Moonrager's Slash is 2 and a red for an instant at common. This spell costs 2 less to cast. If it's night, Moonrager's Slash deals 3 damage to any target.
So this is open fire or lightning bolt, depending on whether it's day or night. It will more often not be night than it will be night. So you should evaluate it more as like open fire, right? Because it could be nothing or day. So 2/3 of those quadrants or tridents, I guess. I don't know.
I
Either
don't know.
way, open fire was good. The fact that you get a discount on it sometimes is going to be good. It looks to me so far like it's going to kill enough stuff that we're pretty happy to play this.
So there's a 66% chance that it's not going to be night, but that's a 1/3 chance that something Steiner math.
See, if we was to go one-on-one, the numbers don't lie, John, and they spell disaster for you when you sacrifice a decayed zombie.
It's true. Card's good. I like it.
Agree. We're third picking this.
Yeah. Yeah, third sounds about right for me. There'll be packs where I'll think about first picking it, but hopefully those are few and far between. Up next is the Token Dragon for Innistrad, the gothic horror world known for its dragons. Moonveil Regent. Moonveil Regent is 3 and a red for a creature dragon at Mythic. It's a 4/4 flyer. Whenever you cast a spell, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw a card for each of that spell's colors. When Moonveil Regent dies, it deals X damage to any target where X is the number of colors among permanents you control.
What? Okay, so I cast a spell. I've got a land in hand. If I've dumped my hand, I can just use this to start drawing cards functionally, right?
Yes.
Okay, and I get a 4-mana 4/4 flyer.
Yes. In red.
Can I discard 0 cards and draw? No, because I have to cast a spell.
but you cast your last spell in hand. You discard your hand of 0 cards.
Oh yeah, okay, sure, that's fine too. Yeah, we're first picking this. Cool.
Yeah, it's great. You're probably only what is it? You deal X damage to any target. So yeah, you're probably dealing 2 damage when this dies generally, but good card is very good. First pick.
Yeah, you should first pick this. Seems good.
Up next is Mounted Dread Knight. Mounted Dread Knight is 4 and a red for a creature vampire knight at common. It's a 5/4 trample. It ETBs with a +1/+1 counter on it if an opponent lost life this turn. So it's got Bloodthirst 1.
It does actually. This seems like a pretty decent top end for vampires, and we haven't seen a whole lot of 5-drops rolling around. I doubt that you'll want a whole lot of 5-drops, but if you need one, here's your boy. I reckon I'd be looking to wheel this at least for the first one.
Yeah, I think you could wheel these easily. 5-drop. The 5-drop slot. The casting costs just seem low in this set, maybe because you're spending all that mana on flashbacks and disturbs and stuff. So it seems like a hard sell for a 5-drop if it's not amazing. But if you need one, you need one. Here it is, and I'm happy to wheel.
So are you anticipating a lot of decks that just don't have anything past 4?
I can see it, not counting 6 mana disturb cards or flashback cards or stuff.
Okay.
Up next is Neonate's Rush. Neonate's Rush is 2 and a red for an instant at common. This spell costs 1 less to cast if you control a vampire. Neonate's Rush deals 1 damage to target creature and 1 damage to its controller. Draw a card.
I usually like cards like this for the sideboard, with the idea of if my opponent's playing enough X1s, I can bring this in and get a little bit of value. I don't think I'd be particularly happy main decking it. You could, in a vampire deck, throw a vampire away to be able to finish it off with this and get your card back, but I'm not excited by that.
Yeah, I'd wheel this and not look to put it in my main deck at all and side it in if you see those X1s, especially like an X1 flyer that's annoying or something. Notably, you can't just deal a damage to the face. You do have to have a target creature of theirs to target to actually get that damage to the face, but it's pretty minor.
Yeah, agreed.
Up next is Obsessive Astronomer. Obsessive Astronomer is 1 and a red for a creature human wizard at uncommon. It's a 2/2. If it's neither day or night, it becomes day as Obsessive Astronomer enters the battlefield. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, discard up to 2 cards, then draw that many cards.
Pretty cool. And it's up to, so I don't have to if I don't want to. But if we can flip around a little bit, I can kind of get rid of some extra lands and use that to find the spells that I need. It's also a 2-mana 2/2. Not a lot to complain about here. I could see picking this as highly as 6 or 7, maybe.
Yeah, I'm looking a little bit more 5th, 6th. Again, I'm looking for this in my blue-red spells day-night deck because I'm going to have stuff to discard. I'm going to want to draw more spells, and that does what I need to do. Does this trigger itself ETB? No, because day would not be... When it ETBs, nothing is becoming day. Not day becoming night or night becoming day.
Yeah, there is no state. There's null, as Dave described it. It is nothing, and then it either becomes night or day.
Yeah, that's why all of these are worded with that very dramatic whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, as opposed to just saying whenever it becomes day or night.
Yeah.
Up next is Pax Betrayal. Pax Betrayal is 2 and a red for a sorcery at common. Gain control of target creature until end of turn. Untap that creature. It gains haste until end of turn. If you control a wolf or werewolf, scry 2.
We saw some things you could sacrifice. Now, it's been a long time since we've seen like a black-red sacrifice deck in Limited.
Well, they're never good.
Yeah, they're never good. But there do appear to be some pieces for it here if that's the type of thing you want. Active Treason was always a card I wanted in my sideboard for every red deck I've ever played, the first copy. And the fact that we did have some decent stuff in black to sacrifice and this is showing up at common is like, hey, maybe that Bone Splinters thing ain't so bad. So let's talk. You could even sort of do this in blue-red if you wanted to cast Vivisection. You'd need 7 mana, but I'm about it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll take your dude and Vivisect it. Wheel these either way, but like it's here. Be aware that it's here.
Yeah, wheel, and yeah, I think a reasonable black-red sacrifice deck exists in Midnight Hunt.
Yeah, we're being a little bit sarcastic. It was very good in Ikoria, and it was absurd in the most recent set AFR. So I was kind of being a little bit sarcastic there, AC.
It was an utter game design mistake in AFR.
Correct.
Up next is Play with Fire. Play with Fire is a single red mana for an instant at uncommon. Play with Fire deals 2 damage to any target. If a player is dealt damage this way, scry 1.
I don't particularly want this. It's another like this just trades with the 2-drop. I guess if I'm in a spells deck and I want a spell heavy thing, like does the spells deck care about loading my graveyard with spells?
Not
Or is
terribly
it
unless
just
you
want
have
me to
that
cast them?
mythic, but you could also grave dig or spell dig this up.
Yeah, I guess this is okay, but I'm not incredibly excited about it. I could see taking it 6th pick. It just doesn't look like Shock is killing much that an average 2-drop wouldn't. So it's okay. I do not want Shock with Scry. I don't need a spell to kill 2-drops. I have 2-drops to trade with 2-drops.
I want this in my blue-red spells deck, obviously. I want to be killing their 2-drops because I may not have quite as many 2-drops. I want to be able to hit their face. I want to be able to recur this with the Spell Digger. There's that uncommon that flips when you deal damage from a damage spell. I think there's enough going on here that I like this, but I don't want a lot of these in a deck that's not blue-red. And there's also just better cards to have. So I think this is around like 6th through 8th for me. Emphasis on like the 7th, 8th area.
Yeah, then we're in the exact same spot.
Up next is a second dragon on Innistrad. Purifying Dragon. 3 red for a creature dragon at uncommon. It's a 4/3 flyer. Whenever Purifying Dragon attacks, it deals 1 damage to target creature defending player controls. If that creature's a zombie, Purifying Dragon deals 2 damage to it instead.
Seems all right. 5-mana 4/3 flyer is doing good. We can maybe ping something out of the way, maybe clear out some of those pesky zombies. I could see 4th picking this.
Yeah, it's not bad. You don't get that many flyers in red usually. Pick stuff off, make combat math slightly more annoying. Yeah, good card
It is a combo
fine.
with Blade Brand. You did it.
There we
You
go.
did it, chat.
We found it. Yeah, I'll pick this 4th-ish, 5th-ish. Feel not too bad about it.
Agree.
Up next is Raise the Effigy. Raise the Effigy is a single red mana for an instant at common. Choose 1, destroy target artifact, or target attacking creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
Pretty sure it's pronounced Fiji.
Oh, Effigy. Got it.
Yeah. So the combat trick is not bad, and it's mostly when you'd want it, because you'd be attacking, although you can't use it to save your dude. Did we see any artifacts that we care about blowing up?
No. The Celestis.
I didn't really either. So I would normally say this is a sideboard card, but I didn't even see really any artifacts I'd want to bring this in for. Like, sure, there was a Gristlebrand's Mask or whatever. If they have that, by all means, bring it in. This looks okay, but I don't think I really am going to be bringing it in very often, or even that worried if I don't get one for the sideboard.
Yeah, this is beyond the wheel. It's not an F, but it's beyond the wheel.
There you go, beyond the wheel.
And you're not.
Yeah, there's some rare artifacts, and those I would probably want to destroy. Short of that, I'm not interested in this.
Yeah.
The Hedgewitch Mask is garbage. I would much rather have my opponent have that in play than me have a card to counter it.
Up next is Reckless Stormseeker. Reckless Stormseeker is 2 and a red for a creature human werewolf at rare. It's a 2/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains haste until end of turn. Daybound. On the night side, it's a 3/4. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains trample and haste until end of turn.
This thing is terrifying.
Yep.
You better kill it, because you can't make any intelligent decisions about the rest of the game going forward otherwise.
Yeah, oops, my 4/3 dragon is now a 5/3 haste dragon. Or
I just made a stupid
6/3
2/2 zombie and I'm attacking you with a 4/2.
Yeah.
Like, this is stupid. Yeah, and
Yep.
it functionally has haste too. Like, it's all just stupid.
Yep. Very first pick.
Yeah, pick this. Just pick it. Put it in your deck.
Up next is Seize the Storm. Seize the Storm is 4 and a red for a sorcery at uncommon. Create a red elemental creature token with trample, and this creature's power and toughness are each equal to the number of instant and sorcery cards in your graveyard plus the number of cards with flashback you own in exile. Flashback for 6 and a red.
All right, if I got one of these, I'll start taking those shocks instead of 2 drops.
Yeah.
This is a payoff I can get behind. I love cards like this. I get a giant trampoline thing.
Yeah. This is a huge payoff.
Yeah,
Giant
I'll even
trampoline
put some
thing.
garbage spells in my deck for this.
Giant trampoline thing. It's going to get bigger as the game goes on because it's a characteristic defining thing. So it's just going to always be checking. You get a second one just a couple turns later. Great card. I'll
Is
pick
it a
this highly.
characteristic defining, so it's going to get bigger over the course of the game?
Yeah, its power and toughness are each equal to the number of instant sorcery cards. So it's just always checking.
Okay,
It's a
heck
star
yeah,
star.
that's even better.
Yeah. I'm picking it. I mean, I'm picking
Third?
the second or third. Yeah.
You're first picking it.
Uh,
Realistically, I'm picking it third. If I see this, I'll be like a third pick. I'll be like, okay, somebody didn't want to do this. I'll do it.
yeah. Card's great. Up next is Smoldering Egg, or Thing in the Egg. Smoldering Egg is 1 and a red for a creature dragon egg. At rare, it's an 0/4 defender. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, put a number of ember counters on Smoldering Egg equal to the amount of mana spent to cast that spell. Then, if Smoldering Egg has 7 or more ember counters on it, remove them and transform Smoldering Egg into a 4/4 flying dragon. That whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Ashmouth Dragon deals 2 damage to any target.
Man, this kind of sucks.
What?
So you're going to spend 7 mana on spells.
Yeah, I'm gonna flashback Seize the Storm. Flip it in one go.
Yeah, I guess flashback's making it a little better. Like my issue with it isn't that it's not powerful. It certainly is. It's that what happens if the game's almost over and a top deck it?
It's not great, but it blocks on the ground for a little bit.
Yeah, it does. I'm gonna pick it and I'm gonna play it and I'm gonna try to do it. My concern is like this is a rotten top deck. You need to turn to this and then start casting spells. And if you do that, you probably win, unless they have a removal spell. Um, and that's the other kind of scary part about it. Having a creature-based kill condition in an all spells deck is your opponent probably has 5 removal spells and that's about it. And if you're using all these spells to make 3 big creatures and that's your plan to win, they may just be like, oh, cool, something I can kill, I'll kill it. And then you're like, oh, I was going to win the game with that, but now I'm not. That doesn't make it bad. You should still probably take this and play it. It just doesn't make it as powerful as I'd like. You probably still first pick it, so it doesn't really matter. I have some complaints about this card.
Yeah, and I don't think you want this card as the thing that you've built your blue-red spells deck around. You want to have some Thermo Alchemists as well. You want to have those Seize the Storms. You want to have other things going on. You don't want to put everything. You don't want to put all your eggs in one basket.
Yeah, generally speaking, I would agree with that.
But I'm picking this first pick every time. Easy.
Yeah, me too.
Up next is Spellrune Painter. Spellrune Painter is 2 and a red for a creature human shaman werewolf at uncommon. It's a 2/3. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Spellrune Painter gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Daybound. Flips on over into a 3/4. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, Spellrune Howler gets +2/+2 until end of turn.
It's just a solid creature.
Yeah, solid creature. And if you're casting a spell ever, it's going to get in for a decent attack. If you're in blue-red spells, well, this creature's bigger than it maybe should be.
It's also not a spell, so like there's some tension there, right? About how many creatures are you playing versus how many spells are you playing, right? But I think the fact that this one is just good on its own means you can put it in a deck, play it with combat tricks. Like it's kind of scary to block, right?
Yeah.
Like say they attack with this and something else, and you're like, well, I could block it, but if they have a combat trick for the other thing, this thing too, and starts to mess with math. All of that boils down to a card I'm pretty happy taking. I don't know, 5th or 6th, but it's a decent card.
Yeah, I'm around maybe 4th, 5th, but that's probably just the spells bias.
Yeah.
Up next is Stolen Vitality. Stolen Vitality is 1 and a red for an instant at common. Target creature gets +3/+1 until end of turn. If it's your turn, that creature gets trample. Otherwise, it gets first strike.
That's a neat modal little thing where it does the thing depending on where it is. But yeah, I mean, you should be using defensive combat tricks anyway. I would say wheel this if you want it. I generally don't like 2 mana combat tricks, but we'll play them occasionally. And I
Yeah.
don't think you're going to be competing with the table for this.
Yeah, I think you can wheel it pretty handily. I think it's a very nice aggressive trick. It reminds me of the dwarf from Eldraine a little bit, although that was +2/+0, wasn't it? Not +3. Um, we just had a +3/+1, right? You come to a null camp, did that?
Mhm. And I've
Yeah.
basically never played it. I think I put it in the deck maybe twice.
Yeah, but this gives trample, which is decent. And first strike is a incredibly good defensive combat trick here, but you can wheel
I
this
mean,
and
it is, but there is no good defensive combat trick,
true,
right?
true.
So it's like making a pile of dog crap smell better. It's still dog crap.
Correct, correct. So I'm still wheeling this and still struggling to find a place for it. But
There you
if I'm
go.
aggro, I can. Up next is Sunstreak Phoenix. Sunstreak Phoenix is 2 red for a creature Phoenix at Mythic. It's a 4/2 flyer. If it's neither day or night, it becomes day as it ETBs. Whenever day becomes night or night becomes day, you may pay 1 and a red. If you do, return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped.
Bleh. Yeah, it's great first pick it, win the game with it.
Yep.
I hope you're playing blue or you're not going to be able to kill this thing. I guess blue and white can kill dust. But if you're not playing those colors, there's nothing you can do that's going to kill you.
Yeah, especially since you just have full on control of turning it into day and night.
Thank you for that Orcish artillery.
Nice. Up next is Tavern Ruffian. Tavern Ruffian is 3 and a red for a creature human warrior werewolf at common. It's a 2/5 with Daybound. Backside, 6/5.
Whoa, talk about a big difference.
Yup.
4 mana 2/5, don't care. 4 mana 6/5, oh my god, that's terrifying.
Yeah, because
But I
remember,
guess,
if it's night,
go ahead.
it just comes in as this 6/5.
Yeah, that's fair. There's ways to exile it in black. Okay, perhaps I was a little over exaggerating there. And I guess even if it's not night, you would be happy enough with a 2/5 blocker for 4 in some states. This thing's just getting absurdly large.
Yep.
These common flip werewolves seem really good. I think I could pick this as highly as 6th.
Yeah, I can see the 6th. This is gonna punish some games. It's gonna feel a little bit like original Innistrad after all.
Yeah, and there was some of this even in Shadows. It could happen where they
Yeah,
had a 2
yeah,
drop werewolf, he couldn't do anything, and he just died.
that's true. That's true. Up next is Thermo Alchemist. Thermo Alchemist is 1 and a red for a creature human shaman at uncommon. It's an 0/3 defender. You tap it to deal 1 damage to each opponent. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, untap it.
I have done much damage with the Thermo Alchemist.
Uh-huh.
I thought this was common last time.
It was.
So you ain't seeing these nearly as often as you used to, eh?
You're seeing 0.9 copies per draft pod.
Okie dokie. So if you want one of these and you open it, you better take it.
Yep.
It was pretty good. I think it being shifted indicates that it was probably a little bit too good the last time around.
Yeah.
But it also means that you're not going to get multiples of these very often. There were times where I could get 4 of these on the board and just kill somebody relatively quickly.
Yeah. That
So
just
yeah,
makes me that just makes me
go
want to
ahead.
draft Eldritch Moon again right now.
It kind of does me too. To be fair, but yeah, you want to pick this around 4 or 5. But if you really like the blue red spells deck, you may have to pick this sooner, or you're not going to get any.
Yeah, I'm apt to pick this 3rd pick just to make sure I get it.
Yeah, and I will pick it less often than that because I don't really care that much for the spells deck as much as John does. But
Yeah.
the card's really good in that deck, and
Mm-hmm.
it's not even terrible in another deck too. If it's going to basically nullify one of their creatures and deal 1 damage over the course of a turn, it'll probably do more damage than most other 2 drops would. And that's also a really good point. The vampires would be very happy to have this just pinging away.
Yep.
So you don't even have to get into blue red spells. You could be in blue red or blue black. It's not bad.
Yeah. Up next is Village Watch. Village Watch is 4 and a red for a creature human werewolf at uncommon. It's a 4/3 with haste. Daybound. Nightbound is 5/4. Wolves and werewolves you control have haste, which means it also has
Pretty
haste.
good, man.
Yeah, 5 mana, 5/4 haste.
That I like. The 5 mana 4/3 haste I don't like as much.
Yeah, it's a little bit costly.
Although if you play the Village Reavers and get in with them, they kind of have to do something immediately or be terrified, right? They at least need to be able to flip it back.
Yeah.
I don't know. This one actually feels a little more balanced than the others because I was kind of thinking this was like 4 total mana for this card, and I could have believed that they would print that.
Yeah,
Whereas this one, like, I'm going to play it, but I'm not going nuts for this. I would pick the seventh or eighth.
yeah, I think I like some of the commons more than this.
Yeah.
So yeah, I can see seventh, eighth for this. Being uncommon, you might need to pick it slightly higher, but yeah, there's better werewolves out there, but this is also one of the okay ones. Up next is Voldaren Ambusher. Voldaren Ambusher is 2 and a red for a creature vampire archer at uncommon. It's a 2/2 when it ETBs. If an opponent lost life this turn, it deals X damage up to 1 target creature or planeswalker, where X is the number of vampires you control, so at least 1.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, reminds me
So
of
I
that.
have to hit him.
Reminds me of that goblin that dealt damage for goblins.
Yeah, there
Veteran
was a
something.
4/2 that dealt
Yeah.
damage for goblins. I remember him. That was really good. Now, this one we have to have attacked first, so it's like that goblin got incredibly nerfed.
Yeah. Attack first or hit with a Thermo Alchemist or something. But yeah, this is second main phase that we're doing this, most likely.
Yeah. I think in its deck, this could be quite good. I could see picking this as early as probably fourth to fifth. Yeah, Basalt Ravager's the other one. That was the giant one.
Mm-hmm.
That
Yeah.
was more recent. But this is harder to enable than the Basalt Ravager or the Herpaderp Goblin.
Yeah. A decent bit.
Yeah, when we're talking about this rating system, folks, and I don't want to go too deep on it, we're saying where we'd like to pick these cards. There's probably going to be packs where I'll first pick the things I'm saying second or third pick, but we're kind of trying to use that rating system so we don't go deep on arguing which mythic rare is better than the other one and which uncommon is absurd and which uncommon isn't. We're just like, where would we like to pick these? And that'll give you an idea of which ones are just in general good in every deck, like the Incinerate variant, whereas you kind of need to build around it and get vampires or have a spells plan for these last two we've looked out, for example. But
Yeah.
I could see this one going forth and being pretty happy. I do got to do some work for it, though.
Yeah. I could see fourth, fifth. You got to build around it. You got to make sure you can activate it, make sure that you're going to get damage off it and whatnot.
Agreed.
I would say just one more point for the grade system, too. This is, this is us approaching this as drafters wanting to draft this. We're not looking to pretend to know how the format works right now. Nobody knows that.
Yeah. Well, there's some people who are pretending to know how the format works.
Oh, you can pretend all you want.
Yeah.
That's easy. Up next is Voldaren Stinger. Voldaren Stinger is a single red mana for a creature vampire warrior at common. It's a 1/1. It has first strike as long as it's attacking. Pay 2 and a red. Voldaren Stinger gets +2/+0 until end of turn.
People are going to play this and they're going to be convinced that it's good, but it is not. You should not put this in your deck.
Agreed.
What it's selling is the idea that you can attack and threaten to activate it to force through that ping damage for the rest of your vampires, and that's going to enable it. And that would make someone think it's decent, but it isn't unless your opponent's just terrible. Because eventually they will figure out what you're trying to do with it, and when they actually do block it, if you do not poop in your pants, then you are misreading it. Because as soon as you pump it, it means they have a removal spell for it, and they're gonna get you.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't
You know
want
what else is good with combat tricks?
everything.
Literally every other creature that exists. So this card is not good. You generally should not be putting it in your deck.
Yeah.
I'm going to call this one an F.
I'm on an F on this one. I don't want to play it. It's just not good. There's better cards.
Yeah.
That's it for red.
It is it for red. People who play a lot of constructed will probably look at this and think that it's good in draft and play with it some and win some and lose some and then go back to constructed.
Yeah.
But after about 4 weeks of draft, you won't see anybody playing that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, people are arguing with me. It plays out pretty well though. How many drafts of Midnight Hunt have you done so far? Like, all I can do is give you my opinion of the card. I've played with cards like this before. They've always been really, really bad. So I don't expect that this card will be any different. 3 Human Druid at rare. You may look at the top card of your library at any time. You may play lands from the top of your library. Coven, you may cast creature spells from the top of your library. What?
Seems pretty good. It's not Oracle of Moldiah as I first thought, because you can't just play as many lands as you want to. You're still stuck to one land per turn. But
Oh
playing land,
no.
yeah, it's horrible. Still, you get to play that land every turn off the top rather than out of your out of your hand, which means you're virtually drawing a card. If you've turned on Coven, suddenly you're casting creatures off the top. Good card's good. First pick.
Yeah, right there with you.
And you don't even play with
Um,
the top of your card, your top of your deck revealed, which is a nice little bonus.
yeah, some of the older designs for this would have you seeing the top, like see have your opponent seeing the top card as
Mm-hmm.
well. In this case, it's only you that gets to see it, which is just pure upside. Bounding Wolf is 2 in red for a 3/2 flash reach wolf.
Seems fine. 3/2 flash for 3. We had that once. It was a Jaguar, and I remember it not being good, and I don't remember why in that format it wasn't good. But a 3/2 flash for 3 is going to eat some stuff. It can eat some flyers, which is really nice. I don't think you have to spend too high of a real pick on this, like 7th, 8th. And I can see even siding it in sometimes, but I think you're okay to main deck it.
Yeah, I can sort of see that too with the flash. There's a lot of flash creatures because you want to be able to pass, turn it into night, and then still play something.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's kind of one of the things that they're doing there. This does kind of look like filler to me. Pouncing Cheetah was really bad. It didn't have flash, which was a thing.
Didn't it? It
Um,
didn't have reach.
oh, sorry, yeah, it had flash. It didn't have reach. Um, that was not particularly good in its format because stuff got real big and everything had embalm. And this is another format where there are a lot of cards that have that disturb. So just trading for one card kind of weren't good enough, um, which is interesting. But yeah, this looks like filler to me. It is interesting that it works with the day-night cycle, so maybe it's a little better than that. But I'm still going to put this at filler for me.
Agreed.
All right, Bramble Armor is 1 in a green for an equipment. When an ETBs attach it to target creature you control, that creature gets +2/+1, equip 4.
They're doing the thing everybody likes. Auto equip. We
That's
all like
the
it.
Zendikar thing, right?
Hmm?
This is the
Oh,
one we had in Zendikar?
did we have exactly this in Zendikar? +2/+1?
No, I don't think we had exactly this, but the auto equipment,
Oh
I
yeah,
think,
yeah, yeah,
started
yeah,
there.
yeah. It started in Zendikar, and now everybody likes it, so they're going to do it more, which sucks. But this card also kind of sucks. It's you can play it. It's very similar to the Dueling Rapier that we just had, which was okay. But I don't want to play this, and I deeply hope that equipment's not good.
It would take a lot for this to be incredibly good. It is interesting that you could start throwing this on zombies or something later and sort of get an actual creature that they might be scared to block. It's an okay mana sink and a decent way to augment a creature. I don't think this is unplayable. I'm not excited about it, and I'd probably be looking to wheel it. But like, I don't think it would be embarrassing to put one of these in your deck.
Yeah, I'm looking to wheel it. That's kind of what I did with Dueling Rapier as well.
All right, Briar Bridge Tracker is 2 in a green for a 2/3 human scout with vigilance. When it enters the battlefield, investigate. As long as you control a token, it gets +2/+0. So this is a 3 mana 4/3 vigilance. When it dies, you can spend 2 mana and draw a card.
Yeah, yeah. So as long as you don't want that card beforehand, it's a 4 mana, a 3 mana 4/3 vigilance, which is great. Definitely undercosted. And it's any token, right? Yeah, any token. So if you just make another token, you can still just pop that clue token and get your card. Like the worst case scenario here is somehow you end up tokenless and you have a 2/3 vigilance for 3, which is still fine. That said, this doesn't feel like a rare. I don't in any way understand why this is a rare.
It's too high statted not to be a rare. I was about to say I'd like to get past this. So this is like third pick for me because this is a very good card. But it's not the one that I want to open. It doesn't feel like a bomb. It just feels
No.
really good. We have seen enough 3/1s and things that could trade for this relatively early that I don't think you're going to get in like 12 points of damage with it before they can answer it.
Yeah.
But it will replace itself. Like I think this card's quite good.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm around third pick. It's obviously not similar in rules text, but it reminds me of something like Charming Prince, a card that I call a very, 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 very good uncommon that happens to be in the rare slot.
Yeah, that works. That works. Yeah, it is probably better than a lot of the uncommons we've seen so far. That's fair too. Broodweaver is 3 and a green for a 2/4 reach. When it dies, create a 1/2 green spider token with reach at uncommon.
This is similar to Penumbra Spider, but that had or made Death Touch or something. It was a 1/2 spider that
died in, it was a 2/4 spider that died into a 2/4 spider.
Okay. But yeah, spiders dying into spiders is something we've seen before. The 2/4 for 4, that's just giant spider. That's going to block a lot better than the 1/2. Like this will eat flyers. The 1/2 is not going to eat flyers. It's just going to be a chump blocker. But that's still fine. I would not hate main decking this. I probably in most green decks would prefer to have better cards and side this in when it turns out that I need it, but I'm not going to feel sad main decking it.
There were a couple of X1 flyers, which kind of matters, but I think I'm with John in that I'd really like to sideboard this, unless I'm in some sort of very defensive green deck. And I could see black green being very interested in that, as it looked like they kind of wanted to spin their wheels for a little bit and then vomit out a lot of stuff at once. But that still leaves me just not wanting to take this card particularly highly.
Yeah, this is the kind of card I want, like 7th, 8th.
Yeah, it's exactly where I am. Like I want to pick it 8th. All right, Candlelit Cavalry is 4 and a green for a 5/5 human knight with Coven. It gains trample until end of turn.
So Colossopede that probably has trample on your turn. Well, it doesn't matter. Not on your turn. Seems fine.
Seems really good to me. I'd probably be happy to take these like 6 or 7.
Yeah, 6th or 7th, definitely pre-wheel. Just based on the curving of this format, I don't think I want to load up on 5-drops, but if I'm green, this is my 5-drop.
Play like 2 of them and then be incredibly excited because of it, because like Colossopede is good, and this just looks like big in the format from what I've seen.
Yeah.
All right, Clear Shot. I believe this is a reprint because I think I remember playing this in Shadows. 2 and a green for an instant. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control.
Card's great. One sec. There we go. My card stopped working for a moment. Yeah, Clear Shot's a reprint. It's great. It's instant speed bite with a +1/+1 attached to it. It's just super good, and I highly pick these. I don't feel bad first picking these sometimes, but I'd prefer second, third.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, bud. All right, Consuming Bob is 3 green for a star +1 mythic ooze. Its power and toughness is equal to the number of card types among cards in your graveyard, and its toughness is equal to that number +1. At the beginning of your end step, create a green ooze creature token with this creature's power is equal to the number of card types. Okay, so it just makes copies of itself.
Copies of itself, but the copies don't make copies.
Okay.
It's Tarmogoyf. Tarmogoyf is not as good as you think in Limited based on its constructed thing, because you don't just casually get a land and a creature and a planeswalker and an artifact and an enchantment, etc. into your graveyard. You can expect to get a creature, you can expect to get an instant, you can expect to get a sorcery. It's going to take a little tiny bit of work, but there's plenty of ways to do it to get lands in, including self-mill. But that's kind of the top end. You're not just casually getting a planeswalker in. We haven't seen that many artifacts we want to play. We haven't seen that many enchantments you want to play. However, a Tarmogoyf that makes a copy of itself every single turn is an easy first pick.
Yeah, it's a first pick. It is only counting your graveyard, not your opponent's.
Oh, yeah.
Which is pretty significant. But there is a decent amount of self-mill. Like, I don't think it would be difficult for this to be a 5-mana 2/3 that starts making copies, that starts making more 5-mana 2/3s.
Yeah, I think 2/3 is easy to get.
Yeah, I think that's very easy to get for this, because I think I can get two card types in there. I could probably get 3 or 4 in some circumstances, but the fact that it's just spewing out copies and it's relatively expensive, so like they may have used some removal spells before then. This will win you a game. So yeah, let's go first pick on this one.
Easily.
Contortionist Troop is X green for a 0/0, ETBs with X counters. Coven. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. That's pretty neat.
Yeah, so it's an Ivy Elemental, um, or any number of cards we've seen like this before. And you get an extra counter, which means you really get to just sort of shuffle around your Coven stuff, right? You can build this to the exact power and toughness you want to make sure that it has Coven in the first place.
Yeah, and it's kind of the idea of this is the enabler. Yeah, Dave got it. This is the
Yeah,
enabler and the payoff.
yeah,
So just throw this right in your green decks and be happy.
yeah. I like this a fair bit. It's got the slight downside that Ivy Elemental has in that it is ultimately a big dumb creature, but Abyss is still
Victim creature
fine.
that you probably feel like you overpaid by one for, but at least it's existing in a format without Bleach Elemental or Blitz Leech.
Yeah,
So,
very much so.
like, you still get to play with the card some, which is nice.
Yeah. So I'm putting this like fifth, I think.
I'd go fourth.
Yeah.
I like what this is offering, being able to make more counters at the beginning of my upkeep. It's kind of like kill it, or I'm just going to start growing my stuff. No, you will not get to cast this as a 0/0, sadly. But I could see playing this out as just a 1/1, just so I can start getting the counters going at a certain point.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll go fourth. I'll go fourth.
All right, we talked him into it. Dawnheart Mentor is 2 and a green for a 0/4 human warlock. When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 white human creature token. Coven, spend 6 mana. Target creature you control gets +3/+3 and trample until end of turn.
So we've got another great Coven enabler here. You get 2 powers for 3 mana. The 0/4, it's kind of a crappy stat creature there, but it'll block a little bit. The 1/1's kind of also crappy. But this is a great mana sink late game. +3/+3 and trample is going to kill creatures. It's going to kill opponents. It's going to do a lot of stuff. It's pretty pie in the sky to think you're going to put 12 into this to do +6/+6, but
I'll do it eventually.
yeah, for sure. I've got the emote for a reason. Um, I'm picking this pretty highly, like fourth, fifth, I think.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. This card looks great to me. Let's do it. All right, Dawnheart Rejuvenator is a functional reprint. 3 and green for a 2/4 human warlock. When it enters the battlefield, you gain 3 life. Tap it, add 1 mana of any color.
It's Centaur Nurturer from War of the Spark.
Yeah, there's one of these in, well, there's close to one of these in my favorite format, Hour of Devastation. It was a little different, but
Yeah.
generally speaking, I liked this card.
Yeah, 4 mana is not exactly where I usually want my ramp, but a 2/4 blocks really well. 3 life gets me back in the game if I lost a bit of life there, and it fixes my mana. It's not a ludicrously high pick, but I'm happy to like 6th through 8th this usually.
I think I'm there too, unless we're going to try to do 5-color green, which
Yeah,
seeing this makes me think that I could do 5-color green. Because we really need to be using this for the fixing, because I ain't seen nothing to ramp into, man.
that's part of the trick. The casting costs do seem low, which means we aren't ramping, so we do want this a little bit more for fixing.
Although some of the flashback spells had expensive flashback costs, so we could ramp into flashbacking stuff. Like, that's fine too.
Yeah. I hope this is not a 5-color green format. I hope that's just a cute thing you can maybe do.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be a format because you kind of need to get like 3 of these to be able to pull that off. And how many commons do you see in that many packs? Isn't it like 3?
2.4.
Yeah, so you're not even guaranteed to get 3 of them.
Yeah.
So like you'd need like multiple evolving wilds and 2 copies of this, which is just not going to happen very often. But I think I'm right there with you in generally 6 picking this.
Yeah, the thing to remember with Hour Devastation is that was way back when we had small sets with 164 cards in it, meaning the commons were way more common.
Yeah, and it was easier to get them, and that's just not the case now.
Yeah.
All right, defend the Cletus is 2 green green for an instant. Distribute 3 +1/+1 counters among 1, 2, or 3 target creatures you control.
This ain't too bad. It's Coven on demand. It's a combat trick that sticks around. It feels similar to a card that I can't remember the name of.
We had one in sorcery, like exponential growth or something.
That might have been it, yeah. But yeah, instant speed. I love put counters on things, just because it really ruins combat, and they stick around, which is nutty. I don't want to pick it highly, but I
It's
like
four
it.
mana. Like this is your whole turn. This is what you're doing this turn.
Well, you're doing it on their turn.
Yeah, sure, okay, but whichever turn you do it, this is all that you're doing. You're not playing a creature and doing this.
Yeah, yeah. I think I'm on like I think I'm on pre-wheel. Like I don't mind 7th, 8th pick this. I think I'll play a copy every time.
I think I'm probably going to pick this as highly as fifth. Um, it's dangerous. It's risky. If you're behind, you're going to be scared. There's times you'll top deck this and just die with it in your hand. But I think that dream where you can get them to block in such a way that you can get a 2-for-1 with this
Yeah.
is what you want to go for. And this is the card I think. I also think this is going to be really good at the beginning of the format. And
Yeah.
then after 4 weeks, when the people who are left, they'll know how to play around, and it's not going to be as good anymore.
Yeah, agreed.
All right. So that's where I'm comfortable with. Dryad's Revival is 2 and a green for a sorcery. Return target card from your graveyard to your hand, and it has flashback.
I don't like this at sorcery speed. I strongly prefer these to be instant speed and only really like them if they're instant speed.
So where do you pick it?
Heavy duty wheel and barely ever put it in my deck.
Cool. Pass them to me. I'll take it as highly as third.
Yep. I know you like them.
This is a demonic tutor. You just go through your graveyard. Whatever the best card I've already played is, I'll do that, and then I'll do it again. Like, this card's great.
Someday I
And
might learn to like these, but
it took me a long time. I'd had Auntie yelling at me for 5 years until I finally got it with Strixhaven and started playing Regrowth. And then I was like, oh my God, this card is amazing. Once I just started taking it and playing with it. The problem was I thought it was bad. I never played with it, so I didn't know how good it was. But once I did, I would like, especially in a format with self-mill, like this card's just going to be even better than normal.
yep, I can see that. I might give it a try this format.
Just try it one draft, and if you don't like it, I'll refund your draft.
Nice. That's better than
There
Watsy
you go.
does. Hey.
All right. Duel for Dominance is 1 and a green for an instant with Coven. Choose target creature you control and target creature you don't control. If you have Coven, put a counter on your dude, then they fight.
Cool. Instant speed fight, and I really want that +1/+1 counter. Non-buffed fight are not the greatest cards. Not a big fan of them. But +1/+1 counter going on it is going to be really good. So I'm going to pick this pretty highly. I really don't want to cast it prior to Coven unless I have an obvious my creature's going to win that fight situation. I'm going to pick this obviously a lot lower than Clear Shot, which was virtual first pickish. So this is more like fourth, fifth-ish.
Yeah, if you don't have Coven, this card is not good.
Yeah.
We've had this card printed before in other sets, and it was not good. You have to have that 5/5 to even use the thing.
Yeah.
So this one you really need Coven to get this going. Otherwise, I just don't want it. That puts it to me in like the 7th or 8th range until I'm convinced I can have Coven, and then I'll start taking it higher.
Yeah. Dantalus is asking, do you have to have Coven for the effect? You have to have Coven to get the counter.
Yeah, it's going to fight either way.
Yeah. It's a weird layout, but yeah.
But we had this essentially a card that did this in Dominaria, and it was really bad.
Yeah.
No, it's not do nothing. You still fight, right? It's prey upon at instant speed. It's pit fight.
Yeah, it's just the second sentence in the paragraph doesn't happen.
Yeah. All right, let's get to this eccentric farmer. It's 2 and a green for a 2/3. When it enters the battlefield, mill 3 cards, then you may return a land card from your graveyard to your hand.
Okay. So if you want to have self-mill going, this is not the worst way to enable, and maybe it draws you a land. I just feel like there's better cards. Like even if I want this, I think I'm wheeling it. But I feel like there's better ways to self-mill. I feel like there's better ways to get that land that I want. I feel like there's better 2/3s for 3.
Sorry, that idiot at band is messaging me. I can't help myself. Oh my God, that was such a good decision. I feel good now. All right, now I will explain why you want this. Okay, Sayonara has already got us started. We can do we can hit our land drops. We can get fuel for the fire for all of our flashback spells, all of our disturb spells, something that we're going to get back with the Dryad's revival. We can basically ensure that we're going to hit a land drop. There's so many things going on here, and it's generally speaking going to hit that land. So this is mostly a a 3 mana 2/3 that draws you a card. I'm really happy with that. I'm quite happy to play that. Now it's a common and the stats aren't amazing. It's still probably filler level stuff. I'm probably looking to get this about 6th or 7th pick, but I like this card a lot.
Yeah, so on turn 3, it's an 80 to 85% chance to hit a land. Is that math right?
I don't know. It sounds about right.
Okay, that's pretty good
I
then.
was thinking it was about 70% just in my head, but I haven't done the math. Have you done the math, Hal, or are you speculating?
Because yeah, if it's 80 to 85%, I can definitely see this being decent.
You won't get you a land, and if you got an evolving wild, it's just great. You
I
did the
hope I
math
get the
during your review
land.
the other day. Okay. Even if Hal is wrong and it's closer to 70%, still seems pretty good.
Yeah.
So let's say it's between 70 and 80. Seems good to me.
Yeah, I'll push this up to like 7th, 8th to start to see. I just hate those
Okay.
worst case scenarios where you just like mill 3 cards. They were nothing that you wanted. There were no lands. It didn't do anything for you. But you're still left with
Sure,
a
but
2/3 for 3.
you're still playing a 2/3, and it's unlikely you've got a green deck that has literally nothing that can interact with the graveyard. So,
Yeah. Yeah.
all right, Harvest Tide Sentry is 1 and a green for a 3/1 human warrior. So, John's going to like it. And it has Coven. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less.
It's not 1 and a white. I hate it.
Does it have
Yeah.
to be white?
Yeah.
Why?
Green is for big stumpy things.
Yeah, but green has to stay alive too, man.
Fair. Yeah, 3/1 for 2. It's great. It does everything you want. 3 power for 2 should help you get Coven on a little bit quickly because 3 is probably the one that you're going to stumble on a little bit until turn 3 or 4 on average. And then Coven, it can't be jumped by little tiny
Yeah,
things, or not jumped, but easily traded.
yeah, I
It
like this card a lot. Where are you picking it?
fairly high, like 6th-ish.
Okay, yeah, I'm down with 6 or 7.
Yeah.
Howl of the Hunt is 2 and a green for an aura with flash enchant creature. When it enters the battlefield, if enchanted creature is a wolf or werewolf, untap it. Enchanted creature gets +2/+2 and has vigilance.
Can't remember the last time we played with a flash buff aura, but they're always much better than you would think.
They're simultaneously much better than you would think and much worse than you would think.
Well, so this is Dragon Scale. No, Dragon Scale Boon was 2 counters on 2 creatures, wasn't it?
Yeah, there was a flash thing that did this. I don't remember what it was. I remember playing with it in Theros, and it was okay.
Yeah, I'm still playing this.
It
I'm
was,
playing this a decent bit, I think.
I'll probably play Feral Invocation. Thank you. Thank you, chat.
Yes. But yeah, 3 mana, untap my creature, surprise blocker with my now +2/+2 larger creature, and now it attacks with vigilance when we get back to my turn. I like it a fair bit. I think I'm picking it 6th through 7th, and I'm playing it in every green deck.
I will probably play this some amount of the time too. I want people to understand how risky the play pattern you just described is. Because that's asking you to use functionally a defensive combat trick, which is bloody terrifying. If they've got all their mana up and they attack you, and you go for that line he's suggesting, and then they grip tide your creature in response, you just got 2 for 1, and it sucks. It does not feel good. So that's the only thing I don't like about this. I think where I like it is I want to attack and use this. I want them to be tapped out. I attack, they block, I cast this. the werewolf happens to untap and now it can block too. As long as I can do that, I'm very happy, but I don't want to use this defensively.
Yeah,
So,
I
and
think I'm a little bit more happy to use it defensively just because if they were going to kill the creature or bounce it or something, I feel like they would have done it already anyways.
mm,
I guess the
nah,
creature was tapped, so they wouldn't have, but
yeah, I'm going to try to wheel these and maybe play one.
yep. I'll pick them a little bit higher than that.
How many are you putting in your deck?
One.
Okay,
I don't know that I could do two.
okay. I don't think we're that far off. You're still a little more excited about it than me, but I get terrified to play defensive combat tricks.
Yeah.
All right, Might of the Old Ways is one in a green for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Coven, draw a card.
So attacking draw a card onto a combat trick is nice, but if I'm not drawing the card, I don't want to play this.
I don't want to play it anyway. Like, I don't know, 2 mana +2/+2, not good enough for me. At that point, I'd rather play the Howl of the Haunt because at least I get to keep it.
Yeah, I mean I don't mind the draw card, but I'm still like on the wheel and struggling to find a place.
Yeah, that's fine. Wheel it, maybe play it. Path to the Festival is 2 green for a sorcery. Search your library for a basic land card, put that card onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle. If there are 3 or more basic land types among lands you control, scry 1. Flashback for 4 and a green.
So here's more fixing. If you're splashing for a good card, and you're in green, you're probably going to want to grab one of these. The flashback's not the best thing in the world if you're just splashing because you already presumably got your splash color. But if you got the mana and you want one more land and you want that scribe, sure. But I'm picking this I think I'm picking this on the wheel after I know I want to splash.
And I'd still almost rather splash with an Evolving Wilds in a lot of cases.
Yeah, sure. You just don't always get to though.
I do like the flashback on this if you're splashing with the idea that if you've milled yourself, you could then flash it back to be able to cast it, which is kind of value. If you're looking to do 5 color shenanigans, you probably would want this as the enabler because between this and the Centaur dude, you could reliably get your 5 colors. But I'm still probably looking to get this, generally speaking, 6th or 7th, unless I'm already in that 5 color deck.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, let's talk about Pestilent Wolf, which is 1 and a green for a 2/2 wolf, and it's got 2 and a green. It gains Death Touch until end of turn.
I wish it just always had death touch, but
Yeah,
this looks like
yeah,
the
me too.
common. Yeah, we get that though. We get that constantly. Um, like I don't want to pay 2 and a green for the death touch here, but it's a nice thing to have. This just looks like your common filler green 2 drop if you need it. Um, because what do you do?
All right, I,
You're
I got to help some people out here. If you mill your splash land with the eccentric farmer, then you just put it in your hand. Okay, now you can go ahead.
yeah, because you could do like 2 and a green plus 1 and a green, or you could do 3 green, 4 green to death touch clear shot with this or something. But this seems like a very low pick to me. It's not basilisk. It's not what I want, but I'll put it in my deck. So like it's eighth to wheel.
Yeah, I'm down with you there. It's still like 2 drops, and you're gonna need to play 2 drops. So
Hmm.
like, if you don't have any, go ahead and put it in the deck. But yeah, I'd be looking to wield this.
Yeah.
Plume is 1 and a green, instant destroy target creature with flying. Generally a sideboard card, so I'm not going to like spend a whole lot of time on it. Although we did see some flyers in red, which is interesting. You might want to make sure you have these.
Yep. Heavy wheel. Don't main it.
Primal Adversary is 2 and a green for a creature wolf. It's a 4/3 with trample, multi-kicker 1 and a green. You put that many +1/+1 counters on it. Then up to that many target lands you control become 3/3 wolf creatures with haste that are still lands.
Like the other ones, this one's super good. 3 mana 4/3 trample. That's not what I want to cast it as, but I could see once having to do that. Getting a single kick on this, it's a 5/4 trample, and it comes with a 3/3. So that's an 8/7 for 5 mana is kind of nutty. And then if you get more, awesome. Easy first pick.
Yeah, agree. Return to Nature, generally speaking, also a sideboard card. It's one in a green for an instant, destroy artifact, enchantment, or exile a card from a graveyard. The question is, will we be main decking this? I suspect the answer is no.
Yeah, I highly doubt we'll main deck this. This, interestingly, compared to most formats where it's been in, we're probably going to be using it for the third ability more than the first and second ability. And even then, I want to see that I'm against a deck where it's going to be, useful.
Yeah, you can get people's disturb cards with this, but the problem is like at that point you're kind of getting half a card with it, which is
Yeah,
just not worth a whole card from you.
yeah.
Rise of the Ants is 4 green for a sorcery. Create 2/3/3 green insect creature tokens. You gain 2 life. Flashback 6 green.
It seems okay. I'm not a. I know people love splitting their power and toughnesses up into multiple creatures. I don't love that as much. I would just prefer that I get a 6/6 ant. But, it's still fine if you're going a little bit wide in like green white, for example. A pair of 3/3s is certainly better than a pair of 1/1s, like your other humans. 2 life is nice. That flashback is very expensive, but I'm not over the moon about this one. I, it's costly. Yeah. A lot of things
I
rub me
feel like
wrong
this
on
could
this
have been
one, but
5 mana and it still would have been relatively well balanced on the front side.
yeah, I think so.
I still overall like it and think I'll want to play this.
I think I'll have to play this, but I think I want this lower than anybody else is going to pick it
Fair enough, because
because I want
I'm taking it.
where I want it like sixth or
Fifth.
eighth, fifth. Okay.
Fifth. Yeah, that's why you'll never see it, is because I'll take it right before it gets to you.
Yep.
All right, Saryth, the Viper's Fang, is 2 green for a 3/4 human warlock. Other tapped creatures you control have Death Touch. Other untapped creatures you control have Hexproof. One, tap, untap another target creature or land you control.
It's kind of a weird card. It's giving your attackers death touch, which, as I've already talked about today, I don't want my aggressive creatures to have death touch. That doesn't make as much sense as your defensive creatures having death touch. Still, it's
But
nice to have.
it's pretty cool with your decayed zombies though, eh?
Yeah, your zombies can't just be chumped and nothing happens. Um, is this our decayed zombie payoff?
It's a start. You would untap a land if you needed to filter for like double black and you've only got one swamp. That's not
Yeah.
going to come up much, but it could.
Yeah, it's all a fine card. It's not the rare that I want to open. Um, I think this is a bit more in the second, third than it would be a first pick for me.
If this isn't the rare that I open, I'd probably take it. Because you're always going to have attacks at the point where
Mm-hmm.
you can get this. So I think I would probably I could see first picking this, but fair enough. I would rather be second or third picking it. So I'll go with you
Yeah.
there. But I like this.
Yeah.
All right, that brings us to Shadow Beast Sighting, which is 3 and a green for a 4/4 beast creature token with flashback for 7.
I like this more than the ants.
Yeah, me too.
4 mana 4/4. And this is at common as opposed to the ants being at uncommon. 4 mana 4/4, 7 mana 4/4. It's old.
This is really good.
4/4 is attack and block.
Is this the best green common?
Uh maybe? Can't be.
Maybe.
Can't be.
This thing looks really good. I've got a 4 mana 4/4 to start beating you down with, and later if I flood it out horribly, I can still cast something back from the graveyard. I
Yeah.
really like this card. I could see taking this as highly as fourth.
Yeah, I'm up in like the fifth, sixth range, but I really like it. Give me this, not ants.
All right, Snarling Wolf is green for a 1/1 wolf. 1 and a green, you can give it +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate this ability only once each turn.
Oh, they need to stop with the activate only once each turn.
You could activate this 8 times a turn and still be trash.
Yeah. It's a cute coven enabler, kind of, because it's a 1 power or a 3 power if you tack on 2 mana there, but just play better cards, right?
Yeah, just play good cards. This is a bad card you don't need to put in your deck.
Agreed.
Storm the Festival is 3 green for a sorcery. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put up to 2 permanent cards with mana value 5 or less from among them onto the battlefield. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. Flashback 7 green, green, green.
Do you like gambling?
Yeah.
You do?
I mean, I get the 2 cards can each have 5 mana value or less.
They can each have 5 mana value or less.
So I spend 6 mana and I get to look at the top 5 cards
Mm-hmm.
and just put them in play.
2 of them.
2 of them. It seems all right. Don't put this in your spells deck. This goes in your permanent stack. But like, it seems really hard to whiff. Like worst case scenario, I get a land and a 3-drop or something.
That's a pretty worst case scenario for 3 green, green, green.
It's a terrible case scenario. I'll give you that. But like the upside is certainly there too. Like build your deck around it too.
Yeah, this is one of those gambling cards that I absolutely hate because the consistency of what it does is absolutely wild. I want my cards to do what they do, and this doesn't do what it does.
I mean, sure, I want that too. But if I open this instead, well, to be fair, I think I would be looking to take this around 5th or 6th. And then I would play it in most green decks because I'm going to have a high density of large creatures. I ain't first picking this.
Yeah, I'm picking it late enough that I never play it because it's like the wheel for me, I think.
Okay. It could also be 2 angels. It's broken. When you don't know what you're going to get, it's like a box of chocolates. And I can see John's point. I would prefer for my cards to do what I wanted to do what it says on the tin. However, I recognize that there's some power here, and I don't mind getting a little Hearthstonian to try to take advantage of that.
Yeah.
All right, tapping at the window is 1 and a green for a sorcery. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest into your graveyard. Flashback 2 and a green.
I don't like this.
I don't really either.
The previous incarnations we've had of this have been land or creature. There's been more variety as to what you can hit. Having to hit a creature and maybe whiffing seems bad.
You're probably not going to whiff, which is okay. Like you're likely to hit the creature if you're playing 15 of them. And the flashback isn't bad either.
It is
It does
self-milled,
also get
but
you, yeah, I was gonna say it gets this stuff in your graveyard one way or the other. Like this is a weird mulch. If you need your graveyard full, this will get you full.
yeah, I think there's just better cards to do that though.
That's probably my guess too, but if there's not and you need them, you
Yeah,
can get it here. So I like that this is here kind of as a release valve. Will it if you need it. But I do think this is a good self-mill enabler. So
yeah,
let's put it on wheel and play it if you need to mill yourself and have not gotten good ways to do it like the farmer.
yeah. I'm pretty deep on the wheel here.
Second card in a row that is hurt by your good plays and green being sorceries. Timberland Guide is 1 and a green for a 1/1, enters the battlefield, put a counter on target creature.
We had this in. Was this in Avacyn Restored?
I don't remember where this was, but I remember playing with this card.
It was in Innistrad block. So it's a 2 mana 2/2, which is cool. And if you can put that counter on a flyer or a trampler or a first striker or something more relevant, that's also cool, especially because that enables Coven. So I like this. It's not amazing. You're not spending a real pick on this. You can probably not wheel this, but 8th-ish pick is around where I want it.
Yeah,
And I'll play a
with
couple.
John here. That brings us to Turn the Earth, which is green for an instant. Choose up to 3 target cards in graveyards. The owners of those cards shuffle them into their libraries. You gain 2 life. Flashback 1 and a green.
No,
No,
hard F.
hard F.
You can't. It's not regrowth. It goes randomly into your library. Who knows if you'll ever see it again? No thanks.
Yeah, I think the joke is you're supposed to use this on their flashback and disturb cards and get them. But I mean,
Got him by giving them yet another potential cast of it.
yeah, you got them. Unnatural Growth is 1 green, 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 green for an enchantment. At the beginning of each combat, double the power and toughness of each creature you control until the end of turn.
going to die to this, but I'm never going to play it.
I'll play it some. I would probably need to have like 11 green sources in the deck to want to play it. God,
Yeah,
I might even want 12. I would
yeah.
want 12.
Casting
If
cost
I'm
is
in,
really hard.
it's really hard, but if I'm incredibly heavy green, and I've got plenty of creatures, I'd put this in. I'd quite happily put this in.
Yeah,
That
and
still means I probably won't pick it high enough to play it. So this is like I open it in pack 3, let's go.
yeah, and it's important. I misread this the first time I read it. It doesn't double it every turn. It doubles it until end of turn, and then they go back to normal. So you're not getting, continuously bigger. You're only double the size, right?
Correct.
And it's not
It just
even on
makes your
your
creatures
blocks
twice as
either.
big. Yeah,
Yeah,
you can't block with it, it's just for attacks.
yeah. I'm not going to ever pick this high enough to play it, and I don't really want to play it anyways.
Yeah. Well, it's
Each combat
dude,
is
this is
nice, yeah.
each combat.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
so this just doubles your creature's size. They're all just bigger.
Yeah, still not super sold on it. Feels like a win more card mixed in with a bad top deck. I don't like it.
I'll play it. I'm not opposed to it. The real question is, do I have a deck that I can run 12 forests in? If
Yeah.
so, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, and in that deck you probably don't have a ton of decayed zombies because you're playing 12 forests and green cards.
Yeah. All right. Willow Geist is green for a 1/1 tree folk spirit with trample. I like trample on my 1/1s. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, put a +1/+1 counter on Willow Geist. When Willow Geist dies, you gain life equal to its power.
Um okay, so you need to have a plan for this. You need to make sure that you're disturbing or flashbacking, which there's some of in green. Um yeah, you need to have a plan for this. You're not just
This kind of
jamming this in any green
sucks.
deck.
I don't want to play it.
Yeah, the bounce kind of laughs at it.
Well, like I haven't seen any way that I'm supposed to do this. I got to get cards out of my graveyard, right? So like the only thing I've seen so far I can do is the farmer that may hit a land, it may not,
You
and then I've
ca-
got a 1 mana 2/2 on turn 3.
well, you cast them. You flashback them, you disrupt them, disturb them.
Yeah, but who cares? It's a 1 mana 1/1.
Yeah,
It
it takes a
doesn't do
long time.
anything. It takes an incredibly long time because it and I like I'm going to need them to be really good cards because I'm sitting here with a 1 mana 1/1. Like until this is a 3/3, who cares? It doesn't do anything. And if I
Yeah,
draw it late after I've already done that, it doesn't do anything there either. I just don't want to play this.
yeah. I super don't want to play it. It's a horrendous top deck. Like even in the deck that wants this, you need to have it on turn one, right?
Yeah, so
Like you need
I'm
it
just
as early as
wheel
possible.
it. Maybe I'll play it, but I probably won't.
I'm probably there too.
Okay. Play this with the spell that shuffles creatures into the deck. It doesn't do anything, bro. It's when they. Oh, come on. You built your own 4/4. Okay, okay. Twitch chat is getting me. Twitch chat
Yep.
is getting me. What? No, you don't even build a 4/4. You built your own
Yeah,
2/2.
yeah, because it says one or
Oh my
more.
god. Okay, let's move along with our life. I've hit the combo to get a 1 mana 2/2. I love it. All right, Ren and Seven. Sven, is that Ren and Seven? How do I
7.
pronounce that? Seven, like the number?
Yeah, he names his tree symbiotes. The last one was Ren and 6.
Okay,
At
sure,
some
that's
point we
neat.
get Ren and Stimpy.
Okay, Ren and Seven is it should cost 7, but it's 3 green green for 5 loyalty planeswalker +1. Reveal the top 4 cards of your library. Put all land cards in your hand, the rest in your graveyard. 0, put any number of land cards from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. -3, create a tree folk creature token with reach, power, and toughness equal to the number of lands you control. -8, return all permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. You get an emblem with you have no maximum hand size.
So like this is a 5 mana tree folk, right? You
Yeah,
play
this
it.
is a 5 mana 5/5 with extra value.
Yeah, you play it, you -3 it, and then maybe you fiddle around a little bit with it.
Yeah, draw cards, put lands into play. Seems great.
My one concern
For
here is it seems like it's going to be difficult to -3 it and then ever get back up to 8.
you
So
know yourself out too fast.
yeah, because you're hitting 4 cards every single turn. So yeah, I could see -3 +1 -3. Just let it die and get 2 5 5 6 6s, whatever as they grow.
Seems fine to me.
Yeah, I'm still first picking it.
Yeah, me too. Tis the first pick. All right, let's get to the Flippy Boys. Bird Admirer is 2 and a green for a 1/4 with reach, daybound. It flippies into a 3/5 with reach.
Cool. Totally okay. It's a spider to block the flyers. I would not feel upset main decking this. If I have a plethora of decent spells, I'm pretty happy to just bring this in the sideboard when I realize I need a reach creature. But even then, I'm not sad main decking it. I'm going to put this like 6th through 8th.
I like this a lot better than the spider as a main deck answer for green and reach creatures because it's big enough that it can actually threaten to start chonking people on offense if you need to. It is and it always has the reach, so you can pretty much always block stuff. We didn't see a lot of 4-power reach or 4-power flyers,
Yeah.
so I like this a lot. All right, Burly Breaker is 3 green green for a 6/5 human werewolf with ward 1. It flips into an 8/7 with ward 3.
6/5 for 5. Huh.
That's a stat stick and a half.
Yeah, and then it flips into an 8/7. The ward's cute. Ward 1 doesn't mean anything, but ward 3 is pretty cute. It's a big dumb thing. It's like 6th-ish pick, 5th-ish pick, perhaps. But I'll put a big dumb creature in my big dumb creature decks.
I gotta call it 4th through 5th because I really like Colossopede, and this is better than Colossopede. So let's party.
Yeah.
Death Bonnet Sprout is green for a 1/1 fungus. At the beginning of your upkeep, mill a card. If there are 3 or more creature cards in your graveyard, transform Death Bonnet Sprout into Death Bonnet Hulk, which is a 3/3. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may exile a card from a graveyard. If a creature card was exiled this way, put a +1/+1 counter upon it.
This card's pretty good. It's obviously amazing on turn 1. You get your 1/1, you start yourself mill going. It's hopefully going to flip in 3, 4, 5 turns. You get a 3/3 that then is going to just continuously get bigger, which is going to demand an answer. If you top deck it later, when does it flip? At the beginning of your upkeep?
Yeah, so just play it, have a bad blocker, and then it
Yeah.
turns into a 3/3 and starts doing its thing.
Yeah, and okay, so it won't get the counter the turn it flips because that'll be past the beginning of the upkeep. But yeah, I like this a fair bit. I'm going to pick it relatively highly in like the 4th, 5th range, I think. It just kind of does everything that I think green wants to do.
Yeah, right there with you. Let's do that. Hound Tamer is 2 and a green for a 3/3 human werewolf with trample. It has 3 and a green, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. My goodness.
Uh-huh.
And trains into untrained pup. Trample. Other wolves and werewolves you control have trample. 3 and a green, put a counter on target creature.
Card's great. Kind of feels like it should be a rare. That's an amazing mana sink. It's a 3/3 trample for 3 on the front side, which is awesome. 4/4 trample for 3 is nutty. Trample Lord for your wolves and huge mana sink. I first picked this in some packs. I think realistically I want this to be like 2nd, 3rd, but this is nuts, especially at uncommon.
Yeah, agree with everything you just said there. Outland Liberator is 1 and a green for a 2/2 human werewolf with 1 sack, destroy target artifact or enchantment. It turns into a 3/3 with the same ability, and whenever it attacks, destroys target artifact or enchantment.
So this is on the front side anyways, a lot lower than these uncommon werewolves that we've been afraid of. It's just a 2/2 for 2 with a nice little incidental artifact enchantment hate, but we haven't seen that many artifacts or enchantments that we really want to hate. The backside, it's slightly bigger, and you don't even have to sacrifice it. You can just attack in with it. But this is definitely a far cry from like just the one we last saw. I'm more in like the 6th through 8th fairly filler range for this, I think. The fact that it flips into a 3/3 means it's just above filler, but
yeah, I'm going to call this filler and wheel it. Like the Untamed Pup, I'm going to first pick this out of a lot of packs.
yeah.
The Outland Liberator, I can't imagine picking before sixth pick.
Yeah.
And even then, I'm like, I don't want to take it that early.
Hmm.
All right, Tireless Hauler is 4 and a green for a 4/5 with Vigilance that flips into a 6/6 with Vigilance.
Pretty good. 5 mana, 4/5
Yeah,
vigilance is not quite Colossopede, but it'll get there. And of course, you can just you get to determine if you want to flip it into a 6/6 vigilance, and that's pretty decent. Again, 6 through 8 this range, but that's where a common should be.
yeah, I'm down with that. And I think our last card is Tovalar's Huntmaster, which is 4 green for a 6/6. When it enters the battlefield, create 2/2 green wolf creature tokens. Flips into Tolvar's Pack Leader, which is a 7/7. ETBs, you get the same tokens, and then you can spend 2 green. Another target wolf or werewolf you control fights target creature you don't control.
It's literal
Why do
Grave
people
Titan
call
at
it?
rare.
I was going to ask, why do people call this Grave Titan? Because this is not Grave Titan. Grave Titan made tokens when it attacked.
This makes tokens when it attacks. Read the backside.
It doesn't on the front though.
Not on the front, but on the back, it ETBs makes 2/2/2s, and on attacks makes 2/2/2s.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess that's sort of Grave Titan and rare. You got to do a little more work for it.
It has to be night, and you cast it.
Well, no, then you got to attack with it, and your opponent can at least try to answer it. This card's absurd. You should first pick it. Your opponent needs to have a removal spell with it, or you're going to kill them with it.
Yeah, this being printed at rare makes me question WotC's ability to balance limited formats a little bit. It's real good.
I don't care that much if it's rare or mythic. I don't see that much of a difference between the two rarities. I mean, there's some, right? Like we're going to see it a little less, but we've seen some garbage rares. We've seen some really good rares.
Yeah.
This is the bomb of, hey, you need a removal spell right now, but we're also in a format where I think we have pretty good removal spells.
Yeah, I'm hoping removal's good enough to get this, because I do think this is flat out the best card in the set.
Best card in the set?
Yep.
Yeah, it very well could be. It's really good.
It does die to Silverbolt. That's true.
And since Dave is main decking them and you're main decking them,
I am.
you guys are going to win. Well, there you go. That was the set. Did we miss anything?
I don't think so.
What do you think?
I'm excited to play the set. There's a couple of things that make me question. There's a couple of things that make me think the set could be snowbally, but there's a lot going on that I like. There are a decent number of rares that just aren't crazy. Haha, I win the game, which is fantastic. I'm super excited, and as I've talked about in your chat and in my chat, this is designed by the person who has like a 90% win rate with me for making best sets of all times.
Okay. This looks good to me so far. I'm excited to play it. Black looks probably like the best color to me so far. There was just card draw and solid removal, which I liked, and the creatures didn't seem that bad either. So I'm kind of excited to draft some black cards. We'll see where this goes.
Yeah, absolutely.